Hey, thanks for the follow there. Abe, Abe Pearl? Abe Pearl, thanks. Just quickly looking through the G7 stuff that's come up, and also the Iran-Israel war. It sounds like Iran is actually scared that they're going to be their government's going to be toppled. Sounds like they might be worried about that. How's this? Wonder how long this is going to continue on, though. Be kind of interesting to know what their capacities as far as missiles are on each side. Oh, oh, apparently, hold on, we do have some breaking news. Apparently, according to a guy I follow on Twitter, Barzan Sadiq, um, Israel jets have targeted the Natanz their site in Iran. So apparently, there are currently Israeli fighter jets in Iran targeting Iran's nuclear site. Ants. I think I'm pronouncing that. What else do I have here? Preparations are underway to join the Israeli campaign against Iran if Trump gives the green light. CENTCOM support joined while senior administration CENTCOM supports joining while senior administration officials oppose it. A U.S. official tells I-20. That was by I-20. And then 30 minutes ago, Trump at the G6. Is it important for the rest of the world if these if they kill each other? Yes. Yes, if they could very quickly drag everyone else into a war. That's the that's kind of the fear. Um Barack Ravid, another person that I'm following on Twitter, just 30 minutes posted that Trump's at the G7 right now, but apparently he was quoted there as saying Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. What a shame. What a waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. So, hey, Levchuk, what's up, man? The rest of the world. Go back to. Well, Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon yet, and that is Israel's excuse for attacking them. So, uh, Watch this. Watch this. This is the Iranian TV station that got bombed while they were on the air. Pretty crazy. My Monday's good. I'm off work today, so. And it gave me an opportunity to maybe stream a little bit earlier, so. Liminal gets to watch two days of Aladar stream in a row, because Aladar is streaming early. Here's the G7 meeting that's happened. I am actually really curious to know how many missiles that Iran still has left. Because apparently they're frantically trying to get people to talk and get out. But rumors are also that they're trying to get out of this conflict because they're worried that their citizens are going to rise up and overthrow the government. Which I would be all in favor for. Watch this. I'll give the lady credit. I would have been ducking and running like hell. He just kind of flinched, turned around, and started like waddling out. What side am I on? I don't believe Iran should have a nuclear weapon, but I do believe Israel is sometimes overstepping their boundaries. Israel hit a hospital? No way. How much of a donor to see? I can't do that IRL, poop NATO. I don't bend that way. Thanks for joining me on TikTok, by the way, guys. Glad to have you here. Since we're watching, let's just we'll...
and assassinated military commanders and scientists.
That's crazy. What
Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps intelligence chief Mohammad Kazemi and his deputy Hassan Muhaqqiq were killed. President Masoud Pezeshkian has warned.
So the if you're late to the story, Israel Mossad agents, they had basically had locked down top military officials and nuclear scientists in Iran. So basically, as soon as Iran decided, or as soon as Israel decided to attack, those people were immediately killed.
There was another hit in Haifa.
So
Iranian missiles hit near the city's energy plant. Israel's main port city is being targeted by Iran after Israel attacked Iranian oil facilities. Air defense systems in Tel Aviv were triggered early on Monday morning to intercept Iranian missiles. Air raid sirens were activated in cities across Israel, and people were told to take shelter. Multiple buildings have been destroyed as Israel's advanced air defenses were unable to block all missiles.
the thing that is crazy is
Guard Corps says it's using new methods
how
to
fast
mislead
those
its
missiles
waves,
come in. We were
which
watching some
disrupted
videos
Israel's
yesterday, and it
defense
was just
system
like
and caused them to target
they
each other.
just go across the
Iranian
entire
targets
city in a
included
split
Prime
second.
Minister Netanyahu's residence and military sites.
The government has not been able to speak clearly about such an off-ramp or about an exit strategy or about an end game. Many options have been floated, from regime change to slowing down the nuclear program. So a lot of Israelis are more cheerful than they've been in a while, especially after the debacle of Gaza.
Israel triggered the crisis with its surprise
I
attack
think
on
I
Friday.
think
Iran says
Israel
the aggression
and most
proves
of the rest of the
Israel
world
does
would
not
like to
abide
see a
by any
regime change
humanitarian,
in
legal,
Iran.
or international rules. And as the back and forth strikes continue, More civilians are dying on both sides.
Amini crying
Javed,
to stop.
Al
Yeah, it
Jazeera.
does sound like that, doesn't it?
Tohira Sadi is in Tehran with more
It
on
really
the
does
latest
sound like
developments.
Iran's had enough.
We're dealing with an unprecedented escalation between Iran and Israel. The recent developments that we see on the ground here in Tehran are unbelievable. We've got this building related to the IRIB, or the state TV, which was targeted by the Israeli strikes. Speaking of that, I can
Show the
say
video again.
that
There,
building,
that's the
which is
building.
known
That's
for,
the TV
glass building, because of the, let's say,
broadcasting
nature of
center.
the structure of the architecture of
But they're
that
basically
building is one of
broadcasting
the
nonstop
most, or
propaganda.
perhaps the most
So Israel
well-known,
targeted it.
building of IRIB, and that building has been located in a
Hey,
let's say,
Corgi, what's
big
up?
area,
I've been
which
on, like,
includes
the last several
IRIB
days, Corgi.
complex containing
You just
different
gotta stay up
buildings.
later,
the
man.
building under attack is perhaps, I can say, the most important one.
I
It's
guess they're not
resulted
working
in
there
interception.
anymore, huh?
It's resulted in disruption of the live broadcast of IRIN and the news channel of IRIB. And also, you have to know, maybe it's interesting, that IRIB is not just one TV channel. It includes tens of radio stations and TV channels under this
It's a media
broad
center
category of
then.
IRB. They are working. So we saw this live coverages of a lady presenter, Emami, who was continuing her job while the studio was under attack. This video is getting more and more viral across the social media inside Iran, and people are started to
A
have
literal
started to
bomb
admire
hit her
her for
building,
the-
and she barely
for how
flinched.
how
I'm
well
Canadian,
she was doing her
Omer.
job. This is what we hear, but still,
Omer,
we know that this is a big
amen?
development, and IRGC came out with a
Going to sleep.
statement
It's 2
to
a.m. where I am
condemn it
right now.
strongly,
Nice.
the attack to
Dude, thanks for
the
watching,
state
man.
TV. Also,
Feel
the
free to
armed
give a follow and
forces
come
of the
back
country,
anytime.
the spokesperson,
Omer, where are you from?
Shekari, who was the person who came out to
You're from Israel? I'd like to
say
visit
that
Israel
this
one of
is
these
going
days.
to be responded by the Iranian side, condemning
Vietnam,
this attack
lava.
to
I
the
was in Vietnam
state
last
TV
year.
of the country.
Vietnam's
This is
fantastic.
important because IRB is one of the most outstanding news
I was in
outlets
Hanoi.
from which people receive the news, the official news of the country. So this is a very symbolic moment.
Well, Iran launched
Hot tub
multiple
streams. What do you mean?
missiles
Those are only
towards
if you
Israeli territory shortly
had in
after
like
those
5
attacks.
million
Projectiles
channel
have
points.
landed in open areas across Israel. At least 22 Israelis.
Why
have been
not? Well, I
killed
might
in
want to wait until
retaliatory
this war's
strikes
over,
launched by Iran
Omer. But it is
after 4 days
on my list of
hostilities. Tehran
places
now
I'd like
says
to
it's
go to.
preparing for, quote, the largest and most intense missile attack in history on Israeli soil. Let's go live to Bernard Smith.
I'd
who's
like
in
to do a
Jordan's
trip
capital,
between
Amman, first. We're
Egypt,
keeping a close eye,
Jordan, and
Bernard, on
Israel
the skies of Tel Aviv and other Israeli
in one
cities tonight. What's the
big
latest you're
trip.
hearing
But
about the
we'll wait
situation
till
inside
things
Israel?
settle down maybe a little bit before I.
Well, we
The
had,
government chose to start a war.
missile
Do you
strike,
feel that they were?
missiles launched at Israel
Do you think
about
it was a
3
good
hours
reason
ago
to start
now,
the war,
according to
Omer?
Israeli military. 10
It's interesting to have
ballistic
someone that's
missiles
actually in
launched towards
Israel
its
that
territory,
is.
all of them
that is there.
destroyed.
Lexi Tunes, how's it
before
going?
they had impact with some shrapnel falling in some areas. A comparatively small initial launch, but as you've said, Israel has been warned that it's to expect its largest, most intense missile attack in history. The Iranians have also issued evacuation threats for 2 Israeli news channels, Channel 12, the main news channel, and Channel 14, which is a very popular
Things are great
extreme-right,
for me.
ultra-nationalist channel. Those threats, evacuation threats, came in response to the attack on
Just
Iranian
some little bit
state
of breaking
television.
news here.
Earlier on, overnight, from
Trump's
Sunday into Monday, the Israelis say
Trump's
now
posted on
65
social
ballistic
media
missiles
telling
and dozens of
Iranians to
drones
immediately
were fired in
evacuate
its
Tehran.
territory. It says most of them
He's
were destroyed,
reflected
but if
the
you see from
urgency of the
pictures,
need for Iran to
few
come to the
got through.
negotiating table.
Israelis, for
A White
military
House
reasons,
official tells
sensitive reasons,
CNN.
don't say how many
I'm
get through.
curious if
But certainly we know that in Haifa,
Israel
Haifa
is
port
going to
was
drop
targeted
something
again,
on Tehran.
and
Like
6 people
if the U.S.
were
is like,
killed
listen,
there.
citizens, get out of
4
there, they
people were
know
killed
something.
in Tel Aviv, and 1 ultra-Orthodox man was killed in a very ultra-Orthodox city just to the east of Tel Aviv.
Omar, do
And
you
worth
think?
pointing
I
out
mean,
as
the
well
Iranian
about
people are
military
great.
censorship.
I've got a lot of Iranian
Israeli
friends.
police
I've
said
got a
they're
lot
gonna
of
stop foreign journalists
Jewish
reporting
friends.
from Haifa.
It's the governments that are the problem.
Because it is what
You know,
would
hopefully
consider
the
perhaps
Iranian
a sensitive site. There's a
government gets
refinery
toppled, and they
there,
don't have
you're
such
not
a
allowed to
corrupt
report in
government
Israel
there.
during times of war. You're not allowed to report.
I think most
on whether
Iranians would
sensitive
probably
areas have been hit or
like
not,
that.
such as military installations, bases, or sites like that refinery.
Interesting. Given the scale of the
Yeah,
Iranian
Trump's social
attacks
media.
on Israel,
Trump's social media posting telling Iranians to get out of the city now.
mood in Israel, and these new
Something's
threats that
coming.
Iran has issued this evening, how worried are Israelis about what might come next?
Well, look, Israelis have not, in the main, had to endure this sort of bombardments in recent history. Of course, there's been rockets fired from Gaza during before the Gaza war on October 7th, when previous
Whereabouts
conflicts
in
with
Israel do you live, Omar?
and Hamas in Gaza, there have been rockets launched.
Are
but
you in
nothing
Tel
on
Aviv or
this
somewhere else?
scale, of course. It is, of course, causing massive inconvenience to Israelis, and not everybody manages to get to shelters. Not everywhere, while there is a network of shelters or places to hide,
Okay.
older buildings don't have them. Older people don't have time to get to shelters. That is why you're seeing some casualties. So it's not as straightforward
doing
as
a
just running to a
genocide?
shelter. Some shelters, because they've never been used, we're seeing
They are
reports they've just
bad
been
guys. How
full
can
of,
it be Iran?
uh,
I think
stuff
it's the
being used for
government.
storage, so they're not
The
prepared. and they're not
governments are the
ready.
problem. Let's be honest.
But despite all of
Both
that,
the Iranian
Israelis,
people
as
and
they
the
do, as
Israeli
country
people are
does when it's
fantastic,
threatened, they
but the
rally
governments
around
are
flag.
the problem.
Netanyahu, Benjamin Netanyahu, may be personally very unpopular. People are extremely frustrated about the Gaza war, mainly because they haven't brought the hostages, the captives back. But
Bush
when
Green,
Israel
welcome
is
to
threatened, as they
welcome to
feel it
Twitter.
is now,
Glad
they
to see
rally
some people
around
on
the
Twitter,
Thank you,
on
Bernard, for
TikTok.
that. Bernard Smith, live for us there in Amman. Jordan keeping a close eye on the situation inside Israel after the Iranian threats earlier today. Well, let's take a look now at what Israel has targeted until now in Iran. Israel, of course, assassinated some of Iran's top military brass, including the chief of the Revolutionary Guard.
Apparently, the
On
Mossad
Sunday, the
agents, a lot of them have been rounded up.
IRGC
Iran
intelligence
has
chief
actually
Mohammad
found a lot of
Qassemi
them.
was
Apparently,
killed.
they're
At
reporting.
least 9 nuclear scientists have been
So a
assassinated.
lot of these
Israel has long
people that were
targeted Iranian
assassinated
nuclear
were
professionals.
found by Mossad
Nuclear
agents.
sites have also been
Iran is
targeted.
reporting that they found
Israel's hit Natanz
most of
and
these
found
Mossad
out
agents
two
and have killed
facilities
them.
buried
So
deep underground, as well as the Isfahan facility. The UN nuclear watchdog says it has not detected any increase in radiation. There have been widespread attacks in cities across Iran, as far as Tabriz, as far as east as Mashhad and Bandar Abbas in the south of the
Liminal's
Gulf Coast.
everywhere now, dude.
Israel has struck
He's
military
everywhere.
bases as well as
You watched it on
residential
YouTube
areas.
as well,
Apartment
Liminal?
buildings in the capital, Tehran, have faced a great deal of damage as well. Israel has also been targeting Iran's critical energy infrastructure. It struck a
Israel
gas
and US are doing
refinery in the
a
port city of Kandan, forcing it to temporarily
Screen,
scale back production.
on
And later,
TikTok.
an oil depot in Tehran, one of the largest.
Don't want anyone to stop or get in their way of their crimes. That's why. Yeah, I don't think it's like the entire country, Bush Green. Like Americans in general do not want the Americans to get involved in this war. They're overwhelmingly against it. I think, and as you can see, Omar is from Israel, lives just outside of Tel Aviv, and he says that the Israeli people don't want the war as well. This is the government that is doing this. The Israeli people don't want it. The Iranian people don't want it. American people don't want it. So.
Of two well-known state TV presenter, while she was reading the news.
The governments, yeah, the governments are the problem.
Listen to the sound of the
Watch
aggressor.
this. Watch this video.
That is the sound of the aggressor attacking the truth.
She's talking about the
And
sound of the
then,
aggressor, and then the
she,
building
at the last minute
collapses.
before the missile hit this building, left her anchor chair.
Well, look at her
I think
barely
it
move.
shows exactly how.
I would have
deep
been.
inside Iran. Israel
been
is
screaming and
trying
running,
to
man.
penetrate into the psyche of the Iranian people. The State TV broadcast center is in a complex facility in North Tehran.
Life, why
It
government
is
should choose our
a
life.
area that has been there. It was built in 1940.
I
first to the
personally would like to
broadcasting,
see
to
the
radio station in the
Iranian
country.
government
And then
toppled so
throughout
that the
years,
Iranian
it was
people
the
could live a
TV
more
stations
free
were
and
added,
happy
and
life,
even after the
personally. But
revolution, it stayed part as it
I'm
was.
not sure where
This is
Bush
part of
Green is
Iranian
from,
identity, essentially.
or
Yeah,
if he'd even be
absolutely.
allowed
And,
to say the
because
what
the
I
Iranians
just said.
don't
But
have access to foreign
when you see how
channels without a satellite, State TV is their source.
when you
of
see how
information in
Iranians
the
used to
country
live, like in the
on a regular
60s and
basis.
early 70s, like it's
Most
a,
homes you go into in,
it was a
Tehran,
fantastic country.
The State TV, usually the news channel, the 24-hour news channel, which is what this was we were watching, is on in the background in people's homes. So this kind of an attack is really going to shake the psyche of
Right.
the public.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, in fact, because the Israelis, before hitting the state
The
media building, also
IRGC
issued
Israeli,
evacuation
what is it? The
orders,
Israeli
to several areas of
something
Tehran,
Guard
telling people
Corps
to
or something
leave.
like that,
Are
right?
Iranians heeding that call? What's the
heart
mood
is
on the
broke
ground
about
right now? What are you hearing
Iranian
from
people.
Israel?
Here's
They
the
live
thing,
bad.
they
I'd
issued
love
for
to
the
see.
first
I've got a
time
lot
a
of
forced
Iranian
evacuation
friends that have their parents
area,
moved to Canada
known as,
when the Shah came into power, and then you know,
this is an area
other
that is
relatives
home to
afterwards.
diplomatic missions of
They've
the
told me
UN,
horror
as
stories of
well
what
as
goes
foreign
on over there.
embassies, as well as the British embassy residences in the east part of this district. And the state TV was also included. There's also a number of other what Israel calls high-value targets in this
Islamic
area.
Revolutionary
But
Guard
here's
Corps.
the
I
thing,
think
in
that's what
Iran,
it
there are
stands
no
for.
bomb shelters.
Not
There is nowhere to
Israeli,
go.
Islamic.
Unlike in
Most
Israel,
people,
of
yeah,
course, yeah.
it's very different. So people have nowhere to go unless they go to their relative's house in another area. People really don't have many options.
Are they leaving, though? Because there have been reports of, cars streaming out of Tehran, but headed where?
Those who can try to, but I've spoken to some people.
They don't want
have-
Iran-
have
well, they
their
don't want
lives
Iran to
think
have a
about. They have
nuclear weapon.
jobs, They need to get paid.
The world doesn't
they
want
have
Iran to have a
families,
nuclear
people
weapon,
have
Bush
doctor's
Green, not just
appointments.
Israel.
There's
The
regular
world
things that
doesn't
they
want
need to think
Israel
about.
because
And then also this trip
the world
outside of
doesn't
Tehran
want
has become
Iran to have a
quite
nuclear weapon
arduous. A
because
trip that
of
normally would
the
take
type
about
of
8
government
hours
that
to
they
get to
have
the
in there.
Caspian Sea area, the coastal area.
Now liminals on
Somebody
YouTube.
told me it takes about now 18 hours to get to because of the heavy traffic. So really, people don't have much choice. They're just sitting at home hoping for the best. And this is what Israel is.
I don't
hoping
think
for, is to
Israel had a problem
instill
with them
this
having
kind of
missiles,
fear
but
in the
having
general
nuclear
public
weapons
in order
was
to try
the
and push them into some kind of
is the problem, apparently.
uprising that they want to see a regime change in Iran. But it's having the opposite effect.
All right, Dorsa, thank you very much for that for the moment. Dorsa Jabari. Well, the Israel-Iran conflict is, as you can imagine, top of the agenda at the G7 summit in Canada. US President Donald Trump has spoken to reporters there about efforts to de-escalate the conflict between Israel and Iran. Take a listen.
He's telling people in Tehran to get the hell out.
Messages from intermediaries that Iran wishes to de-escalate the conflict.
Yeah.
What have you heard? What have you heard from the Iranians?
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war, and they should talk, and they should talk immediately.
They're
before
doing a
it's too late.
genocide, constantly
And what would
destroying
you say,
countries.
in your opinion, what would it take for the U.S.
I would definitely agree with you as far as Gaza is concerned, or the Palestinians. Bush Green. I've got a TikTok or not a TikTok video, a short on YouTube, where I talk about the fact that they're deliberately targeting women and children in Gaza, or they've killed so many women and children. How do you not think that that's genocide?
South Florida. He's also the author of the book Iran's Rise in a Rivalry with the U.S. in the Middle East. He's joining us from Tampa, Florida. Thank you so much for joining us on Al Jazeera, Mr. Milani. We heard there President Trump call for
No
a
Iranians
deal
ever
to
talked.
be done,
Well,
for
apparently,
Iran to do a deal, but not
scruffy
really calling for
reports are
de-escalation.
that
What do you make of this?
Iran has reached out to a lot of their allies to
Trump
talk to Trump,
concept of negotiation
basically on their
is
behalf.
that he would set a number of goals, and if Iran agrees with those goals, then he is willing to sit down and talk about details.
Iran hasn't attacked anyone. They've just defended themselves so far. But Israel is apparently worried that they were going to attack them. Keep in mind, back during like the Gulf War and stuff like that, when America and other countries promised that there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, they were wrong. And now we're going through the same thing again, where Israel is saying that Iran's got about to have weapons of mass destruction. Are we to believe them a second time?
To discuss the future of Iran's nuclear program. And Prime Minister Netanyahu decided to attack so that he could scuttle this peace process or the negotiation process between Iran and the United States. And right now, Iran has entered into a war with Israel, and it's going to be very difficult for Iran to come to the negotiating table unless they
What
get
would
some
convince them?
assurance
Yeah.
that they
What would convince them, do you think, to come to the negotiating table, to heed Trump's call to do a deal?
U.S. and
I'm sorry,
Israel
I could not hear
doing
you. What
proper
is the
to
question?
pretend
What
Iran are
is-
the
what
bad.
do you think
I
could
think it's the
convince the
Iran
Iranians at this
government,
moment
Bush
now
Green.
to
Do
return
you
to
not
the
agree that the
negotiating
Iran
table and
government
heed
is maybe a
President Trump's
little
call to
evil?
do a deal?
Excellent question. They have already
Like
said
their
their precondition is immediate
religious
end
leader, the cleric
hostilities by Israel
Khomeini or whatever his name is.
between
You not
Iran
think
and
that maybe
Israel,
the
and
regime
then
is a little
once,
evil in itself?
The hostilities ended, once the strikes
I'm not
and
saying
attacks are
Israel
ended,
isn't,
then
but
Iran said that they are willing
like
to sit
Israel
down
has gone way
and
too
talk
far
with
in
the United
Gaza.
States about the
I feel in
future
my
of the Iranian
like I
nuclear
don't know how
program. It
anyone
is,
can not
again,
say that. It's
important to
terrible
remember
what's going on there.
the initial justification of Israeli aggression against Iran.
I believe even Omar
was
said that the
to
Israeli
go
people
after
don't want to
Iran's
see it.
nuclear program. But unfortunately, this now has expanded beyond Iran's nuclear program. Iranian media, major headquarters of Iranian media was attacked. We know that certain areas in civilian areas have been attacked. Of course, Iran has done the same thing, to be fair. So the scope is expanded beyond what it was.
Who gave
originally.
Israel and USA the
How
right
much
to
do you
decide who's evil? That's a
influence
good
do you
point.
think the U.S.
Bush Green.
wields right now? Is the Trump administration
There are a lot of
you think,
countries
willing
that
and
there's
also
definitely
able to use its
some blame
leverage
to go
get
around.
Israel to back off?
A great deal. A great deal.
The USA has
The key player
definitely
is
done
the
some things in
United
the
States
past
of
they
America.
should not be proud of
Yes,
for
it
sure.
is true that in the attack
The only perfect
on
country is
Iran,
Canada,
Israel,
right? Can we all agree on that? The only
operated,
perfect country is Canada?
independently of the U.S. But the U.S. provided considerable support to the Israelis. in
Actually,
terms of
Ledry
providing
the Thane is bringing up
airspace,
a
in
very,
terms-
very good point. Iran's government is definitely evil. They're also evil as a direct result of U.S. foreign policy. Same with Israel atrocities against the Palestinian people enabled by the U.S. Wow, Ledry. So for quick history lesson, we've talked about this before. Iran used to have a democratically elected government, and the country was running perfectly fine, but he was not pro-America. So America toppled the government and instilled the guy, he was the Shah of Iran, as the leader, basically their king or emperor. And he basically was just a true villain. Like, he was an absolute piece of crap, but he did America's bidding. So America liked the Shah, right? And the people got so pissed off with the Shah that they rose up and toppled the government, and that's when they brought in the that religious cleric guy, Khomeini or whatever his name was. It was back in like the 70s or something that this occurred. I think 78 or something like that. And now that's who they've got as their head of government now. And it's just a fanatical right wing, very conservative religious government, basically. That's why you have women that have no, the lack of rights and stuff like that. It's all because of U.S. involvement. U.S. is definitely not innocent in this. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the U.S. is
They do not like the way
not to blame
the Islamic Republic has
in
run the
some
government.
ways.
They have complained about lack of job, lack of employment, and all kinds of grievances. Part of that
Israel essentially
population-
left the Gaza Strip
part
20
of
years
that
ago, like Putin
population,
left
of
Ukraine.
course, could be happy.
Well, they've.
May I finish my thought?
Sure.
Because that's an important question you asked. Part of that population probably might be happy that Israel is attacking, but a significant portion of the Iranian population, as a significant portion of any country that is being attacked, is against Israeli war against Iran, and I believe they are going to rally behind the government.
Thank you so much, Mr. Milani, for your
That's
thoughts. We
not
really
what
appreciate
Israel
it, and we
wants.
look
Israel
forward to
wants them
speaking
to
to you
rally up
again
and
a little
topple the
later here
government.
on Al Jazeera. Mohsen Milani joining us there from Tampa, Florida.
They can do their crimes and not face resistance.
Well, here's how Iran and Israel compare in their attacks and defense capabilities. With a
Scruffy,
higher
one sec, I
population
gotta bring that
size,
up on
Iran
another
has a
monitor.
greater number of active personnel. That includes both the army and the Revolutionary Guard. Israel, however, has about 100,000 more reservists.
I'll pause
Israel
this now.
possesses 340 combat-capable aircraft.
Here, they're talking about stuff that we don't necessarily need to hear about. So let me. Here, this is the clip that Scruffy wants me to watch. Turn the sound on.
I don't think Iran needs to restore trust to America. It's the United States that is waging war after war. And I think your guest probably has lost a lot of money on the stock market. Otherwise, I think he needs therapy. But beyond that,
which
it's
country
quite clear
chants death
that
to America? Your country.
Well,
your country chants death to America. You want to talk about trust? I don't know what the hell the stock market has to do with the fact that I have a problem with a country that chants death to America, with the Ayatollah leading the chant in front of the entire country. You want us to trust you again? Stop chanting that. Stop sponsoring terrorism.
I really think you do have psychological problems. But if Piers, if you allow me, otherwise,
I don't. When this is kind of a situation you see a lot of. Hey, cool, crazy guy, what's up, man? This is a situation that you see a lot of on like Twitter and stuff like that, where you will make a point and then the other person responds with attacks, like immediately calling you a retard or something like that. I don't really think that that's a professional or makes you sound like
I don't know why
very
I'm on this
intelligent.
panel.
The American does have a point though. Like, I mean, you've got a country where people are chanting death to America, but the people of that country are also sick and tired of what America's done in the region too.
It's quite clear that the problems between the United States and Iran come from the United States.
But the guy, I'm assuming that this guy's Iranian, possibly, or he's at least Middle East, from the Middle East. But I'm thinking he's probably defending Iran. Wait, oh no, it says he's an Iranian expert. I should learn how to read English. But he's, he's obviously defending what Iran's been saying. But a point to make here, though, is I don't know of any wars that Iran has actually started. They didn't start the Iran-Iraq war, as far as I remember. I believe it was Iraq who attacked first. I don't know of any other wars that Iran has attacked until you go all the way back to like the Persian Empire. But I don't know of any wars recently that Iran has instigated. So he does have kind of a point.
The United States carried out a coup in Iran, imposed the Shah, built the secret police,
This is what he's going through right now is what I just mentioned a few minutes ago, where America actually toppled the government that was democratically elected in Iran, instilled the Shah, and then the Shah got toppled. Now you have this religious fanatical group that is running the country.
Then the United States supported Saddam Hussein in his war against Iran. The West gave Saddam chemical weapons. I survived 2 chemical attacks. One was mustard gas, and one was a nerve agent. And the West collectively was behind Saddam. First of all, we all know who created Al-Qaeda. We all know who created ISIS. We all know who created the tragedy in Afghanistan. It actually began before the Soviet Union invaded. Brzezinski proposed a plan to Carter, and that's when things began to roll. And the 1980s was the decade.
He's talking about Jimmy Carter, I'm
Al-Qaeda was
assuming.
on the rise. Then in Syria, we had Operation Timber Sycamore.
These statements that he's making, I'm hearing some of these, and I haven't been able to fact check them. So a lot of the stuff that he has said, I know to be true. The other stuff, I don't know anything about it. So I don't know if it's true or false. But I would be surprised, actually, if the American guy knows a lot of this stuff at all.
American guest speaks about
Trump's left the G7 early again?
Operation Timber Sycamore. The terrorists which they supported in Libya.
Probably to deal with the Iran-Israel thing, actually.
Country. Those terrorists were taken to Turkey and also from Jordan to bring down the Syrian government. And Tulsi Gabbard, who is in Trump's administration, she said that we supported these terrorist groups, ISIS and Al-Qaeda, which now have taken Syria. These are not the words of...
Bush Green, are you Iranian? I'm assuming that you're possibly from the Middle East at the very least. So I am kind of curious. Like, I don't know the people that live in Iran. I do know Persian people that live here. How would the Persians or Iranian people or government feel about there being sort of like supervision of their nuclear program to ensure that there's no weapons that are actually being built. Like, allow them to continue on with their nuclear program, but have people that are on site basically 24/7, 24 hours a day. Oh, you're not from Iran? Okay. I thought maybe you might be because you're obviously on their side.
We're seeing in Gaza, you've gone over this many times. This did not begin on October the 7th. This has been going on for decades.
Let me ask you a question. Are you saying that Iran has never supported ISIS or Al-Qaeda? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that Iran has never aided or abetted ISIS or Al-Qaeda, and somehow ISIS and Al-Qaeda has operated outside of the sphere or influence or money or weaponry coming from Iran? Are you insane, or is this just, are there people in the room pointing guns at you right now, and this is the propaganda you have to share?
Here's Mr. Morgan. The Defense Intelligence Agency document of 2012.
Have you
and the head of that agency
are you
was
telling
General
me?
The fact that this guy's nodding, it makes me believe that this guy knows what he's talking about, and this guy's just getting angry.
That Iran has never supported Al-Qaeda or ISIS operators. Yes or no?
The point that this guy, is trying to make is that American involvement has led to the situation that is now in the Middle East. So they deserve some blame. Like if America hadn't involved themselves in Iran in the early 70s, there wouldn't be this problem that are there right now. That's the point that this guy's trying to make. Same as with Gaza, like the problem between Palestine and Israel didn't start on October 7th. It started in the 40s. When, suddenly the Palestinians were told, sorry, this minority group is going to take over the majority of your territory.
Declares very clearly who supported ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Syria.
Iran backed the Syrian government and Hezbollah and Russia against Al-Qaeda and ISIS in the Syrian war. You just don't even know whose side who is on here, and you're trying to lecture me about it. The professor is correct that Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, they just released their threat assessment. Anyone can look it up at dni.gov. And their new threat assessment says Iran is not developing a nuclear weapon. They have not made the political decision to begin to make a nuclear weapon. Your other guest says that they're just such a crazy, irresponsible power. But quite factually, they mastered the
Leon
fuel
Panetta
cycle
just said it
20
accurately.
years ago.
They are weeks away from
perfected
being able to
uranium
create
enrichment
one.
20 years ago, and they still
I'm
have
not a big fan of Panetta, by the way.
They still, Jesus, they still haven't made an atom bomb, even though they've been able to for 20 years.
Sounds like the other dude. Israel is claiming that Iran is close to making a nuclear weapon. Show us some proof. Like, in all of this, I don't think that they've actually shown that they have any proof that this is actually, that they have reason to worry. Right? Like, have they shown any proof whatsoever the entire time that we've been watching this confrontation roll out? If they've got, if they're so worried that Iran's got a nuclear weapon, show us your evidence. Before October 7, people in Gaza should go inside to Israel for free, no problems, and work. Israel even live. Yeah, I mean, there are, like, Omar, you're one of the people that have said that Israelis and people around the Middle East do get along. It's the governments that are flipping out at each other. But there are definitely very religious, like, fanaticals that are out there that are chanting, death to Israel. And the Iranian government is one of those that are doing it. Not necessarily the Iranian people, but the government that are run by these religious fanaticals that the population probably wants to get out of there. Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian asset. Of course, she supports Iran. If Iran was actually close, Israel would not be attacking. Well, they are kind of close. There only Iraq that is between them, right? Do you think they would not be attacking because Iran would just have a massive advantage in ground troops? the Iran-Contra affair, the fact that they did a first strike kind of proves it. If Iran had one, they wouldn't do this bombing. What proves what, though? The fact that they did a first strike doesn't prove that Iran was close to having nuclear weapons. Like, if they've got evidence from their Mossad agents saying, hey, they're very close to, show the world this evidence. Just say, listen, here's pictures from inside. Here's the details of what we know. Like, show some evidence. They haven't said anything other than we believe that Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon soon. Like, show something. Just literally anything. History and how this seems, why don't they ever bring up history? Which history? Like, there's so much history that's happened in that area. I mean, you can go back to, like, the days of, like, long before Christ. It seems to be like the, what is the Islamic something guard something, right? Tried to roll on Khamenei and they wanted to take them out. IRGC said they wanted to start a coup, and the Basij even had documents stating they tried to overthrow them, and they, I guess, weren't successful. Their opportunity to overthrow the Iranian government was when they were having all those huge protests because of the headscarf thing. They don't want Iran to have the nuclear weapons because they don't want resistance to a greater Israel project. Bush Green, I think the world is worried with how crazy the Iranian government is that they might actually just attack with the weapon. The Iranian government has stated many times over and over again that they need to wipe Israel off the map. Like they say it all the time. It would be less of a problem if it was a government that didn't have such a ruthless leadership group who wants to wipe out another group. And it's not Israel saying this. They've broadcasted on their own TV channels that they want to destroy Israel. That's why people are worried about them having a nuclear weapon. Do you think that Iran should reach nuclear weapon? I do not. No. It's crazy to give them nuclear. It is crazy. I think it's crazy for anyone to have nuclear weapons. I understand why some people have it. I don't want Canada to have them. I live in Canada. I do not want nuclear weapons here. As in close to making, they were close according to, yeah, but they haven't shown any evidence, silly dead clown. Like saying somebody has something does not mean they have something. I mean, if anything, we should know that from, just listening to politics. Politicians will lie just to make a point. Netanyahu yesterday said that Trump was the target of 2 assassination attempts. He just suddenly blurted this out. Give us some evidence. Show us some evidence of this, because to me, that sounds like he's trying to goad Trump into a war. Because he knows that Trump will get all blustery and he'll be like, oh, they did? They were they? Well, I'm going to teach those bastards a lesson, and he might do something stupid. There will never be any evidence presented to Israel and the U.S. do not act in good faith. I mean, they need to show the world some evidence. If you're going to actually start a war over something like this, you better be willing to show some evidence. And even if they reach this weapon, they can't drop it. If they drop it, we'll attack even. I think you mean even Egypt will attack. I mean, I understand that, Omer, but let's say Germany, for example, at the very end of the war, suddenly managed to get a nuclear weapon. Like they're crazy, the Nazis. Like, you would do everything in your power to not allow them to have that nuclear weapon, even if you knew that the war was pretty much won, because you knew that there's a very good chance that they would have used it. Same as with the government in Iran. People feel that there's a very good chance that they would actually use the weapon. That's like literally how they feel. The words are hollow. Politicians' words, you mean? Any to anyone. I think Omer means nuclear weapons. I do not like nuclear weapons. People will joke that I'm old enough to remember the nuclear bombs being dropped. I'm not quite that old. How many times have they said they want to wipe out America and Israel? The only person saying it is Hamini, and there is too much evidence to support he is a double agent. A double agent from where? Of course, Iran will say that Israel are doing a genocide. Yeah, but Bush, I'm talking about before this war started. Iran's been saying this for years, like literally for years, since their government took control in what year was it? 79 or something like that. When was the Munich Olympics, or what? When they had the hostages and stuff like that, and this new political regime came to power. Like, they've been saying it since then, that they need to wipe Israel off the map. This isn't something that just started last week. This has been going on for years, for decades. I said the only thing they needed to take out was Khomeini, but they have never even tried. They have killed anyone who is anti-Khomeini. Well, I mean, that's what a dictatorship is like, or an authoritarian state, right? You get rid of your opponents. So how can you say Iran? I'm not saying Iran is crazy. I'm saying their government is crazy. Like, look what their government is doing to their people. And I'm basing it on what their government has said. When the government says, hey, we need to wipe out an entire country and kill Israel, does that not sound crazy? That sounds a little crazy to me. At what point, like, where's the line drawn in the sand for you where you suddenly are like, okay, now that's crazy? Crazy to me is when you're saying that country needs to be wiped off the map and everybody killed. That is crazy. And they have literally broadcast that all over their like their TV, their radio. Like, they are very anti-Israel and want them wiped off the map. That sounds crazy to me. Who is the one actually doing the crimes? It's Israel. Israel is currently doing a genocide. I'm not saying that Israel is innocent. Don't get me wrong. I am not saying Israel is innocent. Let's be clear here. Do you know that we take care of people in Gaza in our hospitals? I did not know that. I did not know that they were actually allowing people from Gaza to cross the border at this point. This war didn't start now. Israel have been doing these crimes since the 70s. This ain't nothing. Dude, this goes back generations. It goes back even further than the 70s, man. It goes back further than the 70s. What year was the 6-Day War in? Google it. 6-Day War. No, it's not. I don't even have to Google it. 1948. When you want to, like, decide whether or not Aladar is a intelligent person or not, 1940. I'm going to Google it just to make sure, but 6-Day War. I think it was 1948. Oh, I was actually wrong. 1967. I believe it was like when Israel actually officially declared themselves a sovereign state. But they were immediately attacked. And from that point on, it's been I mean, it goes back further than that, but that's when it got really bad. It got really bad when it was already bad before the 40s, but it got really bad when they decided that they were going to basically give territory to the Jewish settlers. Nerd Rage, what's up, man? Anyways, let's continue on. Good chat today.
That we don't need a full lunch. We can come back early. We're not getting anything for that. There's like no benefit for hustling and grinding. So I'd say the biggest difference is that they just don't.
What are we
think
looking
that
at here?
as, like something, a source of pride to grind themselves where we really did.
Yeah, they say they don't see the rewards. While more and more surveys prove that young people have to rely on the bank of mom and dad because they can't afford the basic necessities like paying rent and their bills.
What are we talking about?
Well, around 18% of 25 to 34-year-olds.
Hey, this is not what we're. Sorry, we're gonna watch a little bit of the G7 stuff.
Car tariffs and aerospace.
This is basically a meeting that's happening amongst world leaders. Apparently, somebody said that Trump has already left the G7. This is supposed to be on for a few days.
A really important agreement.
He's got a habit
and
of
so
leaving
this is
early.
A very good day for both of our countries.
You don't
a
have
real
time for
sign
that
of strength.
that
So
shit.
Thank you again, Donald. A really important day for both of us.
Great people. Great people.
Has anything changed in the agreement since you spoke on the phone from the Oval Office?
Not much.
Nope.
Not much.
This is implemented.
What is the Can I ask you a question, please? G7 leaders are calling for de-escalation in Israel and Iran, but you are the key to unlocking that.
That's right. And here I am.
And here you are.
Yeah.
So can I ask you, sir, have you spoken to Prime Minister Netanyahu? When might you speak to him?
I've spoken to everybody.
What will you say?
Israel is doing very well, as you probably noticed, and I gave Iran 60 days, and they said no, and the 61st, you saw what happened. Day 61, so I'm in constant touch, and as I've been saying, I think a deal will be signed, or something will happen, but a deal will be signed. And I think Iran
one side or the
is
other
not to sign one.
is going to have no choice
Netanyahu
but to
of
sign a deal.
attacking them to deliberately derail your nuclear plan that you had. What do you say to that? Do you think that's
No,
true?
no.
And-
Look, Iran should have signed the deal.
If it would help bring Iran to the negotiating table, would you guarantee that the U.S. would not get involved militarily?
Well, I think Iran.
Let's see. You see how the media and Western leaders twist things and make it seem like Iran are the bad guys. I mean, Bush. A lot of the Western leaders have strongly condemned what's going on in the Middle East. I know a lot of people in the West are extremely upset with what's going on in Gaza. They're not on, the Israel side. Regardless of what people say, the protests are not pro-Hamas; they're pro-Palestinian. So, but and the media, you've got media on both sides of the spectrum here in North America. I think generally the thought is that we don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. We do remember when the last time we went into Iraq and declared that they had nuclear weapons or weapons of mass destruction, and then we went in there, had a whole war over it. Thousands and thousands of people died because of it, and then they found no weapons of mass destruction. People remember that. Right? So
Basically is at the negotiating table. They want to make a deal. And as soon as I leave here, we're going to be doing something. But I have to leave here. I have, this commitment. I have a lot of commitments. I have a commitment to a lot of countries, including the UK, where we just signed our deal.
Mr. President, where are you settling on steel tariffs with respect to the UK? Are those going to zero, or are they staying?
We're gonna let you have that information in a little while.
On Russia-Ukraine talks, sir, on U.S.-Russia talks, when will they restart?
They're starting already.
Mr. President, do you agree to the European push to apply more sanctions on Russia? Does the US support that?
Well, Europe is saying that, but they haven't done it yet. Let's see them do it first.
You told me earlier that you could sanction Russia. Why wait? Why wait to sanction them?
Because I'm waiting to see whether or not a deal is signed.
Can you guarantee the UK won't be subject?
And don't forget, sanctions cost us a lot of money. When I sanction a country, that costs the U.S. a lot of money.
Bush Green, keep in mind, you don't know how much you are being fooled. They are lying to your faces. Keep in mind, Bush has steadfastly said that he's not going to get involved in the war. We'll see if that happens or not. But I know the American people do not want America to get dragged into another war in the Middle East.
Tremendous amount of money. It's not just let's sign a document. You're talking about billions and billions of dollars. Sanctions are not that easy. It's not just a one-way street.
Mr. President, on AUKUS, the submarine agreement, is that still proceeding? You've initiated a sort of review of that.
Yep, we're proceeding with that. It's a really important deal to both of us. I think the President is doing a review. We did a review when we came into government, so that makes good sense to me. But It's a really important...
We're very long time...
And also keep in mind, Bush Green, Israel is trying to draw America into the war, and America has said, we're not doing this. We're not getting involved in this crap. So America has not attacked anyone. They've steadfastly said, we do not want to get involved here.
partners and allies.
Israel
and
definitely
friends,
wants
and
America to get
we
involved.
become
though.
friends in a short period of time. He's slightly more liberal than I am, to put it mildly.
Well, we stand slightly on the left.
But for some reason we get along.
We make it work.
On Russia. There are quite a few British voters who worry we side more with the Russians over the Ukraine war.
That was a false push for real, but Iraq and Iran are very different, right? They are now. Like, was the evil government in Iraq any more or less evil than the current government that's in Iran? Because Saddam Hussein did some pretty nasty stuff, man. Like, when America went in there, if America had said, listen, we're going in and we're going to free the Iraqi people, I think there would have been people that would have said, fine. And same thing if they would have said, you know what, we're going to go in and we're going to free the Iranian people. There would be people that would be like, yeah, you know what, we want them to have a better life. But you can also have people that are like, no, you know, they need to do this on their own. It's kind of hard to, you know, stand up to your government as unarmed, basically civilians standing up against a government that's got an army behind it.
Can you reassure us?
No. I just, you know what I...
But the Iraq that the U.S. invaded, what year was that? I can't remember exactly what year the U.S. invaded. I guess when was 9/11? Is that 2001? So I think they eventually invaded Iraq in like 2003 or something like that. Was it 2002? No, it was longer than that. 2003. Art Gravy is saying 2003. So they invaded, and their excuse for invading was that they had evidence that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. And then they went in there, went through this whole process of having a war. They ended up toppling the government, and, you know, tens of thousands of people died. And they found out there was no weapons of mass destruction. So the question is, was it worth it? Well, nobody asked that question. I'm asking the question to you guys. Was it worth it? I don't know what the Iraqi government is like now. I don't know how the Iraqi people are living right now. Are they still living in a world of fear like they were under Saddam Hussein, or are they enjoying more of a free life? Maybe it's a hard life, but it's a free life. I don't know. Surprisingly, we haven't been updated on that situation since America left. America and UK have already intercepted missiles on Israel's behalf and provided them with missiles intel. But don't you understand that US and Israel are the bad guys and keep lying to everybody? I think both sides, Bush Green, have, like, you can point your finger at both sides. Although we have no, like I said earlier, Bush Green, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. Israel has said that Iran is close to getting weapons of mass destruction or nuclear weapons. Show us the evidence. If you're going to take a country to war over it, you better be able to say, hey, we've got proof. Here you go. Show the world the proof that Iran's got weapons of, nuclear weapons and that they plan on using them. Show us the evidence. Why is that so hard? Just show us the evidence. But they don't do that. They want control of the region so Israel can achieve their greater Israel project. How is Iran bad guys as well when they have never attacked anyone? I agree that they haven't attacked anyone, but they have made statements that they want to wipe Iran off the map. Like, Bush Green, if you were living somewhere, imagine you had a house. Hopefully, imagine you had a house and your next door neighbor was like, I don't like Bush Green. I want him out of that house. I'm going to one day bomb light his house on fire or bomb it or whatever. Would you not get defensive yourself and say, hey, you know what? We're going to build up our defenses here and possibly instigate an attack if we feel that they're about to attack us. Like, for decades, Iran has been saying that they want to wipe Israel off the map. It's not like Iran is completely innocent, Bush Green. You cannot pretend that Iran is completely innocent. Have they attacked anyone? No. Have they declared that they want to wipe out an entire culture and population of people off the map in the Middle East? Yes, and they've done it many, many, many times. So, Iran's threatening the bad guys who Israel is... how about we agree that they're both bad guys? Can we do that? Like, I understand you're siding with Iran, but to sit there and act like Iran is innocent is completely and unequivocally, like, factually just incorrect. They have blame to go around as well. A lot of countries do. Iran, Israel, the US, the UK. Like, there's a lot of blame to go around here. It's not just Israel that is evil. A lot of them are, shits. How can you agree Iran is bad? I believe Iran is bad is because of the way that they treat their people. Period. End of story. I believe North Korea is bad as well because of the way they treat their people. Is it bad to say that North Korea is bad? Bush Green, answer me this. Is North Korea a good or evil country? North Korea, good or evil? Am I not allowed to say North Korea is a piece of shit country because of the way that they treat their citizens? I don't like Iran because of the way they treat their citizens. Period. End of story. Full stop. It doesn't even forget the whole issue with them in Israel. The way they treat their citizens is why I don't like the Iranian government. End of story. Now, do I also dislike stuff that Israel is doing? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But I can dislike both countries. Iran is a piece of shit government. Or they have a piece of shit government running their country. But it's Zionist media telling us that they're bad. And USA and Israel are even worse. I'm telling you, they're all bad, dude. I'm not listening to just our media. Like, I feel like I'm listening to like a MAGA supporter or something that is like, oh, if you're not watching Rebel News, you're watching fake news. Like, they're all bad, okay?
I side on saving lives. I only care about saving lives. We have nothing.
You didn't answer my question either. Is North Korea an evil or bad country? Yes or no? Is North Korea evil?
To do
if you say no to that, then your opinion is just void at that point.
Yeah, Biden stupidly let us get into that mess.
Why is he going back to Biden again? It is nonstop, this guy, man. This guy is such a hard-on for Biden. It's crazy.
And gave him $350 billion. $350 billion. And yet, despite that, you saw how we did in the Middle East. We took in $5.1 trillion. We have $15 trillion almost, looking around that number, going to be invested in the U.S. So,
Bush Green, how do you feel? Tell me how you feel about Canada. I'm almost worried here, actually. I'm almost worried about how you feel about Canada.
The money is not the thing in this case. It's 5,000 young people are being killed every week in Russia, Ukraine. And if I can stop that, I'll be very happy. They're Ukrainian and they're Russian. So you could say, what am I doing? But I'd like to see if I could stop it.
Would you consider going? Do you think that Israel can fully eliminate the threat that Iran poses, this nuclear threat that they pose, without the United States?
Who said that?
No, I'm asking if you believe they can.
Well, it doesn't. It's irrelevant. Something's going to happen.
Mr. President, would you consider traveling to the Mideast as
Canada's good. Okay.
If it would help broker?
Thank you.
Yeah, but I think we're doing pretty well. We're talking. We have a thing called a telephone, so we're talking. But it's always better to talk in person.
Mr. President, do you want to see regime change in Iran?
I want to see no nuclear weapon in Iran, and we're well on our way to making sure that happens.
And we've had a discussion about that this morning. There's in the G7 absolute clarity in relation to the nuclear program. We do not want to see it.
Mr. President,
do you have a response?
What?
Can you go and see the UK will be protected from any future tariffs?
The UK is very well protected. You know why? Because I like them. That's why. That's their ultimate protection. Thank you very much. The Prime Minister's done a great job. I want to just tell that to the people of the United Kingdom. He's done a very, very good job. You know, he's done what other people, they've been talking about this deal for 6 years, right?
6 years.
And he's done what they haven't been able to do. So he's done really a very good job.
Did he bend the knee? Do you think he bent the knee?
I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let
Dear
him go get a
Starmer?
television network and say it so that people listen.
Quickly,
Thank you.
have you spoken to Zelensky before your bilat?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Japan?
A lot of them. Could happen. Well.
You were listening there to President Donald Trump with Sir Keir Starmer, and they just announced that they'd finalised the UK-US trade deal. Donald Trump described Keir Starmer as a friend. He said, we've become friends in a short space of time, and I just want to tell the people of the United Kingdom that he's done a terrific deal here, and he confirmed that the two sides had finalised the US-UK trade deal. He was also asked a number of questions about the escalating situation between Iran and Israel. He said that Israel has been doing very well, that he's in constant touch with the Israelis. He said that Iran is foolish to have not signed a deal, and that Iran should have signed a deal. He said, as soon as I leave here, I will be doing something, and he said that Iran wants to make a deal. So just summing up those two things, that the UK and the US have finalized their trade deal. He also spoke about the escalating situation.
Okay, this is unconfirmed. Hyphen, what's up, man? This is unconfirmed. Breaking: Trump is expected to sign an executive order within the next few hours to formally join the war. I was just going to say, I don't think he can sign an executive order to get in the war. So, I don't know who this person is. Got a lot of followers, though. I mean, he's followed by a lot of people that would that are generally not following fake news sites. So that's actually kind of I'm going to put this guy in my news thread here. That is interesting, actually. USA possibly joining the war? President Trump requests the NSC be prepared in the Situation Room. So somebody was saying earlier, that Trump has left the G7 early. This would possibly explain that. So why he's left early. He's headed back to Washington. Look at this. Over 10 million people in Tehran at 3 a.m. are being ordered to leave their houses immediately by a post on social media. I'm going to assume this is Tehran. Assume. Trump's now attacking Tucker Carlson, which is kind of interesting. That is interesting. We might actually see, and his political base do not want to see America get involved in another war. That is absolutely crazy. I want to see who's someone's lost their mind. US. Oh, they're talking live. We're not going to join there. May not be America joining it, but maybe extreme concerns on the pummeling Israel is getting. If America will be stuck. What? Iran will be. Come on, Iran will not be ready. There was a something that I showed yesterday, chat. Check this out. This was yesterday. Nuclear-powered U.S. aircraft carrier USS Nimitz is en route to the Middle East. This was yesterday. This is one of their oldest aircraft carriers, by the way. But it is a nuclear-powered submarine. But it's on the way to, I don't know where it currently is, how far away it was. It could be, relatively close by. But they're now sending in a nuclear-powered U.S. aircraft carrier to the Middle East. Trump promised he was not going to get involved in any wars. And then I also showed people this yesterday. that the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says Iran tried to assassinate President Trump twice. I honestly feel like that was a way for them to try and goad Trump into joining the war. Very, very interesting. I don't have anyone else so far, but this was just sent to me on my phone, actually. And this guy seems to have a lot of, like, legit people that are following him as well. So it'll be very, very interesting. When did he say this is happening? Prepared in the room. Let's see. It does sound like something has happened because Trump has ordered or asked people to leave Tehran. Like I was saying an hour ago, it sounds like something big is going to happen on Tehran. And now I don't think he can't sign an executive order. Like I don't think that works that way. I'm not American, so I'm not positive, but that's crazy if true. Absolutely crazy if true. Anyways, let's go back up to Al Jazeera and
Tawhid
I want to see if I can find some more on them declaring war.
We're dealing with an unprecedented escalation between Iran and Israel. The recent developments that we see on the ground here in Tehran are unbelievable. We've got this building related to the IRIB or the state TV, which was targeted by the Israeli strikes. Speaking of that, I can say that.
No, he needs. I do believe that POTUS does need consent from Congress, right? Do they not have to put it to a vote in Congress? I don't think the sitting president can just suddenly say, you know what, we're attacking Canada, and that they can do it.
Be complex containing different buildings. The building under attack is perhaps, I can say, the most important one. It's resulted in
so far on the cameras. Do you guys like this view better? So far, we don't have anything on here.
Under this broad category of IRB, they are working. So we saw this live coverages of a lady presenter, Emami, who was continuing her job while the studio was under attack. This video is getting more and more viral across the social media inside Iran.
We heard this guy before. See if we can
as a late customs worker from their country became
I'm
one
trying
of
to
the Catholic
find
Church's newest saints. Floribert Boana Chui
okay.
was honored by
we now have the Chinese embassy advising citizens to leave Israel through land border crossings, etc., etc. Things are about to escalate here, chat. Things are about to escalate.
26-year-old Kaziti was kidnapped and killed in 2007
So we've got
after he'd stopped rancid
the
grain
Chinese
bound
embassy is
for
now
Goma,
advising
crossing
citizens to
over
leave
from the
Israel
border
through land border
to
crossings as soon as
Rwanda.
possible.
Now, those who knew him say that he was aware of the risks that he took and did so because it was in line with his faith.
It's a joyful feeling to be able to follow the ceremony live.
Here, let me again take a look at this. Apparently, this is video of prisons being toppled and people, political prisoners in Tehran escaping, and they're suggesting that this is a proof of a partial collapse of the Iranian state. So, this really doesn't really look like much so far. Those white shirts are all prisoners? Yeah, apparently oh wow. It's too bad the video quality isn't better. They might be scared that they're actually taking video. I don't know. Oh yeah, those guys are all definitely in the same uniform. Dude, if I was a prisoner in the Iranian prison, I would be bouncing fast. Look at this. Here it is, supposed footage of prisoners who escaped or got released from a local prison in Tehran, Italy. If confirmed, it would prove the partial collapse of the Iranian state structures. We saw similar events happening before the fall of Assad in Syria. The same thing did happen in Syria. I wonder if we're about to see the fall of the regime in Iran. A lot of those people are, for sure, a lot of them are probably wrongfully arrested. They're probably just political opponents. But here's this one here. Chinese embassy. Here, I'm gonna. Okay, I don't understand what they're saying. Chinese embassy is advising citizens to leave Israel through land border crossings as soon as possible. Something is about to happen. We've got that, and then we've also got this this Suleiman Ahmed, who's followed by very reputable reporters or people on Twitter. He's saying that Trump is expected to sign an executive order in the next few hours to formally join the war. The source is Israeli Channel 14. Again, I don't think that he can just sign an executive order. I believe through American law, they have to go through Congress. But this is getting crazy now because now we're getting, these suggestions that Trump's going to sign an executive order to start the war. And just a few hours ago, Trump was urging people to leave Tehran. Like something big is happening. Holy Land is about to get cratered. It's come to this. Something big is about to happen, guys. Like this is now it's suddenly, it's getting real
Israel
very quickly
and
here.
Iran. Let's bring in our James Matthews, who joins me live from the G7 summit. James, we're going to speak with Cordelia in a moment about those talking points that he made about Israel and Iran. But I just want to ask you about this finalizing of this trade deal between the UK and the US.
Yeah, hi, Yalda. A momentous occasion, I suppose.
Hold on. Not that Polly Market is anything, but just in very recent hours, 69% the U.S. takes military action against Iran. Hold on. I want to send this to someone. That is... shit is hitting the fan. This is, anyways, that is, we'll see if they're correct, but they've suddenly dramatically increased the odds of the U.S.
Certainly
winning
one
the war here.
that was trailed by Sir Keir Starmer when he came here to
You think the G7 leaders want Trump to go to war?
How this deal would be implemented very soon.
I don't know,
It has
man.
been stalled, of course. I was there in the Oval Office.
I think the people of other countries would like to see the Iranian government toppled, and allow the Iranian people to put in somebody that is going to treat them properly. I think those of us that live in the West would like to see that, because we know Iranian people themselves they're fantastic people. Like my friends who are born here, their parents are Iranian. Their parents are the nicest people in the world.
When it was announced in the company of the British ambassador, Peter Mandelson. And, the deal in terms of the figures, not ideal, and something that Britain, the United Kingdom, will have been largely underwhelmed by, but it was pretty much the best that they could reach for in the circumstances. Still that baseline 10% tariff, which was an increase on what had existed previously, so not perhaps ideal. What was even less ideal was the delay that we have seen since
They're
that day in the
classified
Oval
Area.
Office.
Hey,
and
let's
this
see what
day
these
at the
Area 51
G7
jets are
summit.
all about.
But as you saw
We're
there,
going to see some
that
UFO
is the
looking
deal
planes.
finally signed. I mean, Donald Trump fluffed his lines rather when, well, first of all, he dropped the paper of the agreement and also described it as a deal signed with the European Union. Clearly, he got the script wrong. It is a US-UK deal. He said the details of it would be revealed and announced and poured over in due course. So we wait to pick over the bones of the figures, the detail, the value to the United Kingdom of that tense, long-running negotiation, of course.
Trying to find more
but a
evidence
result-
that
a
the
result
US is
for
about to
Sir
declare
Keir
war.
Starmer coming here to Canada. Quite how big and good a result will depend, frankly, on what's in that agreement. So we wait to see. But that's the big news. That was the headline from that Q&A.
Any
The other one, of
Americans in
course,
chat?
and you're gonna
I
speak to
think you
Corby
are.
shortly
Other
about
people?
it, is the business of Israel.
Can you
and
confirm
Iran.
that
And
Trump's
as you
got to get
pointed out, Beth Rigby, our own Beth Rigby,
the okay from
was
Congress to
asking the
declare war? I
questions,
believe that's
the
true. I
first
just want
one
to confirm.
Donald Trump. Essentially, where does it go from here? And he said Iran would be foolish not to sign a deal. He said Iran effectively is still at the negotiating table as he would have it, and he expects a deal to be signed by Iran.
James, thank you so much for bringing us up to date. And
So apparently, this same account has also announced that
All right, let's go ahead and bring in Elijah Magnier.
Thomas Massey said Monday he would lead a push in the Republican-led House of Representatives to prohibit U.S. involvement in the escalating conflict between Iran and Israel. So I don't know Thomas Massey. I'm not American, so I don't know if he's. I'm going to assume he's a Republican and he wants to push them to reject Trump declaring war. But, what do I know?
On what's happening, all this escalation, where do you see things going from here? Is there a point at which things calm down and can de-escalate, or is this only going to continue
very quickly?
Thank you for having me. I think it's going to continue escalating because we are just on the first days of the war that Israel declared on Iran. And also the Israeli officials, Prime Minister, the army, all...
Bush Green, okay, I don't mind you having your opinion, but overwhelmingly the U.S. government does not want to go to war. Okay, so to call them Zionists or under Zionist control, they do not want to go to war. Okay, so if you want to claim that Trump is a Russian asset or that Trump wants to go to war, fine, but overwhelmingly the U.S. government and the people of the USA do not want to get involved.
All warned the Israeli society that this war is going to be heavy and the price is going to be extremely high. But the society that all stands behind Benjamin Netanyahu and support the war in Iran did not expect this level of destruction because since 1973, Israel never waged a war on a country and never been attacked in this scale in the heart of Tel Aviv. So now they are realizing what the Palestinians have been suffering.
Here we go, chat. Instant News Alerts is reporting that Trump has requested that the NSC, National Security Council, be prepared in the situation room for his return as he leaves the G7 early due to developments in the Middle East. So he has once again left the G7 early. And I'm sure that the other leaders are relieved. Anyways.
What the Lebanese have been suffering.
Trump's on his way back home.
They see the destruction in front of them. Building in Tel Aviv, in Haifa, destroyed. Fire everywhere. The properties no longer exist. The number of 8 people killed, 250 wounded in one day, that unheard of since a very long time in Israel. So all that is not something that the society was ready for. The officials are and were But confronting the reality is something different. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu has objectives to meet.
Check this out. Check this out. This is yesterday. This is yesterday. These are all refueling planes that are leaving the U.S. They're all heading over the Atlantic. 28 of them in total. Something's going down, chat. Something is definitely going down here.
Destroy the nuclear capability of Iran, prevent Iran from enriching uranium, destroy the missile program, and eventually, if he can, by his Operation Rising Lion, to eat his prey, which means destroy the Islamic Republic and the ruling system. Now, of course, he will scale down his objectives when he sees this kind of destruction. And we have seen Iran waking up from the first shock and surprise of day one when Israel surprised the Iranians and killed many officers. But now we see everything back in control, and we see a very controlled bombing on different hours during the day.
Crazy to see a live nuke.
Waves, different kinds of missiles. And
there'd be a lot of innocent people that want nothing to do with war that would die because of that nuke.
Limit of the Iron Dome, David Slang, and all the layer of interception missile that Israel is using, extremely costly but not infinite.
Elijah, earlier there was a
Bush Green. I don't know what gander means.
U.S. President
so
Donald Trump
that might
had
be
vetoed
just a bad translation, but I don't know what gander
by
means.
The Israeli government to kill Iran's supreme leader. I want to get your perspective on this because Trump had also said that it's possible that the U.S. could get involved in the war.
Burning in Haifa.
These seem to be contradictory
that is
messages.
oil station,
about what
like
the
oil
US
refinery
would or
place
would
or
not
something
do
that's
going
there.
forward. What do you
One of their
think as
energy
far as
places.
what role the U.S. may play going forward in this conflict?
This was hit yesterday, last night.
What we hear from President Trump at the beginning is he was part of the ruse with Benjamin Netanyahu against Iran when he spoke on the day.
I have to type it differently, so I don't know. Get it filtered. I just don't know what I don't know what the original translation is supposed to be.
In Oman, Muscat will go.
Like just say the word. I don't pick people out of.
Positive, and then he goes to bed, and Iran is bombed. And in the morning, he gives a warning to the Iranians that they have to accept his terms before everything is going to be destroyed. So he had a full plan of the operation. Therefore, the Iranians are not going to believe him. Secondly, the Israelis will kill.
Alerts are now. Alerts are actually going off in Tel Aviv right now. We had somebody. Omar, are you still here? I don't know if Omar is still here, but apparently there's sirens going off in Tel Aviv, like incoming missile warnings.
Makes
Tel Aviv
huge
going
difference to have the leader of the revolution. That
are you in Israel, Typhon?
Army, the head of the armed forces, the one who decide war and peace, and the one that direct the country what to do next and how far they can go in this war and when to negotiate. Therefore, creating the chaos in Iran is the favorite plan for Benjamin Netanyahu. In particular,
there were rumors.
He is seeing now.
There were rumors earlier today and late yesterday that today was going to be a massive attack by Iran. It sounds like over the first few days, Iran was beating down Israel's air defense system. So when you'd see all these missiles come in, a lot of them were just cheap little crappy missiles that were coming in to confuse the system, and so that supersonic missiles could come in and not get hit, not get intercepted. So that's what they were apparently doing to beat down the missile system. Maybe they feel like it's been beat down enough where they can just launch a full-on attack. We'll see what happens.
And on the 61 day, then this is when the war started. So I don't think this is something that anything comes from President Trump is going to be taken seriously.
Elijah, let me also ask you about the view from Iran. We have seen statements from various officials in Iran essentially saying that they're in no mood to negotiate any kind of a ceasefire unless Israel stops its attacks on Iran. We've also seen indications that perhaps Iran would be willing to enter back into nuclear talks with the U.S. if this conflict had stopped. What do you think? What does Iran want to do going forward? Do they want to get into a situation where there can be a ceasefire?
Here, I'm gonna put all the monitors up, because here's the camera for all the cities. If there's incoming missiles, I want to, see if it's coming up. So far, we don't see anything coming up on the monitors. Yeah, they're all live views, these ones here. Oh, wait, whoa. Oh, it's just a streak. What? Oh, these are bugs flying by the camera. I was like, what the hell is this zooming by? Oh, wait, no, that's something. This is, hold on. That is definitely something. This definitely looked like stuff was moving from here. And it says this is one of their Iran missile sites. There were white streaks that were just like flying out of here, and I don't know if they were missiles or what that was, but you see these white streaks that are moving? Okay, do it. Okay, like those ones there. Like, are those missiles? Or are those bugs flying in front of a camera? Like, they're going so fast, I don't know exactly what those are. See, like here, where it was slow, it looked like it was just a slow bug. But these were moving across so fast. It might be bugs. Did we just almost think that World War III was starting because of a bunch of bugs that were going in front of the camera? Oh, jeez. Anyways, all right, we'll continue on. Let's go back to all the. But we'll keep track of this sort of stuff. Bernie Sanders has now submitted legislation to prevent Trump from going to war against Iran. This is all happening in the last several minutes. Iran missiles aiming for Tel Aviv metropolitan. Okay, so the missiles are on their way. Have launched from Iran towards Israel. Will arrive in a few minutes. Man, it only takes a few minutes to get across there. So we're probably gonna let's see if I can find a live feed of Tel Aviv. Hold on. Let's see if I can find a good. Here we go. Here we go. Apparently, it's going to arrive within a few minutes. So we're gonna leave this up here and we're gonna sit here and wait. Bush Green, we know that Israel. Bush Green, I'm not disagreeing with you. Israel, USA, Iran, all three of them. All three of them are dishonest governments. I agree. Okay, let's see. Apparently, missiles should be landing. This is Tel Aviv. We've also got up in the top left corner. We've got Jerusalem, Haifa. So apparently missiles have started to launch from Iran, and it should only take a few minutes for them to land. Multiple reports now that Iran has launched missiles. So shit is going to get real very quickly here. Multiple reports from many different news agencies are now reporting that Iran has launched missiles. So leave the sound off and just wait to, because I think this video should actually have sound too if missiles start landing. Trump says Iran should have signed a deal, but Israel terminated all the. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we know that. Terminated the head of their nuclear program, military leaders, etc., etc. Let's see. We've got a report that American forces are maintaining their defensive posture, and that is not changed. We will protect American troops and our interests. Oh, here we go. Oh, wait, is this now? Is this live? Hold on. No. No. Okay. So we're still waiting. Apparently, heavy missile fire has been... a lot of missiles been launched from Iran, and apparently it only takes a few minutes to get over to Israel. Like, that is crazy how fast that is. But we'll see. Let's see. U.S. officials confirm Middle East-based forces remain in defensive posture, and that U.S. is not yet participating in strikes against Iran, per CNN. Breaking: U.S. is not joining Israeli. Hold on, I'm actually going to put this up here so you guys can read it as well. U.S. is not joining Israel offensively in its military operation, per U.S. officials, despite reports that President Trump asked the NSC and Situation Room to be readied. I'm told if he's traveling from California to Washington, he's just left maybe 2 hours ago, his flight is still another 3 hours away from Washington, D.C. Although they do have like live communication between his plane and the Situation Room. So that doesn't necessarily mean anything that he's far away. Where was it? In Kananaskis, which is basically Alberta, in the Rocky Mountains. It's a really nice area, but that's where the G7 leaders and other leaders of other countries that they've invited as well. Like I know the South African president is there. I keep seeing these bloody flies or bugs or whatever flying past the camera. I'm like, is that a missile? Is that a missile? Never heard of it. It's a small community. Very, very pretty area, though. Very pretty area. So I know when Keir Starmer and the other leaders showed up, they just kind of wandered around and just like stared in awe of the Rocky Mountains. Like it's a very pretty area. Okay, so we are currently just sitting here waiting to see if these rockets and missiles start to land here. We didn't see them take off, but there's been multiple reports. Multiple reports that missiles have been launched. Here, let's go back up to the top. President Trump orders National Security Council to assemble in the Situation Room. So he'll be talking to them while he's on the plane. Reports of explosions in Tel Aviv. Israel media, the attack was a surprise. We haven't seen anything landing on any of the cameras. Apparently they're saying that there's reports of explosions, but we haven't seen anything that would suggest that. I don't know where this camera is. Isfahan area, Iran. I thought I just saw something streak by the sky that looked like it could have been a missile. But we haven't seen anything coming down. Let me see if I can find another live feed from Tel Aviv. If we've got one that's a little better. Well, this one is another live one, but it's got many more cameras, but many more spots in Israel. You remember yesterday though that everyone was on heightened alert, thinking, okay, Israel's done something, and then everybody waited for quite a while, and then nothing happened, and then suddenly the bombardment started. We should. Apparently, it's just a few minutes. Dead. Now the question is, has Israel? I think Israel had an attack done earlier today. Yeah, here's breaking: incoming missile sirens sounded in several parts of central Israel after launches from Iran. So we'll see. And this was 4 minutes ago, so incoming should be soon. Eight U.S. senators submit a bill to prevent the U.S. from entering Israel's war with Iran. I wish they would list if they were American or Democratic or Republican senators. So I believe I am correct. Any Americans in the chat confirm? In order to declare war on Iran, I believe Trump would have to have the support of the Senate, correct? Yeah, China has also told people, but there are reports that, Israel and the U.S. need a regime change. They're doing. I would not disagree with you there, Bush Green. Not disagree with you. Apparently, Israel told its people not to go into shelters because of fake alarms and terrorist targets on those shelters. So you're suggesting that maybe there's no missiles coming in? There's a lot of people that are reporting that they've been launched, though. Okay, so Alex Pfeiffer is suggesting that there are no American jets participating in airstrikes in Iran, according to Israel Channel 4. I'd heard from another source that there were Americans that were participating in striking down. Okay, I swear I just saw a missile go by on this camera up here. Maybe it was a stupid bird, but it was something that went really fast. There's actually a bird flying in front of it and bugs. It was distracting me when I'm not looking directly at it. So why Biden gave $7 billion US to Iran when they were exchanging prisoners? Seems like people are opposed getting involved in all parties. I don't think anyone wants to see war break out here again. Okay, what is this guy talking about? Israel will use the Samson option and nuke the U.S.? What? What is that all about? Still nothing on this cam. Do we have this camera on? Oh, we do. So that's this camera down here, it looks like. Yeah, this big camera I have at full screen as well. President Trump has instructed his national security team to be ready at the Situation Room as he travels back to the White House after cutting short his trip to the G7 summit. Two sources now have told ABC. So they gave $7 billion back to Iran that had already originally been theirs in exchange for American prisoners. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of like, I kind of gotta go to the washroom, but I don't want to just yet. Air raid sirens have sounded across Tel Aviv. Be interesting to see how many Republican senators sign this. I don't know how many. Hold on, let me Google it. A declaration of war requires a majority vote in both the House of Representatives and the Senate as per the Constitution. However, the president can deploy troops without a formal declaration of war, as seen with many conflicts since World War II. For treaties, the Senate needs a 2/3 vote. For treaties, they do? So apparently he just needs a majority in both the House and the Senate, and the Republican Party does have a majority. But whether or not all the Republicans would be willing to go along with that, because there's a lot of American people that would be pissed, including MAGA. Like, that's one of the reasons why they voted for Trump, is because he promised them no wars. They would be angry. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is one of the missiles launched from Iran. Gotta wonder how much supply they have. Hey, thanks for the follow there, man. I appreciate it. That was Bush Green. Hey, man, thank you very much for the follow. Bush Green following me now on Twitch. I appreciate that, man, that you came over. Feel free to watch me on any platform that you want, though. If you have an ad blocker, feel free to watch me on YouTube. I really have no problem with that at all. I have chat up for all channels. So if you're on YouTube, say hello. Been quiet. I see a couple people on Kick as well. Feel free to say hello. But if you're just joining us, apparently missiles have been launched from Iran. And they don't take very long to get to Israel. So we're just kind of waiting for that to happen. Easy, another great news stream. I've been lurking for an hour. Crazy shit. I know, dude. Crazy. Crazy stuff is going on. But so far, nothing has happened, which is good. So far. That they're censoring? Well, they haven't been. Like last night, all the missile strikes were coming in, right? So we definitely should see it. They haven't been censoring so far. It did take a while yesterday as well, right? I think the tactic that the Iranians use is they send in a bunch of their like old crappy missiles that they know are going to probably get intercepted. And then while the air defense system is actively targeting those, they're supersonic missiles that come in, the ones that you see that just come in super fast. They come in and strike their targets while the air defense system is already busy with the other crappy missiles, basically. That's a tactic that I've seen is being reported. They're 10 hours ahead, so it is about 4 o'clock in the morning now in Iran. Maybe 5 o'clock in the morning. So it does look like it's starting to become daylight out on some of those cameras. And usually these strikes, they just happen at nighttime. So We'll have to see. Well, this one here's a loop because it's a Twitch video. Let's you can see them trying to censor everything if the Iron Shield is failing. Yeah, but you're going to have people in Israel that are going to be able to get the video out like through Twitter or other means as well, right? So you're definitely going to see them having some video that comes out. And you will see it on the Twitter feed very quickly. Like, it will come out very quickly. So we're just going to keep refreshing. But remember, last night it did take some time. So just because it hasn't happened yet, definitely does not mean that it won't happen. I've got a special feed, a Twitter feed that I'm looking at as well. President Trump decided not to sign the G statement calling for de-escalation between Israel and Iran. The New York Times report citing a White House official. So of all the people that were at the G7, President Trump decided not to sign the statement calling for de-escalation between Israel and Iran. Something's happening. I have a report from Finn Twitter that says Iranian missile strikes target occupied territories. When they say occupied territories, do they mean like occupied territories like in the West Bank? And Israel imposes a ban on live aerial broadcasts. These seem to be live because the sun is actually coming up there. And we always see that the sun's coming up, obviously, in Iran beforehand. It's still like another like half an hour before the sun's going to start coming up in Israel. Still waiting, though. There are going to be ads on Twitch relatively soon, in about 10 minutes. Feel free to jump over onto Kick or onto YouTube, but the links are down below. Just in case an ad starts before I, just in case an ad starts and so you don't miss any of this. So feel free to jump over there if you want. What they might be waiting for, actually, is those older missiles. They're not supersonic, so it might be taking them a lot longer to actually get to Israel than the big supersonic missiles. So that missile that we saw that was launched, it might have been like just a video of one of their slow missiles. So that could be the reason for why it's taking so long. See you later, silly dead clown. Have a good one, man. So far, nothing. Remember when Trump said he wanted a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, but then USA vetoed a UN ceasefire, the only country to veto? They lied to our faces. They are criminals and must be arrested. Were they the only country to veto? I do remember when it was a surprise that the USA was one of the countries that vetoed one of those petitions in the UN. It was like the USA, North Korea, and Russia. It was like, wait a second, you're siding with Russia? Yeah, this bottom, like you can see these feeds where it's daylight out now. These are all in Iran. Those are all in Iran. Oh, what? If any of my live feeds are actually showing anything. None of the live feeds are showing anything to watch the city, so. But here, 20 seconds. USA Today reporting Trump urges everyone in Tehran to evacuate before it's too late. It's already daytime in Tehran, though. So usually they've been striking at night. Bushgreen really is opposed to Israel and the USA. I am kind of curious as to where you're from Bushgreen. What is this? New York Times is apparently reporting that I don't know that I trust raw alerts so much. I'd like to actually see a New York Times post. But New York Times is reporting that President Donald Trump is weighing a critical decision amid the escalating 4-day war between Israel and Iran, whether to directly intervene by assisting Israel in striking Iran's deeply buried nuclear enrichment facility at Fordo, a site so fortified that only U.S. bunker buster bombs deployed by American B-2 stealth bombers are capable of reaching. You're from the UK, okay. Oh, Iran launched 3 missiles at Israel. Only 3? We might not see much then. Hassan Abbey has reported Iraq has weapons of mass destruction and needs a regime change, and the people will welcome us as liberators. I guess he's talking about us as in Americans. I do think the Iranian people would love a regime change, as long as it was a decent, regime. If it was going to be like another Shah situation, they wouldn't be too happy. I need a regime change in your house. Your wife ordering you around again, Bushgreen? So apparently it's only 3 missiles. Okay, so I mean it's that's a good thing. I didn't want to say that's disappointing because I mean that's not what I mean. But it's like only 3 missiles are coming. Should their air defense system have any problem knocking those out of the air? I feel like they should be able to take out 3 missiles. Netanyahu has just said, we are telling the citizens of Tehran to evacuate. We are taking action. Iran says it's preparing for the largest missile attack it has ever done on Israel. 38 seconds ago. So is that happening now, or I find it weird that they would only launch 3 missiles. Like, said the same thing about Afghanistan and Iraq wars. Well, they need a proper regime change, not to put in like a puppet government. They need to allow the Iranian people to have proper, elections and. So far, all is quiet though. So far, all is quiet. There is an ad going on right now. Hold on, let me. If you're watching on. Let me just. Ads have come on Twitch. Yeah, I just posted a link. Pushgreen's got accounts everywhere, man. He's good. I posted a link to go to my YouTube if you're watching. So you're not getting ads, but ads have started on. Since ads have started, I'm gonna actually take this time to go to the washroom. I'll be right back, guys. Go grab a drink. Don't go away. Something is apparently happening. Be right back. Hey, C-Mac, you here for some Ann coverage? We're apparently waiting for missiles that have been fired from Iran. I mean, who knows? Maybe they got intercepted by jets on the way. Okay, so we've got reports that 5 more U.S. Air Force tankers have now crossed the Atlantic. So that's now 33 of them in the last, 20 hours have left for Europe. Well, nothing so far. Still nothing. I didn't have the sound on, but now I've got the sound on. Well, the chickens are up. Bushgreen, the religious ideology of all religions, say stuff like that. Right? It's not just the Jewish people, dude. I am not a fan of religion, period, so wonder what the coverage of Grenada was like back in the day. Hopefully better than this. Hopefully better than my coverage, Ronnie Glass. Bushgreen, there's extremists in all religions. Not just Israel, man. Name me a religion that doesn't have extremists. Maybe Buddhism? I don't know. They all have their whack jobs, though. Let's be honest. And I'm sorry if you're religious and take offense to that. It's just true. Yeah, Scientologists they're pretty stable individuals. It is actually daylight, like complete daylight now in Tehran. Usually when Israel has attacked, it's been during the nighttime, so I don't know that Israel has sent anything over earlier, but still reports of missiles that have been sent from well, hold on. I'm gonna bring this over here. Donald Trump has directed members of his team to attempt a meeting with Iranian officials as quickly as possible, according to a person familiar with the matter and a U.S. official. As he urgently works to determine whether Tehran is serious about diplomacy. Interesting. CBS, citing U.S. officials, reports that the United States will not join Israel offensively. We reported that earlier. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is returning to Washington, D.C. tonight with President Donald Trump. A State Department spokesman said, well, they left the G7 early. They did leave. Something is definitely up because they are suddenly in like the mode of we need to get shit done. Which religion led to Jim Jones? Scientology? No, not Scientologists. For sure not, right? Is to come before the Jewish year 6000. It's currently... Yeah, I don't know anything about the Jewish Messiah. I'm going to actually Google this. When does the Jewish Messiah come? In Jewish tradition, the Messiah's arrival is foretold to occur before the year 6000 of the Hebrew calendar, which corresponds to the year 2240. While some Jewish scholars and texts such as the specify this headline, others believe the Messiah's arrival is contingent upon humanity's actions and repentance. Yeah, the Amish are pretty peaceful. This is true. The Amish are pretty peaceful. The isn't the Amish religion though? Isn't that just like that's a form of Christianity though? Is it not? Like the Amish are a group of people, but it is Christianity that they're taught, right? They just have a very strict form of, version of it. Like they literally take the Bible and they follow it verse for verse. Still nothing over Israel, so. How are you guys doing on YouTube? Is the feed over on YouTube good tonight? I know. I just saw something flash over the Tel Aviv. No, nothing's landing? Okay. Sometimes I'll just quickly see a flash. I don't know if it's a bug in front of the camera or if it's a missile. Like I'll just catch it out of the corner of my eye. And it's like, what the hell was that? Is World War III about to start? What just happened here? Politics streamer, I'm just streaming what I'm watching, what I'm normally watching on TV. This or on the internet. This is what I do when I'm not gaming. And I just happen to have today off as well. I am not going back to WoW, dude. That is just not happening. T-Mac has been begging me. Pleading with me. I get messages from him every day. It's like, can you please play WoW again? I'm like, no, dude. No, stop. They beat their families in the name of God. Are you talking about the Amish? How does this escalate into a World War III? I believe that if it were to escalate into World War III, it's because you suddenly see countries like China and stuff like that get involved. Like if China and Russia and then start to help Iran, and then the US starts to help Israel, then like shit is gonna get real. Same as if like somebody drops a nuke, instantly shit is gonna get real. Nothing ever happens. Well, this is what we thought yesterday too, remember? Yesterday it was like we waited, and then it was like, okay, it looks like nothing's happened, and then suddenly a just massive attack happened. This is the first I've heard about the Jewish Messiah. I'm not gonna lie. I've never really followed the you know, any I had family members that were Jehovah's Witnesses, and like older relatives of mine would be like, yeah, it was crazy because like every like 20 years the world was supposed to end, and then it never did. Only reporting what people's live on them. I'm from Ohio, so the Amish area is popular. People around my area are safe. I had always heard that they were pretty peaceful. It's good entertainment. I mean, like, I don't want to see anything happen, right? I don't want to see any innocent people get killed. I'd rather nothing happen tonight. You know, but there are reports that 3 missiles have been launched from Iran, which doesn't sound like a lot. Like, why would you only launch 3? You'd think that Israel should be easily able to knock those out of the air, but so far there haven't been any reports. We were promised missiles, dude. We were showing video of a missile being launched, man, but that was like half an hour ago, maybe even an hour ago. What was that noise? Oh, it seems like it was a car going by or something. Mao and Stalin were both atheists and had hundreds of millions of their own people killed. You can solely blame religion for bad things, but at the end of the day... Whoa, 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 what's going on here with the cameras? Oh, they're just resetting? Just resetting the cameras. I think they changed the location, too. I think a couple of them moved from Tehran to Israel. The end of the day, people religious or not can do some evil things, most definitely. And there's other atrocities around the world as well. Like, take a look at what happened in Cambodia. You know, like how people were treated during the Khmer Rouge. North Korea. Like, apparently there's a plane landing. You guys hear that? Bush Green, the announcement was that the missiles were launched from Iran. So we're waiting to see. Yeah, Rwanda is another example. Well, I don't know how long it takes missiles to travel from Iran to Israel. When we saw it announced, it said that they should arrive in a few minutes. And I was like, man, that sounds fast. 13 minutes, CMAC? Oh, it's been over 13 minutes so far. CMAC's the one that pressed the button. He knows exactly how long. It takes 13 minutes and 12 seconds. Well, apparently CMAC, they were using like cheaper like subsonic missiles or ballistic missiles. They were launching them first to get to overwhelm the air defense system, and then having their supersonic big missiles come in like in the middle of all that and just kind of whip past everything. Can't we all just get along? I mean, we can't even agree on what faction to play on World of Warcraft, so... This is, I hear dogs barking now. Do dogs know something's up? I believe last night, though, when people were listening in on this, they could hear the sirens going off suddenly. I don't know if sirens are still going off in Tel Aviv. Am I in Israel? Yes. No, I'm not. I'm pretty close by. I'm in Vancouver, Canada. Oh, sounds like a plane. Hold on. What was that? That is definitely a jet engine. Or a jet of some sort. I don't know what camera it's coming from, though. It may have just been a fighter jet flying overhead or something, though. Or don't know, Krelke, don't we have some kind of agreement to help protect Israel? And what does it consist of? I mean, the U.S. side? Apparently, yes. And apparently it's just a defensive agreement. So there was some sort of a plane that flew over. Not sure exactly what it was, but that just suddenly came out of nowhere. Probably why Trump's general said we may get involved. I mean, Trump has very recently left the G7. And he's flying home, and he's had their security council. They're probably talking right now, but apparently they've requested a meeting, an immediate meeting with the Iranians to determine whether or not they're actually serious and want peace. How well is Pierre received? Who's Pierre? You mean Pierre Poilievre? I mean, he lost the election. I don't know if that's who you're talking about. Pierre Poilievre? He's the leader of the official opposition, but his popularity has gone way down since the election. That party needs a new leader. He's very uncharismatic, and his ideas are he is not the right person for right now. The chickens are up. Lost his riding. Now they're going to basically give him a riding that is he's got a guaranteed win. Also that he can continue on as the party leader when in fact they need a new leader. Okay, well, nothing so far. Let's oh, what's this? Hold on. IAEA urgent meeting, possible radiation inside Iran's facility, nuclear facility. I wonder if maybe that's why they're meeting. So apparently, maybe there's radiation leaking from the nuclear facility in Iran. Well, you can have nuclear power plants, Ronnie Glass. What do you think nuclear power plants blowing up? Well, that's why they're developing nuclear. Everyone knows they were developing nuclear energy, Ronnie Glass. The argument is that now they were trying to make weapons. They were allowed to have nuclear power plants. I've reached 100% enrichment. I can tell you that much for sure, many times. There's some rooster that is just going to town right now. Okay, we're gonna mute the chicken. No more chicken. Show some explosions. I can. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want people to interpret it as I don't want to have people see it on my stream and go, wait a second, hold on. This is yesterday. Watch how fast some of these come in. Watch how fast some of them come in. It's like, holy crap. Like, crazy. Oh, you see how fast that one came in? That was crazy.
זה היציאה, עדי. וואי, זה נראה כמו זיקוקים. Pretty crazy how fast they come in. Those are actually the slower ones. Some go as fast as Mach 4. So how long would it take them to get from Iran
but
to
the
Israel?
important aspect out of everything is that particular.
Ellie, you wouldn't have time to get out of the way. One of those things
is
coming
not
down
only
at
for
you.
oil. All the rest of the trade, also those particular containers and ships that go past that path. So if that is closed, we're going to go back to the previous chapter where these particular shipping containers from across the Atlantic, coming from China, they will have to reroute. That means shipment delays of up to 3 months or at least 2 months. Yesterday, we were having a survey with a lot of industries in Europe. And the main concern among those particular entrepreneurs were that if this particular path is closed, we are going to have another major
I thought for a second they were
supply
showing
shock in Europe.
people attacking,
because
but
we are not going to be able to get anything across from China or anywhere around that part of the world. I think right now, if you look at the volatility index, if you look at the other riskier assets, we do not see much of that strength in those particular ones. We don't see much panic in the market as well, because everyone is thinking that, okay, this could be one of those tit for tat.
Get an update
and
on Twitter
perhaps there
here.
could be some sort of a negotiation tactics along the way. But if the US gets involved, things could get very serious. And I think that is what most of the investors are very much
Look at this. Apparently
blindsided currently looking. I'm not looking at that particular.
apparently this is from let me try and blow this up for you guys though. Apparently this is Tehran, people trying to leave the city. We were talking about this earlier. Like, I don't want war, but I would have absolutely no problem with the Tehran government being toppled and allowing the Iranian people to be free. So, Bush Green, you were talking earlier about Americans. Like, this is a perfect example. There's Americans in my chat, lots of them. Americans do not want to go to war. Like, they definitely are not on the side of getting their noses into another war. But both Russia and China, here's Keemster. I don't use him for news, but China was urging people to get out of Tel Aviv immediately. America has warned people in Tehran to get out, and now we can see all the traffic of people that are trying to leave. This must have been earlier because it's daytime now in Iran. So this is definitely sometime last night. Why shouldn't the Israel government be toppled? Sure, topple them too, dude. Fine. That doesn't mean that Iran shouldn't be toppled as well. I'm not a fan of the Israeli government either. But sure, topple them too if it makes you happy.
Like the different the difference between like the Israel people, the people of Israel, they're actually able to live relatively free. The Iranian people are not. Women in that country get killed if they show too much hair. You understand the difference, my friend? Like, there's a slight difference. Slight difference, my friend. Now, is the government evil in Israel? Sure, I can listen to your argument for that. I can listen to your argument for that. But if you're comparing how people are living in the country, it's night and day, dude. Night and day. But is Israel doing the topple? Okay, but fine, topple both their governments then, Bush Green. That doesn't mean Iran shouldn't be toppled. In the West, we have OnlyFans. Do they not have OnlyFans in Israel? I'm not moving there then. I'm not moving there. So you think they have the right to topple? No, the citizens have the right to topple a government. Like whatever can be done to allow the citizens of Iran to be free. Like, I'm all for it, man. Iranian people are extremely friendly individuals. Like, regardless of how Western media tries to portray them, they're extremely friendly people. They are not like these, they're not ruthless people that are hoping for the death of the infidels type people. They're very friendly, very nice people, very honest. I would love to see their country freed from their tyrannical government that they have there. What's the word I'm looking for? A government that is a theologian or whatever it's called type of government, where it's basically run by a head cleric, Khomeini. I think that's his name. Like theocracy. Thanks, C-Mac. Like it's an evil regime, and is Israel causing atrocities as well? Yes. I do not support the lengths that they've gone to in Gaza. Absolutely not. Do I think that they have the right to defend themselves? Sure. Do I think they have the right to go after Hamas? Sure. Do I think they have the right to kill tens of thousands of innocent people in Gaza? No, I don't. More people have been killed in the name of religion in the history of Earth. True. Dating back centuries. Dating back to before, like, Jesus Christ, if you're a believer. Oh my God, Bush Green, you're just simply not listening, my friend. I'm not talking about Israel causing regime change. I want the people of Iran to rise up and cause regime change. Please listen. I've said this 10 times since you've been here, dude. I literally think you're just trolling me at this point. I'm not calling for Israel to cause regime change. I just want to see regime change to happen, period. The focus should be Israel, not Iran. Why can't it be both? Why can't it be both? Why is it with you, you're only wanting Israel to have regime change? Why not Iran? Would you have a problem with Iran having a regime change so people are treated more fairly in Iran? I'm going to guess which side of the fence you are religiously. I'm going to take a wild stab. Iran is doing nothing compared to what Israel is doing. Have you seen what Iran does to its people? They murder women because they don't have their fucking hair covered up. I understand what Israel is doing to people outside of their own country. Like, are you legitimately saying that you don't think Iran needs Bush, tell me right now that you do not believe Iran needs a regime change. You and I simply just cannot get along on a personal level if you don't believe that's the case. Bush Green, I'm going to ask you a question. Should regime change happen in Iran? Don't worry about the other countries right now. We're just talking about Iran. Talk about Israel later. Should regime change occur in Iran? Yes or no? Okay, you are just like brainwashed, Bush Green. If you don't think atrocities are happening inside Iran against their own population, you're blind. I honestly believe at this point that like you wave a black flag around with white like scribbling on it. Like I don't know what else to tell you, dude. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not buying the media propaganda, Bush Green. I have many friends that are Persian. They've escaped Iran and have told me of the shit that goes on there. I've been deceived by who? The Iranians who used to live in Iran? There were political like marches all across Iran because some woman got murdered while in custody because too much of her hair was showing. Come on, dude. Like, try and be smarter. You're obviously prejudiced against Jews. That is very clear. And I'm not saying that Israel is innocent in what they've done, but to say that there's nothing wrong with Iran? Like, come on, dude. Anti-Semitism runs deep for sure. Maybe Iran laws are strict. Maybe? Dude. Come on. Maybe they're strict. You can't even admit that. Iran has been following Muslim tradition for centuries. Kat Riddick, go Google a video of what Iran used to look like in the 1960s. And tell me that they've been following these strict Muslim traditions. Go Google it, dude. You'll see how Iranians used to live. You appreciate my coverage? Thank you. We're currently waiting to see if something's happening here. That's a long con escape Iran to... I mean, it was all planned, right? It was all planned that these people left Iran, barely escaped their lives, got to Canada as refugees, built a home for themselves and their children, and it was all to deceive Aladar. Bush Green, I'm going to ask you to simply shut the fuck up about me saying Netanyahu said this. I've told you a million fucking times that I have said it's coming directly from people that are from Iran. So shut the fuck up about Netanyahu. I never said it was from Netanyahu. I don't even ever watch anything Netanyahu says. Why hasn't any action been taken? I wouldn't have a problem if some action was taken against North Korea. Also, guess what, Bush Green? I don't know anyone from fucking North Korea. How many people from fucking North Korea do you know? I don't know of any. I've never talked to any. Has anyone in chat ever met anyone from North Korea? Ever. I have friends that were born in Iran. I have friends' parents who suffered through the Shah era of Iran and then escaped at the beginning of the Khomeini, when he came back to Iran. Like, they escaped, they ran for their lives. They didn't come over here and tell me this because fucking Netanyahu started going off on this rant. Like, shut the fuck up. What's more important right now? Stop Netanyahu's obviously genocide or Iran regime change by Netanyahu himself. I don't necessarily agree that Israel should have started the war. You could just ask a simple question, dude. Do I think that Israel should have attacked Iran? But you're making all these ridiculous claims about stuff that I never said. Ask Iranians to change the country. Yeah, go ask Iranians to see if they can get out of their country really easily. Yeah, see how that works out. Like, dude, it is so black and white with you. Like, you were like, you either have to have one or the other. Why can you not, like, say, hey, have two things at once? Why can you not say both? Iran's tyrannical government is shit and treats their population terribly, including murdering hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of their own population for absolutely no reason at all, killing people without even so much as a trial. And also say that what Israel is doing in Gaza is bad. Why is it you can't have both? Is it because one is Muslim and the other is Jewish? Is that the problem that you're facing here? Is that you cannot actually say anything bad against a Muslim country? I'm not even looking at it as them being Muslim. I'm looking at it as they have a tyrannical government in power. I'm not saying the same thing about, certain other countries that have a Muslim government in power. It's specifically Iran that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about having a regime change in certain other countries. Regime change is being done by genocidal maniacs, USA and Israel. If that's how it's happening, that's not how I'm suggesting it's happening, and that's what you're saying. I would prefer that the Iranian people rose up. I was hoping they were going to, with all the marches that they were having through their streets, because some woman got murdered because some of her hair was showing. Can't believe you're actually defending people that would murder a woman because she's showing a little bit of her hair. I don't like any I try to stop short of saying that I hate all religion, because there's people in chat that would get absolutely offended by that. I do think religion causes way more problems than it's worth. I get into this argument with relatives of mine who are like, "Oh, you should turn to Christ," and they give me all this other crap. I'm like, why? I don't need Christ to tell me that it's bad to kill people. I don't need that. I know I don't do it because that's who I am. I don't need some book to tell me that. And they're like, oh, and they get all offended. Like, you need religion to be a good person. No, you don't. In fact, it's been my view that a lot of good people have turned, into real fucking basket cases because of religion. Because they read some fucking scripture or something like that said, hey, if you're wearing two different types of cloth or clothing, like you're wearing polyester and whatever cotton, you should be stoned to death. Or if you've got what are some other ones? Two different types of crops laid down side by side, that you should be, hung, or whatever it was. Hey, Flame Strike, what's up, man? Like, there's a lot of evil in religion. Iran has openly called the end of Israel and its people. T-Mac, we've gone over this with him earlier. Like, I don't know what to tell him, man. Bush Green, you're right to your opinion, but to just sit there and blatantly, like, it's like you refuse to admit that anything is wrong in these Muslim countries. There's wrong in a lot of countries, but they're literally killing people for women not wearing their headscarves properly. Like, come on. Like, there's a line called the crazy line, and if you go over it, you're considered crazy. And I would suggest that if you're not allowing women, or if you're murdering women because they show a little bit of their hair on their head, you're not just a step or two above that line. You've taken a giant leap over that line. Nino, what's up, man? U.S. is involved because Saudi doesn't want nukes coming in from Yemen supplied by Iran. I don't know that. Oh, one of the cameras is moving. What's going on? What's that up in the air? Is there something on the air? Or is that on my? The camera on the bottom right here is moved. So I don't know what it's focusing in on here, but I don't know what's What do you think? None of the other Arab Muslim countries will take any of those nuts? Well, they've all got some of those nuts in them. Like in Afghanistan, they throw you off a building if you're gay. Like, and you know, like there's all sorts of examples that you could use. Religion has just causes nothing but fucking problem, man. Well, Sharia law is a like terrible example of what Islam is. I know plenty of Muslims that are very peaceful people. Like they don't, you know, they know that I'm not religious, and they don't treat me poorly. They treat me very well. They hang out with me. We get along really well. They're very polite. They're very, you know, they're very calm. They're not violent, etc. But then you get these religious fanatics, like people that follow Sharia law. There's Christian versions of this as well, by the way, not just Muslim. There's you know, wackos in virtually every religion. We were joking earlier today that only like Buddhism and maybe the Amish don't have these whack jobs. But every other religion seems to have these nutcases that are just like, oh, you're not part of our religion, kill, kill, kill. Religion is why Israel is in the middle of Palestine. I mean, Jewish people have lived in that area for, you know, a couple of millennia now. Like they've lived there since before the days of Christ, right? So, and the whole like giving land to Israel, I would think that maybe they would like a do-over or something like that. I still think that they should have, you know, got their own nation, but maybe they would like a do-over and you know, try to appease the Palestinian people as well. All I know for sure is that for decades and decades it has been justified. Some say the religious, right? To drive people out of their homes and act like it's nothing wrong, and when those people left with no country to defend or fight back because they got no country anymore, then that gives more justification to eradicate them. Oh, you're talking about the Palestinians. I mean, Israel is definitely guilty in the sense that they've literally invaded like the West Bank or whatever and kicked Palestinian people out of their homes, and then basically brought in Jewish people to resettle the territory when it's not supposed to be part of Israel. There were Judahites. Yeah, it was what was the area called? Something Judea, land of Judea, or something like that. That's where they were from. These are countries you get, I guess, sit and chat and defend. While in the USA, we have Pride Month, African American Month, and Middle East. That welcoming, or I don't know if they have African American Month or whatever. What does Jewish people living there have to do with anything, though? The Jewish people that lived there for thousands of years ago are completely different people. They're not the ancestors of those who live there now. The problem is the justification for Israel being there is purely religion. Because Jewish people live there and the land of the Holy Land, religion is justification. I agree. Like this is one of those touchy subjects. People have to understand that land is conquered through time, and populations move around and conquer other populations. So to sit there and say, well, our people were here 2,000 years ago, I don't honestly believe that gives you the right to the territory now. Like the Torah says the land was promised. I don't give a shit what the Torah said. I don't care. I don't care what any of the great books of fiction say. Religion is absolutely justification. Just ask them, yeah. I needed to pray for your Oilers. Sorry, Goosey Poo. I'm rooting for the Panthers, man. I am absolutely 100% rooting for the Panthers because I know Oilers fans would never, ever be rooting for my team. We're still waiting, by the way, if you're here. Apparently Iran has launched missiles, and we're waiting to see whether or not they actually strike. So far, nothing. If there's actually... So 22 minutes ago, there's a report, missiles launches detected from Iran towards northern Israel. That's from a reputable news source, Faytux News, which is... Flash report is again announcing that United States will not join Israel offensively in its military operations. CBS reporting. CBS or U.S. officials, that was as of 24 minutes ago. Let's see here. And Evergreen Intel, which reports a lot on air traffic and stuff like that, is showing that... what was it? 33 American air tankers launched last night, and they're currently in Europe. They're scattered around Europe right now, but they launched and flew over to Europe. Oilers have to win to save the world, dude. I would almost root for the world to end then. I'm joking. But I do not want to see the Oilers win the Stanley Cup. You cheered in 2011 for the Bruins. Exactly. I know Oilers fans would never cheer for my team. There's no chance in hell. I was hoping that they were going to go back to Edmonton 3-1 so that I could watch the Panthers win at Edmonton and watch the Oilers fans just cry. 44 minutes ago, Secretary of State Marco Rubio is returning to Washington, D.C. tonight with President Donald Trump, a state spokesman said. And President Trump has directed members of his team to attempt a meeting with Iranian officials as quickly as possible, according to a person familiar with the matter and a U.S. official, as he urgently works to determine whether Tehran is serious about diplomacy. So they're working to try and make a deal, and 25 minutes ago it was announced that missiles were detected, but CMAC is on the case, and he's in chat right now, and he says that it only takes 13 minutes for the missiles to hit, so they should have hit like 12 minutes ago. Trump went back early from the G7 because he's going to have the U.S. on alert, and if one nuke is launched from Iran, they're going to get wiped off the map by the U.S. Man, that is scary. Like, there's a lot of innocent people in Iran, like the Iranian people, that you don't need to kill them. Just kill the people that are in charge. Anyone seen a hypersonic interceptor? Do they have hypersonic interceptors? I haven't heard any of those. I've heard of hypersonic missiles, but I haven't seen any hypersonic interceptors. I don't know. Not as far as like the dome situation that they have over Tel Aviv and stuff like that. The U.S. is getting ready to send troops, bro. Iran gonna get boned if they start shit. We'll see. Yes, we are in on the timeline of 1920 being classic WoW and the end of us being the last Titan. We're probably chilling around the Shadowlands launch. I am not going to be around for Shadowlands. Yeah, Trump. We did mention earlier, Dragoon, that Trump has asked people of Tehran to leave. There was actually a video that I showed on Twitter that showed the highways leading out of Tehran. You can find it quickly. Just completely packed. Absolutely. What is this? Oh, here we go. This is apparently Tehran. People trying to flee to get out. The CNN guy said 13 minutes from Tehran to Tel Aviv by ballistic missile. Don't shoot the messenger. But so are you telling me that you listen to CNN, C-Mac? The U.S. doesn't have hypersonic interceptors. They have those lasers that can. I'd like to see how those work. Not live, but, you know. It looks like on the top left, it's starting to, the light is starting to appear. So I wonder if the U.S. got in touch with the Iranians and, like, walked them back from a cliff. Like, I wonder if the Iranians had their fingers on the buttons and, you know, the leaders of the U.S. or whoever managed to get in contact with them and were like, hold on. If you take this step, all hell is going to break loose. Hypersonic gets thrown around a lot for intimidation factor, but both the U.S. have employed hypersonic ballistic missiles. Yeah, I know, but for ballistic missiles, I'm talking about for the interceptors, the one that come up from the grounds to knock out the missiles that are coming in. Ain't no one dropping nukes. The can of worms that would open would make a point of no return for either country. Yeah, I'm actually wondering if Iran dropped, like, let's say for a moment that they actually do have nukes. If they dropped a nuke on Israel, would the rest of the world, would like the U.S. then drop nukes on Iran? Or would they say, hold on, there's too many innocent people by doing that? Would they be able to hold back morally and just go after the leaders? Because Netanyahu said that they would have been able to assassinate the leaders of Iran, which, you know, they chose not to. And I believe that they probably could have, because they were able to assassinate all their top officials. Don't forget to add the prep time for the missiles besides the flight time. Yeah, but I thought they're like launches were detected over 30 minutes ago. And that's still the most recent report. Like, I haven't heard anything more recent than that. So maybe with we'll see. They should be arriving soon then. But it is starting to get daylight. You can see some light in the sky in Israel. They would bomb the shit out of them? Yeah, but would they nuke the shit out of them is what I'm saying. No, because once you drop a nuke, there's a whole lot of not a whole lot of coming back from that. Yeah, I mean, you also then risk people that are allies with Iran jumping in. Other countries that also have nukes, Russia, China. Like, do you really want to go there? Or do you want to just say, all right, you know what? They dropped a nuke. We are deploying troops and we're going to get rid of these motherfuckers. Like we're killing these guys. Yeah, if you drop a nuke, you've gone to a place that you can't return from at that point. So every place that is even suspected of having nukes, they would be using those big bunker busters on them with 500 rounds. Well, the U.S. has got access to them. Even Israel apparently doesn't have access to those big bunker bombs. Right? Even Israel doesn't have access to that. That's why they're asking apparently asking the U.S. to get involved. Effective of having Iran wouldn't drop nukes because it will kill lots of innocent civilians. On the other hand, I mean, Bush Green. Iran kills lots of their own innocent civilians. Like, come on, dude. They openly hang people that are innocent in their own country. The U.S. wouldn't need. That's what I mean, CMAC. Like, I don't think the U.S. would resort to actually dropping a nuke on Iran if Iran. And again, this is a stretch because, as far as everybody knows, Iran doesn't have nukes. I'm just using. I'm just creating conversation here. If somehow they did and they dropped one, I would be. I do not think that the U.S. and other countries would retaliate with nukes. I think they would just send in the forces and go in to wipe out the regime. This is why the argument of every country having nukes is a good thing. It takes one serious disagreement to people. No, that is not a good argument to give everybody nukes because it only takes one fucking crazy person. There is a much bigger chance of there being a crazy person with a nuke if you just give everyone a nuke. Right? Like really, there is a reason why countries do not want more countries to start having nukes. It just takes one. Not a good thing. It really doesn't. It only takes one crazy. Yeah, it's only one person who gets angry, and this is kind of the whole argument that some people have with control of other items. I'm not going to say what because I'm going to have a lot of people that are like, "That's our fucking right," you know. But it takes one person to just get angry enough to use the item, and then suddenly somebody's dead. More guns, more opportunity to shoot people. The U.S. had a hard time on for 30 years about Iran since the prisoners were there during the time of Carter. I mean, they had the what was that, during the Munich Games or whatever it was, when they kidnapped a bunch of Israelis. They shut down the American embassy when the new regime came in, and the Canadians had to hide a bunch of American people that worked at the American embassy. You can go watch the movie. I think it's the movie Argo, isn't it? That talks about that, and they make it all rah America, but in reality, it was a lot more rah Canada that actually handled that. But it's a decent movie nonetheless, even though the facts were stretched a little bit. As soon as Reagan got in, they let them go because the U.S. Was going to invade. Well, still nothing.
The Israel Defense Force is saying that there's Iranian missiles incoming to Israel. So apparently there are missiles coming. This may surprise you, but of all the cameras that we have up, we are not covering all of Israel. So there could be other targets outside of the field of view of these cameras that could be getting hit. But there's been no announcement of any strikes so far. Let me refresh my other Twitter page. No, still just missiles launched. Bush Green, just because the Israeli and U.S. don't care doesn't mean we don't care, okay? Okay? Just because, you think that the American government or the Israeli government don't care, in your opinion, that doesn't mean that we don't care what happens to the populations of both of these countries. Sounds like a Canadian prop. What? Of watching that arcade game, Missile Command. What was the name of that movie back in the 80s? What was it called? War Games or something like that? Where the kid accidentally, he hacked into their system or whatever. War Games. Yeah, with Matthew Broderick, and accidentally almost had USSR and America about ready to launch missiles at each other. According to Finn Twitter, reputable source, reports that 3 ships are on fire in the Gulf of Oman, in the Strait of Hormuz. Don't necessarily know if that has anything to do with this, but apparently 3 ships are on fire. Now, those could be large ships, small ships, paddle boats. I have no idea, but 3 ships are on fire. The Gulf of Oman. Let's see here. Fire that up. Or Gulf of Oman is up there. So somewhere here, top left monitor, is there's 3 ships that are on fire. It is definitely daylight out now in Israel. I'm wondering why, if they were going to strike, why they why they would wait. I am actually wondering if world leaders got in touch with Iran and said, hey, walk yourself back a little bit here. Milanessa de Polo, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone from Kick, by the way. Lots of viewers on Kick right now too. I'm actually very happy to see you here. For whatever platform you guys are on, feel free to like, subscribe, follow. I got the Stay Safe host. Is he streaming? Oh, I don't think so. I think he's been streaming. Yeah, there's no commercials on Kick. And if you have an ad blocker, by all means, please watch on YouTube. I really do not mind. I do have the chat up for all, and it goes on the screen so everyone can communicate with each other. But I do have the chat up for all platforms, including Twitter, if for some reason you really want to watch on Twitter, okay? Does Netanyahu remind anybody else of Sam of Eagle, the Muppets, though? I don't think I remember who Sam was. Sam the Eagle of the Muppets.
No. But speaking of the Muppets, you know how disappointing it is to learn that Snuffleupagus is not a Big Bird's secret anymore? Not likely. Iran is on its back foot. Every statement is we will not escalate, but we will respond. There were reports earlier that Iran was desperately trying to get in touch with people to de-escalate the situation. Look at who's this Randy Fine guy? Thank you, President Trump. Bombs away? Like, I thought you guys didn't want war. What do you think Mark Carney Macaron talked about? Oh, thank God that guy left. I'm on YouTube too. Who is MTF? Since I have premium, no ads here either. Nice. Yeah, if you've got an ad blocker and you want to watch on YouTube, by all means, guys. We just had ads on Twitch, so we shouldn't have ads for a while on Twitch, but Randy Fine. I don't know. Oh, are you talking about? Oh, this guy here. He's a congressman, apparently. I'd never heard of him before. Just another Trump sycophant. Okay. Here's Bernie Sanders. I saw this earlier. Netanyahu started this war by attacking Iran. He assassinated Ali Shamkhani, Iran's lead nuclear negotiator, deliberately sabotaging U.S.-Iran nuclear negotiation. So it does seem like Netanyahu, he's been pleading with the U.S. to get involved. I don't know what the hell's going on here. I don't want to see that on stream. Raw Alerts is saying, what do they know that we don't? With President Trump's recent remarks and multiple countries now urging evacuations, there are growing indications that something deeply serious may be unfolding. That's what we've been saying for a few hours now, because suddenly it was starting to hit the fan. While it's possible this could turn out to be nothing major, the current signal suggests otherwise. I do agree. At least the citizens don't part with us, stand with Cali. Part stands with Trump. Other part just wants to go to work, to home, and take care of their families. So what's it costing you now to multi-stream? $0. It is costing me absolutely $0. Melissa DePaulo is asking, what are my thoughts on Carney? I am like Carney. I'm willing to give the guy a chance. How's that? I'm willing to give the guy a chance, see what he's able to do. See if he's able to announce any major infrastructure, new mines, pipelines, energy stuff going on. Like, let's see if he's able to follow through with what he said. And when he's got Daniel Smith praising him, saying that she actually believes he's serious, you know, I think there's more to it than him just talking. Daniel Smith seems to also think that he's not just full of BS. Let's see if I can actually get something built. Well, I mean, anything that he announces to start getting built now wouldn't even be done before his first term was over. It would take more years, and that's just because that's how fast things get built. Like, you're not going to build a pipeline in 6 months. Doesn't mean it won't get done, Flame Strike. It just means that to build a fucking pipeline, it takes a long fucking time. Like, you can't build one overnight, dude. Same as you can't just announce today that you're going to build a pipeline and start construction tomorrow. Like, major projects like that actually take some time. You also got to consider this was brought up in the G7 that just happened. Which topic are you talking about? I am Gabe. We've kind of run the gauntlet lately. We've been kind of running the gauntlet a little bit. Oh, the Israel. Yeah, well, I mean, that's why Trump left so quickly, right? He immediately hopped on his jet and told his head security guys to get ready. We can't build anything to the coast because if you BC enemies, I think you'll see that a deal is going to be worked out. Goosey poo. British Columbians would like to see a deal get done, and if David Eby doesn't want to do it, we'll see that and we'll elect him out. But I think the majority of British Columbians are ready for a pipeline or whatever else. I don't think Carney needs to make him gone. I think British Columbians would just elect him out. A lot of people just follow him because of what he had before considered weak bullshit. Like most American politics, he says what some average Americans want to hear, change in the direction. Widespread left, right, not a lot of middle. Are you? Who are you talking about? Are you talking about Trump? I mean, you cannot deny whether you're a massive Trump supporter or not. He does talk a lot of shit. I mean, the war in Ukraine was supposed to be over within 24 hours, right? But I also need to move to Victoria or close to it. Place to be in Canada these days. Victoria is beautiful, man. Victoria is a beautiful area of Canada. Vancouver's very, very beautiful as well. But if you don't like the hustle and bustle of a large city, Victoria is very nice. Vancouver Island itself is very nice. Well, let's see if there's any more updates. Israel strikes. We're working to validate that. Oh, hold on. Okay, so I've got possibly video of those 3 ships we were talking about. Not very good video, and it's taken on a Galaxy S24 Ultra. Okay, you guys can see that down at the bottom. Video taken in Galaxy S23 Ultra. Let's translate this post. Just in, a fire broke out on 3 ships or oil tankers in the waters of Sea of Oman before approaching the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, it's actually really difficult to see with this how big these ships actually are. Like that could be a cracker on fire or something. But presumably this was still at night, and these ships are suddenly on fire. What would set them on fire? Remember, we did hear about 3 missiles that were launched from Iran earlier. So it would be interesting to find out where these ships are from. Didn't one of Iran's warships get sunk there this week? I don't know, but we heard reports that there were 3 missiles that were launched from Iran earlier. This was a couple of hours ago. So I'm wondering if possibly that's maybe what that is. Let's see if we can pinpoint exactly where. So this is apparently where these ships are. Let's see if I can. How good is Aladar with maps? Let's see if I can find this. I think we're nailed it. Nailed it. So we're looking somewhere here. If you guys are looking on the map, ships are apparently somewhere in this area here. So three ships on fire, 3 missiles were apparently launched earlier. Could all be related. Breaking Fox News: Trump has ordered ballistic missile strikes on Vancouver. You have 13 minutes. Well, based on everything else Trump has ever said in his life, I think I'm probably safe. So basically, you're telling me nothing's going to happen if finally house prices will go down. That's what I meant in U.S. in politics. There's a lot of left, right, not very centric politics. You guys saw the tweet that Musk made the week ago, right, where he talked about how the U.S. needs a centrist party. I wonder how that would fly, actually, a centrist party. A lot of divide in what we believe in. I think honestly there would be a lot of people that are in the middle. No, Iverson, this is real war. We're watching real war. I think the world is kind of waiting to see whether or not Iran was walked off of a cliff. Look at this. Breaking: Netanyahu warns that New York City could be attacked if America does not join the war against Iran. Wait, what? If America does not join the war, why would New York City be attacked if America does not join the war against Iran? Make that make sense. U.S. Congressman Thomas Massie is Thomas Massie Democratic or Republican? Kind of getting a sense of what side of the he's a member of the Republican Party apparently. So he's introduced a bill to prohibit U.S. military involvement in the Israel-Iran war. Interesting. Massey is the guy who refuses to receive funds from AIPAC. He's a libertarian Republican. Back to Ukraine war. Well, I mean, you don't really hear anything on Ukraine. That's old blood, man. That's old blood. So did this guy Vitaly get deported, or is he actually going to jail? Netanyahu said New York City will be attacked by terrorists or hit by a ballistic missile. Which is it? Yeah, but he said they would be attacked if the U.S. does not join the war. Why would they attack the U.S. if the U.S. doesn't join in the war? Like, that doesn't make sense. Kiss the Republican majority goodbye for the next decade. If he pulls the trigger, it's all over for MAGA. Man, I've trouble believing that. He could just snap his fingers and they'll all jump in line. Netanyahu's way out of line. Hey, I'm not suggesting that I like Netanyahu. I'm not saying that at all. I think the shit that he's done in Gaza is just terrible. What the F is going on here? I mean, I kind of want to know the same question. What the hell is going on here? I don't even know if I can watch that on stream.
You only watch Fox sometimes? It doesn't sound like you actually watch. Okay, breaking. 8 U.S. senators introduced bill trying to prevent the United States from joining Israel's war with Iran. So he actually needs Senate support, majority of both House and Senate, I believe we read earlier, in order to actually join the war, right? But if it's just to send forces over to help, does he need support for that as well? Like if he's just like, oh, we're gonna send over, a couple of groups. I mean, he is like Hitler. He's not going to stop until he eradicates all of us. Let's do a quick update on the live feeds here. Israel Defense Minister said Iran's state TV and radio were about to disappear. Well, this is from much earlier. This is from like last night. In Marvel superhero terms, no. I never played Marvel Super. Anyone with IQ over 70 doesn't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. I don't want any country to have nuclear weapons. Not just Iran. Like, Trump couldn't do anything he wants for 90 days before we need Really? Is that true? He can do anything he wants for 90 days before he needs congressional approval. Really? So he can declare war for 90 days before, and they can't stop him? What's the role that had 0 nukes? Yeah, they are what are we watching here? Okay, nothing new on new there. What are they talking about? Bangladesh PM don't care. DW News has some weird programs on it. I don't know why I even keep it up there. France. Let's maybe just tune in here and see. You want me to transfer you? Okay, he said, firstly, the president just said a few minutes ago that discussions are on the way. So if the United States can obtain a ceasefire, that's a very good thing. See that translation? $60 days, so he can declare war and there's nothing they can do. Crazy. Of course you wouldn't have a problem with it. Why would you have a problem with your boss taking over mediations? Do you guys want this view or me to actually have the view up that we're watching?
Defenders have intercepted drones and missiles. Hostilities are now into a 5th day. Israel says 24 people have been killed and more
You're
than
not
500
hearing anything
injured
from
across
really?
the country. Iran has confirmed
You guys
over
aren't hearing the
220
sound from the
deaths,
video?
including many top military brass and nuclear scientists since
Oh,
Friday.
be quiet.
Selena Sykes has this update.
After Israel promised on Monday to make Iran's state TV station disappear, their
You think
broadcast was
you're being
interrupted
mean.
by an explosion in the studio.
Hold on.
This as smoke rose from targets. Who said Israel was on the way to achieving victory. In an interview with US broadcaster ABC News, he refused to rule out killing Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei.
Look, we've had half a century of everyone in the Middle East.
Huge traffic jams could be seen
Now
in
it should all
Tehran as
work.
people fled from the Iranian capital. Elsewhere, Iran accused Israel of hitting a hospital in the west of the country. In Israel, Iran
Now it
has
should work.
targeted nuclear sites, weapon convoys, missile
Thank
launch
you for
sites,
pointing that
as
out.
well as
Still
oil
working the
and gas
kinks out in this live
infrastructure.
news.
But residential areas have not been spared. In Haifa, residents are reeling from 3 nights of missile strikes.
With my daughter, she's 5 years old. She started to cry and very panic. And after that, we go sleep in school because we was very afraid in my home.
For us, you know, it's pretty shocking to see our little neighborhood, peaceful and quiet, so devastated by some missiles that arrive from 3,000 kilometers away from here.
Hundreds of drones and missiles have been fired between Israel and Iran since Friday. The conflict continues to escalate, despite calls from world leaders to halt the attacks.
Now, the news. What's going on in Palestine?
Israel says it began preemptive strikes on Friday in response to Iran's advancing nuclear program, which it says is an existential threat to the state of Israel. Iran's ambassador to the United Nations said Israel had targeted peaceful nuclear facilities, which were fully respecting the conditions of the UN's atomic watchdog.
Israel has committed a blatant act of aggression against the sovereign and territorial integrity of Iran. These attacks crossed all red lines. Most alarmingly, Israel deliberately targeted a peaceful nuclear facility.
The genocide is still genocide. We know it is still happening because we
safeguards. The U.S. forces supported Israeli aggression. Without the U.S. weapons, intelligence, and political backing, this attack could not have happened.
Hey, there's another report.
The United States will share responsibility for this unlawful act.
Israel has a clear technological.
There's another report saying that they are acknowledging an incident 22 nautical miles east of I gotta be careful. Khorfakan in United Arab Immigrants. So those are the boats that are on fire.
It's Lebanese proxy Hezbollah and
so
Hamas
possibly
in Gaza,
those
as
3
well as the
missiles
end
that were launched
of
from
the
Iran
Assad
earlier
regime in
at
Syria.
the boats
24's Yinka Oyatade has
in
more now on
the
how
Strait
the
of
two
Oman.
rivals stack up militarily against each other.
2 of the Middle East's most powerful militaries now locked in open warfare. While both Israel and Iran are determined, militarily, they're anything but equal. That imbalance is clearest in the skies. Israel claims it's achieved air superiority over Iran.
The only way of Iran to retaliate against Israel is the ballistic missiles, and the ballistic missiles will end. Israel also destroys them. We will not be able to produce in scale, and that means we have no effective means of retaliation.
The exact numbers are unknown, but estimates suggest Iran had between 2,000 to 4,000 missiles at the start of the war. Experts believe only 600 to 700 could actually reach Israeli territory. Israel, on the other hand, commands more than 300 advanced combat aircraft.
Iran's
Iran has
losing.
fewer than half that, many of them outdated. The conflict remains largely in the air. A ground war is unlikely as the two nations don't share a border.
What's
Still,
up, Jen?
both
Oh,
countries
Jen
maintain
EXO,
massive
what's
forces.
up? Jen, you can come
Israel's
move up here
military
if you want.
totals over 635,000 personnel.
If you're not
including
married yet,
reserves.
come on up.
Iran's is even larger, up to 650,000 regular troops, 190,000 Revolutionary Guards.
Sure we could find you a
and
job?
over 500,000 reservists. But the figures alone don't tell the whole story. Iran's regional network, the so-called axis of resistance,
Married yet,
is
Jen?
faltering. Hezbollah has suffered heavy losses. Hamas has been decimated. Syria is no longer reliable. And that only leaves the Houthis in Yemen.
I don't think the Houthis have either the capability or the capacity to cause serious damage to Israel, but there certainly have been over the last few days and will continue to be an irritant.
So maybe
They,
it
of
was the
course, have their
Houthis
own,
that set these boats on fire?
this regional conflict.
Meanwhile, Israel enjoys full US support. President Donald Trump has warned of retaliation if Iran targets American assets. And in the background, the nuclear question looms. Israel's undeclared arsenal,
You believe that,
estimated
C-Mac,
at
that
90
Donald
warheads,
Trump
remains a powerful deterrent.
stepped in and said, no,
Iran
don't
denies pursuing
assassinate him?
nuclear weapons, but has walked away from key international commitments.
You do?
In other world news, Russia has launched a new wave of drones and missiles against the Ukrainian capital, Kiev.
Oh,
The
here we
city's mayor
go.
said at least one person,
We got some
an
old
American
blood
citizen,
news.
was killed and over a dozen more injured. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's office said the strikes targeted residential buildings and denounced Moscow for continuing its war against civilians. This latest attack comes, of course, as world leaders gather for the G7 summit in Canada. Volodymyr Zelensky was also expected to attend.
Yeah, you're probably right, C-Mac. They probably could have.
Finally, a man's been charged with murder.
Maybe they've
after the
learned their
killing of a
lesson about
Democratic
toppling
state
other
lawmaker
governments,
and
right?
her husband after a two-day manhunt in the U.S. state of Minnesota. Vance Bolter was arrested on Sunday night and put up no resistance. He's also alleged
is
to
a
have
crazy
shot and
story
wounded a
about this
Democratic
guy,
state senator and his wife. Investigators
whack
say
job.
he appeared to have
He
spent
was, like,
months
hardcore
preparing for the
anti-abortion.
shootings and had made a hit list, including dozens more targets. Selena Sykes has more.
Killing him is the guy
Flowers,
that is second in
candles,
charge
and
may
handwritten
actually be
notes
worse.
line
It
the
could be,
steps
yeah,
of
but
Minnesota State
you could just keep
Capitol
killing them.
as locals pay their respects to Democratic state lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, shot dead in their own home.
We've lost
Can't believe
such
Trump
a
refused to
wonderful
sleep overnight in
person our
Kanaskas.
government.
Place is beautiful. It is a
She was
beautiful
doing
area.
so much for the families of Minnesota, and to lose her is tragic.
This is not what I've grown up believing. I think that we have a respect for democracy and that we shouldn't be utilizing political violence to make our point.
Vance Luther Bolter was arrested on Sunday evening after a two-day manhunt and has been charged with 2 counts of murder. Investigators say the suspect passed himself off as a police officer when approaching his victims, and that it was clear that he had been planning the attacks for some time.
Bolter stalked his victims like prey. He researched his victims and their families. He used the internet and other tools to find their addresses and names, the names of their family members. He conducted surveillance of their homes.
This is old news. So let's get back here. What's going on here?
Radiation inside the underground facility.
Oh, we talked about this
Can
earlier.
be controlled if properly managed.
They
There's
thought
been
there might be
several Israeli
radiation
attacks
coming
on
out of
the Natanz.
Iran's
The
Natanz
agency says
facility
there's
after it
no
was bombed at their
elevated radiation
nuclear plant.
detected off-site. The IAEA's Director General
We
has
thought
called on
maybe
both
that's
sides
why
to lower
suddenly
tensions.
people were like,
Military escalation
maybe the
threatens
nuclear
lives,
plant was
increases the chance
was
of a
melting
radiological
down.
release with serious consequences for people and the environment, and delays indispensable work towards a diplomatic solution from
I haven't been
for
through the
long-term
Rockies in
assurance
years, I'll be honest.
that Iran does not acquire nuclear weapons. Consistent with the objective of the IAEA and its statute, I call on all parties
Firmly
to
believe
exercise
too many
maximum
people have a
restraint
voice and
to
too
avoid
many people
further
get a vote.
escalation.
The American firm Maxar Technologies has
that's,
released satellite
living in a
images of
democracy, though,
Natanz.
dude.
The first picture is from January and the second from Saturday.
You could-
Several buildings on site are visibly destroyed. Barbara Slavin is a distinguished fellow at the Stimson Center in Washington,
way,
D.C.
I
and a
am
lecturer in
keeping
international
track
affairs
of,
at George Washington University.
the cameras.
She says Israel cannot
See if
destroy
there's
the Iranian
anything that
nuclear
is coming
program
in.
without U.S.
If
involvement.
any shit is hitting the fan.
The Israelis have not succeeded in
I'll
achieving
keep
what
you
was
updated.
their
announced goal, which was to destroy the Iranian nuclear program, and they frankly cannot do that without United States
All right, see you later,
assistance.
Flamestrike. Have a good one,
So
man.
what
It's
we're
still
seeing now is a kind of
daylight out
push
here,
and
man.
pull by the Israelis, trying to get the United States to step in.
Change it back to
Meantime, there are
landowners
reports
only,
that
and
the
while we are at
Iranians
it,
are
you can
urging
bring back
an urgent return to diplomacy.
or make it so that
So,
only the man of the
we will
family can
see.
vote.
I don't think the president wants the United States to get involved, but the
Which means
Israelis seem
C-Mac's
quite
wife gets to
determined
vote,
to
not
continue their
C-Mac.
strikes on Iran, and Iran is retaliating. And I don't see anyone at this
Ninu,
point putting a
we're
stop to
still
this.
waiting to see
The
if anything
proposal that the
happens. There's
United
been
States
reports
made
that
to the Iranians
that
before
Iran
this
has
war
launched
started
missiles,
was
but it's now
maximalist. It
daylight
demanded
throughout
that the
Israel
Iranians give up
and
uranium enrichment entirely.
Iran,
And the
and
question
nothing's
is,
happened.
would Iran be willing to do that? Or
Just
at
to
least
get
pause
everyone
the
caught up,
program for a
Trump
significant
was
amount of
rushed
time
away
in
from
order
the
to stop
G7
the
meeting.
fighting. What's clear
and
is that
it's-
Iran wants the Israelis
I'm
to stop
speculating
hitting it.
that
I mean,
they,
there were just pictures of
the U.S.
the
and other
Israelis
world
hitting
leaders
the
basically
Iranian,
walked Iran
television,
back from
antennas in
launching
central
a
Tehran. They've
parade of
issued
missiles
threats,
towards Israel.
to a number of locales in Tehran, including a district
They were
with
probably
some
ready to launch,
300,000
and,
people in it
people
to
talked them
seek
out of it.
safety.
We'll see.
So they're trying very, very hard to, and succeeding to some extent in terrifying the Iranian population. But meanwhile, they have not achieved what was their announced goal, which is destroying the nuclear program.
You know, there's so much going on in the world
Trump,
today. Like, in all
doesn't
honesty,
seem
the
inclined to stop the
G7 should
Israelis
be
at this
major
point.
news,
So
and we're
perhaps
barely
there's
even
some
touching
message
it.
that Iran can send indirectly to the White House through Oman or Qatar or the Saudis or others.
Like, we're barely
with some
touching
new
it.
proposal that might entice Trump.
Commodity markets have been volatile, driven by the ongoing conflict between Iran and Israel, with oil prices spiking sharply. About 20% of the world's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. At its narrowest, this waterway is about 33 kilometres wide, split between the territorial waters of Iran and Oman.
Can't
At
we all
times
get
of
along? We
diplomatic
could
tension,
wish.
Iran has in the past threatened to disrupt
wish.
shipping traffic. Naeem Aslam is Chief Investment Officer at Zay Capital Markets. He says the longer the conflict goes
if
on,
you're bored,
the wider the impact we could see in the markets.
you can head over to YouTube and subscribe
Yes,
to my
a lot
channel.
of focus among investors
just
and
to make me
traders
feel
is all
good.
about the energy market, and of course the recent attacks on the gas
But
refineries
also,
over there. What
if you
that
get
will
ads
entail
on
for the euro, because
Twitch, you
there could
can
be
head
another
over there and
crisis
watch.
because of that.
Watch
because
over
Iran
there as
plays
well,
a
ad
very,
free if you
very
get an ad blocker.
imperative and important role with that one. But the important aspect out of everything is that particular Hormuz, the pathway, is not only for oil. All the rest of the trade, also those particular containers and ships that go past that path. So if that is closed, we're going to go back to the previous chapter where these particular shipping containers from across the Atlantic, from across, coming from China, they will have to reroute. That means shipment delays of up to 3 months or at least 2 months. Yesterday, we were having a survey with a lot of industries in Europe, and the main concern
part of
among
Trump's
those
drill, baby, drill
particular
idea?
entrepreneurs were that if this particular path
Let's
is
talk
closed,
about oil for a
we
second.
are going to have another major
Where do you think
supply shock?
I'm not talking about
in
oil for
Europe
other products.
because we are not
Where do you
gonna be
think
able
gasoline
to contain
vehicles are
anything,
gonna
get
be in, like,
anything across
10
from
years?
China or anywhere around that part of the world? I think right now, if you look at the volatility index, if you look at the other,
Do you think
riskier
electric
assets,
vehicles
we
are
do not
basically
see
just going to
much of that
completely take
strength
over, or
in those particular ones? We
gasoline
don't see
vehicles are
much
still going to
panic
be
in the market as well, because
primarily
everyone
used?
is thinking that okay, this could be one of those tit for tat, and perhaps there could be some sort of a negotiation tactics along the way. But if the US gets involved, things could get very serious, and I think that is what most of the investors are very much.
Once EVs are cheaper, they will take
I'm not
over. I
looking at
mean,
that particular aspect.
just buy a BYD,
We're still ahead here on Al
BYD
Jazeera.
EV,
We're
dude.
at the Paris Air Show, where 4 Israeli firms have had their displays shut
I don't know if
down,
you've seen
reportedly
BYD
for not
electric
removing
vehicles, dude,
offensive
but they're pretty
content.
damn nice and very cheap. You live in Europe, you can buy BYD now.
China's leaders
There's
promised
rumors that
economic
Canada's going to drop their
prosperity
tariffs
in
on them
exchange
as
for
well.
tight control over the country's population. But is that a trade-off? That the
Not in
Chinese
Canada.
people
EV is
accept?
pretty dead in the cold weather. Dude, there's EVs everywhere in Vancouver, man. Everywhere.
Ken Roth speaks with journalist and author Emily Feng. They do feel
Can't
like
buy
they've
them
done
in
so
real
much to
countries.
economically develop these regions, but of course they're missing the whole picture, which is that you're also trampling on people's human rights.
Reframe on Al Jazeera.
Donald Trump returned to power flanked by billionaires and handed his biggest donor unprecedented powers.
Musk saw that democracy is for sale in America and thought, why not take that all the way?
Faultlines investigates how extreme wealth is undermining U.S. democracy.
Billionaires like to have their own
Trying
way.
to find
They've got enough
some other
wealth
news
to
for
get
us
it.
to watch.
And explores what's for sale in America's political system today.
I don't want to subject you guys to
Citizen
Canadian
Musk
news because
on Al Jazeera.
that's that is not the most entertaining thing in the world, I will admit.
Israel is continuing its attacks on Gaza, killing at least 56 Palestinians on Monday. Most of them
Wouldn't
were
buy
killed
electric
by
car
a
if
mix
you
of
made
airstrikes
me
and
question
snipers
with electric
while
is
trying to
what
access
longevity
food.
of them
Only
buy
a
them for?
limited amount of aid is being allowed into the Strip, making an already dire humanitarian crisis worse. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is backed by the US and Israel, has been accused of weaponizing aid against Palestinians.
Wait,
We were walking on our way to get the aid.
you
when a
wouldn't buy an
quadcopter
electric
started
car
firing
if you
at us.
made me
We
my
began to flee.
question with electric
he was
is
hit by
what's the
gunfire from the
longevity
quad.
of them? Can you drive them
We
for
went there
200,000
thinking
miles
we would
without
get aid to feed our
major
children,
fixes? Like
but it
2 or
turned
3 of the
out to
cars
be
I
a
have
trap
sitting in my
killing.
driveway is the biggest
I advise
question.
everyone.
I
don't
believe
go there.
electric
This is
vehicles
a-
are
a big
failure. The
for
maintenance
that
on them is
distribution.
far less than
And even
gas-powered
the
vehicles, is
people
it not?
in Gaza,
Yeah,
no one can get
exactly
that
what CMAC just said.
distribution. That
There's
is,
far less
no one
parts
can
to
get
go
it.
wrong, like
So it
to
is
break
failure
down.
100%. We have to recognize
Basically
that
a
UNRWA
battery.
and NGOs must again get
And
that
now there's companies
distribution
out there
and
that
try
can
to
refurbish your
redistribute it
batteries
for the Palestinian people.
as well. And
Lebanon's government is planning to
bring
start
them up
disarming
almost back to brand
Palestinian
new
factions
quality.
and refugee camps across the country in mid-June. The Palestinian Authority is expected to be on the forefront of this initiative, but its own security reforms may cause delays. Sana Hodder reports from Beirut.
Palestinian refugee camps in Lebanon are outside the control of the
Hold on,
state.
we're
It's a
going to,
long-standing arrangement that the country...
Pause this. There's let's take a peek. This is
Everyone should immediately evacuate
Trump
Tehran.
saying everyone should
As
evacuate
Iran is
Tehran.
warning that a ninth wave of attacks against Israel is now underway and will continue until dawn.
This is 3 hours ago.
now,
This is what we
the fifth
announced
night of
and-
attacks between the two countries. And just moments ago, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth posting on social media, and I quote, he said, "I directed the deployment of additional capabilities to the Middle East region." So what does that mean?
Additional
Now we know
capabilities.
that the U.S. Navy Nimitz carrier strike group is already heading towards the Middle East right now, and more U.S. naval assets capable of defending against ballistic missiles are expected to be moving into the eastern Mediterranean, closer to Israel in these next coming days. The latest Iranian attacks coming after the IDF released these new images of Israel destroying what it says are 2 Iranian fighter jets. And earlier today, an unbelievable moment unfolded live on Iranian
We never saw those
state
videos
television.
of the
Let me
fighter
show it to
jets.
you.
That's crazy. Dropped a bomb on the TV and radio propaganda building. while she's in the middle of her
I mean,
little
it's stunning to
speech.
even watch that. Israel hit the headquarters of Iran state media. Now, the IDF said that this wasn't a mistake. They said it was a precise strike based on intelligence that the building was being used for military purposes.
Why don't they do it? Cell
An
phones
Iranian
with my battery
source,
last half
sent
as
me
long as
these
it did when I
letters that
got
Iran sent
a
to the
year ago.
Secretary General of the UN
It
and
is
the
kind of
UN Security
expensive to
Council earlier
refurbish a
today,
battery.
in which Iran,
You know, you
demands
might do
immediate
it for a
action
car battery
following
that
what it
costs
calls
$6,000
Israel's,
or
quote, deliberate attacks
whatever
on
new.
Iran's nuclear facilities. And the letter goes on to demand that the UN, quote, hold Israel and its
Why don't they make cell phone batteries that are replaceable like the cell phone batteries of old? Like, when did that not become a thing anymore?
accomplices fully accountable. Now, the accomplices, the use of that word is a very thinly veiled reference to the United States.
Power Grid can't handle
But while
everyone
the US,
having an
of course, backs
EV.
Israel at this point.
I don't know. I think there's advancements in energy that will allow them to keep up with that. To be honest, Shinraz, I firmly believe that.
Two countries are not entirely on the same.
I believe a lot of that sort of propaganda is like people that are full on like pro gas cars. Like my dad works in the oil and gas industry, and he hates electric vehicles. And he'll come up with every excuse in the world to say electric vehicles are garbage. You know?
Same page as sources tell CNN that President Trump opposed an Israeli plan to assassinate the supreme leader. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu refused to take that option off the table today.
It's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict.
Lauren Lieberman is out
That
from
was
Tel Aviv
quick.
to begin our coverage. And Oren, what is the latest that you're learning?
See the
as
missile
we
hit and then the
understand it?
explosion
Iran is saying
inside
that
due to,
missiles
well,
will
it
be
just
coming to where you are
rocked the
from
whole
now all the way
building.
till dawn.
I was surprised how slow the lady moved.
Well, we at
I was
least
like, I
got
would have
some
been a
sense
mad
of that.
dash
Just a
out of the
short while
building.
ago, we had to run to the bomb shelter downstairs in the hotel about 1 hour ago, where we spent 20 minutes there because of warnings of more incoming, including here to Tel Aviv in the heart of Israel. At least according to Israel's emergency responders so far, like Magen David Adom, there were no impacts.
We draw a
so
lot of
either those
amperage. If
missiles,
everyone was
were
using one every
intercepted
night, it
or
would
weren't able
stress the
to,
grid.
strike the targets and hit in either military or residential areas. That being said,
I
it's 2 in the
mean, can
morning
they
here,
not
so
like
there are at
expand
least
the
4
grid?
or
I know
5
you. I know
hours
you
until
know your
dawn, and we saw
electrical
missiles
stuff.
incoming at about 4 in the
Cheesy,
morning
but can they
last
not
night.
like
So there's very much the potential for more ballistic
expand the
missiles
grid
and more
to
drones as the
support
night goes
like
on here. Meanwhile, as you pointed out, Israel has continued its strikes in Iran and in Tehran. In addition to hitting Iran's state broadcaster, they took out 2 aircraft on the ground and have continued to go after other targets as well. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said so far Israel's strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities have set the nuclear program back many, many years. He wouldn't give a specific number on anything like that, how much they really have damaged the nuclear program. But Israel's former defense minister told CNN earlier today that it was some years that they had set the program back. Meanwhile, there are rising casualties on both sides, 24 killed so far in Israel. Meanwhile, a much higher death toll in Iran, 224 killed there. And it doesn't look like this is going away anytime soon. Iran has vowed it will not negotiate under attack. Meanwhile, Netanyahu spoke of what he called, quote, complete victory. That is a phrase we've heard in the war in Gaza, which is past 600 days now. And this fight, although it's incredibly early here, shows
Here's a
no
tweet.
sign of an off-ramp right now, no matter.
Here's a tweet from that Thomas Massey that we talked about earlier. Apparently, he's a Republican member of Congress. This is not our war, but if it were, Congress must decide such matters according to our Constitution. I'm introducing a bipartisan war powers resolution tomorrow to prohibit our involvement. I invite all members of Congress to co-sponsor this resolution. So it
What
looks like they're
President Donald
already
Trump promises about
trying to not
perhaps finding a
allow
way to end
Trump
this
to get
conflict,
involved.
quote, soon.
All right, Oren, thank you very much. Live in Tel Aviv. We'll be checking back in with you this hour. Out front now, Ophir Akunis, the council.
I am Gabe. You do understand that rare earths don't actually mean that the metals are rare, right? That's actually a weird term for them to use, but the metals that are actually used, they're not rare.
General of Israel in New York. And Consul, I really appreciate your time. So,
Yeah, it's just a term.
It's just,
It's
to
a
start with,
horrible term
President
to
Trump
use
has
because
said,
it
okay,
confuses people.
He's going to come back from the G7 and he's going to get this over with. But then he also said Tehran should be evacuated right now. Just to take that statement, that one statement, Tehran should be evacuated.
One of the reasons why they're rare, I believe, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, is I believe they're just there's no profit in actually like. That's why one of the reasons why China is the only country that actually gets these rare earths is because they're like there's no money in it to actually.
I will tell you. 1 hour ago, they fired 10 ballistic missiles toward our civilians.
Sort them out through their
ceasefire
resource developments.
After almost 50 years of saying that they want to destroy us, now we, for your question, we will accomplish our 2 goals. Destroy their ballistic missiles and nuclear capability. And that's what we are going to do, even if it will take weeks.
Even if it will take weeks. Okay, so I just want to understand, as everyone wants to understand more on what this means. So ballistic missiles, nuclear program.
That's
Let's talk
right.
about the nuclear program.
Exactly.
We've got the latest satellite images of Fordow, which of course is one of the main nuclear sites and the one that is at least known to have substantial assets deep underground, which was done in order to prevent Israel from bombing it. It's buried deep in the mountains, 300 feet or more underground, as we understand it. Okay, we understand. Analysts keep telling us it is
Yeah,
the U.S.
okay,
that has
so
these so-called
Sokins
bunker
has
buster bombs
got
that
it.
have the ability to destroy an asset of that
They're
sort.
basically
and only
everywhere,
the
but
US.
no heavy deposits
But I ask
in any
you,
one place.
can Israel destroy the Fordow site and that deep nuclear capability without U.S. help?
Yeah, first of all, we will not take decisions for the American administration. We will do whatever we can, and we are doing it to prevent the Ayatollahs to hold a nuclear weapon. This is the most dangerous thing to the Western civilization, and I'm talking about this studio, this place, this city as well. So we are trying to do it. We are doing very well until now. We want, first of all, to
There we go, we're
defend our
back to
people from their missiles
all
and
displays.
from the nuclear weapon plan. This is very dangerous to the world and to Israel as well, and we are doing whatever we can to prevent it.
All right. So I am just curious, though, when your prime minister says that the strikes so far have set back Iran's nuclear program a very, very long time, many, many years.
Exactly. Quote.
Why is that not enough?
It's not enough because we suppose that they are trying to progress their plan, even though it's almost a week that we are there during this operation. We are not counting.
We
on
still
them.
haven't
We
been
must
shown
be
any evidence
sure
that they were actually
will accomplish
developing a nuclear
our
weapon
two
either.
goals. And we are not sure yet about the nuclear sites. We want to be sure about. I suppose that there's more than two, but you mentioned the two of them, and we want.
Even
to
your
be sure
10-year-old
that
expects
we'll
you to pay up
accomplish
for her to
our
unload the
goals, and
dishwasher?
then we can say,
You know what I got if
we
I
can
didn't
do
pay
with
up?
the,
Or if I
Ayatollahs.
didn't
We're
unload
not
the
talking about
dishwasher?
Iranians.
A
Sorry.
smack on the
The
back of the
Ayatollahs.
ass.
We're talking about the Ayatollahs. That's right. Exactly.
Council, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Robin.
All right, and I want to go now to the former
Smack
Defense
in the
Secretary
back
and
of the
CIA
ass,
Director
and
Leon
then I
Panetta. And
unloaded the
Director Panetta,
dishwasher.
You just heard the Consul General there from Israel saying that setting back many years, right? That is not what the goal is. The goal is more than that. They want to get rid of the capability of a nuclear weapon for Iran altogether. And also then he also made a distinction that it was beyond that it was also getting rid of the leadership of Iran, of the Ayatollahs. What do you hear when you hear that?
Well, I hear two goals that are going to be, frankly, difficult to achieve unless the United States goes to war with Israel, which is not likely. But
Goes to
the
war
fact
with
is that
Iran,
to
I
go
think he means.
after their nuclear capability, you've got to be able to go after these deeply buried facilities at Fordo that can only be attacked with busting weapons that the United States has and be delivered by a B-2 bomber. So to totally be able to wipe out their nuclear capability is just not going to happen if it's left to Israel on their own. And with regards to regime change, I think the problem there is that it isn't that easy to achieve in Iran, that you can undermine their command structure, you can go after their nuclear scientists, but the fact is, even if you go after Khomeini, there are going to be other hardliners that will take their place. So I think
there you go.
Israel
We were
has to
talking
think
about that
just
earlier.
Exactly what it is.
So
that
why
they're
they don't
trying
just
to
wipe
achieve.
out the
If they're
regime?
trying to
'Cause there's-
weaken Iran,
I think C-Mac said there's
that's
just
an achievable
another
goal.
evil guy waiting in the
Beyond that, I
wings
think it's going to be difficult
to take over.
So specifically regarding the Ayatollahs, and let's just talk about the supreme leader, right? The leading Ayatollah, Khamenei. And Prime Minister Netanyahu said killing him would not escalate the conflict. It said he would, quote, end the conflict. It sounds like you disagree with that assessment.
Sounds like
Yeah, I
your
don't think there's any
grid
question
infrastructure
that,
in the U.S. is just subpar
getting rid of
cheesy
Khomeini
taters.
is not going to suddenly
We don't have that problem here
result in regime change. That's the bottom
with all
line.
the air conditioners we have in
You're
Canada.
talking about the Quds Force. You're talking about a lot of hardline commanders that are still very active in Iran. And the fact is, the more Israel bombs Iran, the more the Iranian people will be concerned about trying to protect their own Iran against Israel. So when you look at all of these other factors, the bottom line is that achieving regime change is not easy to do, cannot be done simply by killing Khamenei, and frankly cannot be done simply by the kind of missile attacks that are going on right now.
Oh, this just in, chat. This just in. China has warned of dangerous
My
escalation
fellow
in the Middle
Americans,
East.
this is Liberation Day.
And calls for a de-escalation and calls for peace between Iran and Israel. That's China, by the way. China. What do we have here? No, we're done here.
Indeed. And what are we
This is
hearing
back to
there,
the
James, from the remaining
G7
G7 leaders? Can we still expect
meeting?
a joint statement from them on the Iran-Israel conflict?
Well, they can't make a statement as the G7 if not all of the G7 have signed up to a statement. Clearly, they could send a statement to Washington and say, will you sign up to this? That's possible, but they were trying to get a statement on de-escalation, a simple statement that all the G7 wanted de-escalation. And we're told President Trump didn't want to sign that today. Again, I think possibly because he wants to keep the pressure on Iran and force it back to the negotiating table, but in a position where Iran will make further concessions. You're going to have the rest of the G7 here continuing
Those
their meeting. In fact,
ships that we were talking about
joined by
earlier,
invited
it is
guests.
confirmed.
In addition to the 7, there are 8 other leaders of very important countries joining.
It is Reuters is now confirming that there are tankers in the area that are on fire. I have a feeling that those are just the
and some of those countries,
whatever they are, the
have denounced Israel
pirates that are down there, probably causing mischief. I don't know that those were the missiles that were launched from Iran earlier. There is an Al Jazeera reporter saying that there has been 3 large explosions heard somewhere in western Tehran. That is 4 minutes ago.
And I think really a core G7
4 minutes ago in Tehran.
by a US president was the only thing that really would have put deep
Let me see if I
pressure
can find more on that.
Mr. Netanyahu. But as I say, things very uncertain here.
While you guys argue about electric vehicles, I will try and find out whether or not.
Okay, yeah, so no united front coming from the G7 there, but are you hearing calls privately or just quietly for negotiations, for offers of mediation?
Apparently, Afghanistan has officially announced that if the United States intervenes militarily against Iran, Afghanistan will take action of their own. We will not stand idly by, they said.
That the only right path was further diplomacy and de-escalation. And of course, it was Israel that escalated and ignored diplomacy, because there had been a further meeting on Iran's nuclear program planned for last Sunday, and that meeting, the prospects of that meeting happening, were destroyed by the Iranian action of the G7 countries.
I think the carriers are actually going to the Eastern Mediterranean, CMAC.
Israel for that.
I believe they showed that on the news. They're actually going to the just off the shore or off the coast of Israel, I think, to help defend, probably to help defend against missile strikes.
About this wariness in all those European countries, because they know that their own populations.
Not Afghanistan. Yeah, that changes the whole power dynamic of the region.
Of what Israel is
yeah.
doing, and it's certainly not popular in many European countries, and they are worried what happens next if Israel continues to pursue its campaign, pursues what some call regime change. They're worried about the Iraq scenario. Remember the Iraq war in 2003?
Still 32 minutes ago about these oil tankers. They're not saying what has hit the oil tankers, just that there's 3 of them that are on fire. That can't be a coincidence. There's got to be something going on there.
The refugees would start flowing, and they'd start flowing in Europe's direction.
I'm not opposed to EVs. It sounds like you're opposed to EVs, Cheesy.
From the G7
I just want more info on reliability of the motors. Battery technology is actually pretty good. There are some videos that I've tested EV batteries after 3 years of use, and they're still at 100% capacity. And yeah, and now there's companies that can refurbish batteries once they get older. Like, they can refurbish them back up to like something like 97% or something. So, the real question though is hydrogen. Is hydrogen going to take over now that there's hydrogen vehicles that are being produced? That could be the wave of the future, because the exhaust isn't it just water or something like that that just comes out of hydrogen-powered vehicles? Starts attacking tankers, but the U.S. will send carriers there. Yeah, I don't know that we don't know that it was Iran that attacked those tankers. I'm trying to find out if there's any evidence as to what.
Military campaign, but I think when it comes to U.S. President Donald Trump, the uncertainty is the point.
I have a.
He has said, he's definitely clearly.
I have a.
The U.S. could be involved, and obviously that's something that Israel wants, because
we have a camera on the Haifa area, top left. But there's a video posted 32 minutes ago of missiles that have struck the port of city of Haifa. But this is at night, and we're looking at the daytime camera, and nothing seems to be going on there. So.
So Donald Trump is definitely signaling a more aggressive tone with a tweet telling Tehran to evacuate, letting it leak that the National Security Council will be meeting, leaving the G7 early, moving military assets into the region. So
hydrogen had been a possibility for a long time. I don't think that it's been really developed though until recent years.
Republicans have been calling for him to do, or it could be, as James said, a bargaining tool, sending a message to Iran that you've got to get back to the table. Time is
like
hydrogen.
Hydrogen might be the future.
So not clear, and I think that's part of the point. Is it's not clear exactly which way Donald Trump is leaning, but it is obviously something that we are going to keep a close eye on in the hours ahead. Okay, Patty, many thanks indeed for keeping an eye on events there.
It's confirmed that video that I just showed is an old video,
in around about
not from
4
today.
hours from now, assuming that he's about to depart the G7 in Banff. Patty, thank you. Now, air defense systems have been activated across Israel and Iran early on Tuesday morning. In Tehran, several explosions were
Don't really
heard
want
as
them
Israeli
messing with
missiles were
water.
fired
It was
towards
bad
Iran.
enough when they started
Defense
diverting
countermeasures were
corn
also launched in Natanz, which is
into
a
our
location
fuel.
with key nuclear installations.
Um,
On Monday,
and
an
if the
Israeli
exhaust
attack
from the
hit Iran's
vehicle is
state
just
television
water.
building in the capital, abruptly ending a live broadcast. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says the strike on a non-military site is the height of cowardice and a sign of desperation. Osama bin Javed reports.
This is the moment when Israel attacked Iran's
Watch
state
this.
TV during a live broadcast.
He's not moving as fast as I'd be moving. I would.
The state TV compound was in the area where Israel issued
I'd
an
be moving a lot
evacuation
faster
threat,
than that.
which is home to embassies, UN agencies, and diplomatic staff. It comes as more strikes have hit western and eastern parts of Tehran. The entire country has been under attack. In the northwest, an Israeli strike hit a hospital. The wards were damaged and patients.
Oh, you
were
think
injured.
the cost of
Foreign
water
Ministry
would
is
go up?
calling
I don't know. I live in Canada. I don't pay for water. What's wrong
In the
with
early
you?
hours of Monday, Israel fired more missiles.
Look at
Air
this.
defense systems in
Free
Tehran
water.
were activated. The entire country is under attack. Israel's Air Force has claimed to have struck Mashhad Airport, about 2,300 kilometers from Israel, making it the longest reach of Israeli attacks since Friday. Israeli strikes have targeted Iranian nuclear and missile facilities and assassinated military commanders and scientists. President Masoud Pezeshkian has warned Tehran's
What else
response
is
will be more
going on here?
decisive and severe if Israel's hostile actions continue.
They have already passed all the red lines, and when they pass these red lines, Iran needs to take serious actions against that. The same model that was happening in Gaza and in Lebanon is being repeated by the Israelis here.
In response, there was another hit in Haifa. Iranian missiles hit near the city's energy plant. Israel's main port city is being targeted by Iran after Israel attacked Iranian oil facilities. Air defense systems in Tel Aviv were triggered early on Monday morning to intercept Iranian missiles. Air raid sirens were activated in cities across Israel, and people were told to take shelter. Multiple buildings have been destroyed as Israel's advanced air defenses were unable to block all missiles. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it's using new methods in this latest wave, which disrupted Israel's defense systems and caused them to target each other. Iranian targets included Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's residence and military sites.
Or did he say it was causing the defense system to target itself?
About such an off-ramp or about an exit strategy.
I feel like that's what he just said.
Many options have been floated, from regime change to slowing down the nuclear program. So a lot of Israelis are more cheerful than they've been in a while, especially after the debacle of Gaza.
Israel triggered the crisis with its surprise attack on Friday. Iran says the aggression proves Israel does not abide by any humanitarian, legal or international rules. And as the back and forth strikes continue, more civilians are dying on both sides. Osama bin Javid, Al Jazeera.
Air raid sirens in Tel Aviv have been activated several times early on Tuesday. Some air defense systems were launched in
I don't even know. I don't even think we have like air defense missiles like systems here in Vancouver. I think we've got like an emergency alarm thing that just goes off on our phones.
China's embassy to urge Chinese
Pretty sure we don't have sirens around the city though.
Warning that the security situation has deteriorated. Bernard Smith has the latest from the Jordanian capital Amman, where the sirens have also been sounding intermittently since Friday.
Still nothing new on those boats
authorities said that
either?
Several missiles fell in open areas, injuring several Israelis, it said, who fled to shelters. We're waiting for some more details on that, but nothing more than that. The most significant damage so far has been to Haifa port, the refinery there, where the refinery operations have been halted because of severe.
Do you remember when I said earlier that Donald Trump had better things to do, and he was like, "Through this meeting, I'm getting out of town." Okay, I told you that was the reason. He was just like, "I've had enough, dude. I'm out of here. I got better shit to do." So there you go.
Import oil through Ashdod port in the south, and there's also another refinery there, but that will take time. And the Israelis have never experienced anything like that anything like this in the last 50 years. So
okay,
it's taking a lot of.
According to Bricks News,
it's come as a bit of a shock, I think, to a lot of Israelis. There are shelters, for example.
It sounds like President Trump has proposed negotiations with Iran.
People have to shelter under.
This week on nuclear deal and ceasefire with Israel. So maybe they walked Israel back off of a cliff and said, "Hey, listen, we'll get a deal done." It'll be interesting to see whether or not Israel keeps attacking Iran, though, or if they're going to stop as well at this point.
Very, very dangerous situation that they're in. Nevertheless, Israelis always
we don't get
rally
severe
around
weather
the
here,
fact
cheesy.
They may not like Benjamin Netanyahu.
We might have a little bit of a
or
rain,
his, right-wing
like rain or
government,
something,
extreme
but no,
right-wing
I've never heard any
He
sirens
personally
going
remains
off here.
unpopular, but Israelis will rally around the flag when the country is under attack.
Trita Parsi is the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, and he joins us from Reston in Virginia. Great to have you with us. Why do you think Donald Trump and Marco Rubio are leaving the G7 early?
I think the administration is going for an effort to see if they can force an ultimatum on the Iranians, which is to essentially tell them that they have to go along with the zero enrichment agreement, unless, and if they say no, there will be massive bombings in which the U.S. itself will enter the war. However, I find it unlikely that the Iranians will accept that.
That was going to be my next question, whether this is something that the Iranians would agree to, because there have been overtures that we've seen through back channels from Iran that they are interested in de-escalation.
They certainly are interested in de-escalation. They were not the ones who escalated it. This is the Israelis who started this war. However, de-escalation and capitulation are two different things. From the Iranian perspective, if they agree to zero enrichment, they do not believe that the story will end there. They have clearly shown that
Got no
they
updates
can
to share
hurt Israel through their
with you guys,
missiles.
though, as
The
far as
Israeli narrative is shifting from saying that the nuclear program is an existential threat to saying that the missiles are an existential threat. So even if they agree to zero enrichment, they believe the story will not be over, and there will likely be further Israeli action, one way or another, to target Iran because of its.
Here's, I don't know how interesting it is. 2 giant cargo planes flying from China to Iran turned off their tracking signals before entering Iranian space. Reports suggest they may be carrying military supplies.
But because there is no credibility, that
Unconfirmed as to what it is, but
But do you think that they will at least come to the negotiating table if the US says that it is willing to?
I think there are ways of agreeing to that. The thing that
would be kind of crazy if if China decided to jump in on this.
I'm not so sure how strongly held their position is on that. Perhaps they can agree to talks regardless of whether the fighting continues.
And I guess the question then becomes whether U.S. President Donald
Got to be
Trump has
careful
the
with
leverage over
sources,
Netanyahu
though.
to
Till
make
it's
him
like
stop
been
the
verified,
attacks.
but
He certainly does. The United States has always had that leverage.
yeah. Anyways, the person that posted this is not followed by anyone that I follow, so take that with a grain of salt.
The leverage politically for presidents is worth it. In most cases, we have seen them finding it more convenient not to put pressure on Israel because of other factors, because of the political cost. But it's not because of a lack of leverage.
But then is the appetite in the US for that leverage to be used, or is the overriding thought that this is something that the US should stand behind Israel wholeheartedly?
Easy, I've got that video.
Depends on who you talk to. But if you talk
This one
to
here
the
you were talking about, right?
of Trump's base, the America First crowd, they didn't.
You were talking about this video here. I didn't know what you meant by the missile behind her. I think you mean in this video here. You see the missile strike, and then you see her just going like, "I'm out, I'm out." You can see the strike coming down here. Boom. And then, of course, because the broadcast is a little bit behind, it shows up like this is I guess live. I don't know how that would work, but boom! Like, get the hell out of there! Like, get moving! Get moving faster than that. Hey, I heard you the first 5 times. Aloha Sakbar? What?
Just to believe that the story that the Trump administration had said no
Oh, you're talking
to
about,
the targeting of Khamenei is true. Because
Akbar,
the
right?
Trump administration understands that Khamenei is actually one of the key factors as to why the Iranians have not gone for a bomb. There are plenty of people within the system, an increasing amount of people in the system, that actually wants to go for weaponization because of what the Israelis have done. But Khamenei has issued a fatwa against it. And if he is assassinated, the fatwa actually dies with him. So if you want a deal and you don't want the Iranians to go towards a weaponization, the Trump administration appears to calculate that having Khamenei stay there is better than to have him be killed by the Israelis.
Trita Parsi, great to speak to you. Many thanks for taking the time to join us there from Virginia. Well, as we mentioned earlier, an Israeli attack hit Iran's state television
I don't
building
believe
in the capital,
Iran should
ending
have
a live
nukes,
broadcast.
for sure.
Al-Jazeera's Tahir Asadi
I'd like to
reports
see
from
some
Tehran
proof that
with
they
more on the
actually
television
were
building
going to
attack.
have nukes, though.
I have been into that IRIB complex. It contains different buildings.
France 24
separate buildings, but what
is also now
targeted
confirming
was
that
called-
Trump
was
has
called,
warned people to
Glass
leave
Building,
Tehran. So
which is known as the central building for IRIB, and we have to keep in mind as IRIB is not just one news channel. It contains tens of television and radio channels, all of which
Venezuelan
are
president
at the same,
Nicolas
size
Maduro
in different buildings, but now we
has
see them
has,
important
calls to stop
let's say,
Israeli
building
PM
across the
Netanyahu.
surface of different buildings were targeted. And this lady, Sahar Mamini, the presenter, was there. She's getting more and more viral in the social media inside Iran, seeing that she was aware that the building, that the complex has been targeted, but she decided
Iran's the only power that can stand up to Israel's genocide. They feel threatened by that.
And speaking of the
I don't really
coverage,
think
we know
that
the live
Iran's standing up very
broadcasting
well
of
to them.
IRINN, or the news channel of IRIB, was interrupted.
Like I said, though,
disrupted
Lazarus,
indeed
I
as a
would like
result
to
of
see
this,
some
but
evidence that
later on, a few minutes
they
later,
were going
they
to
went
produce
back on the
nuclear
air, and
weapons.
also Sahar
If
Mamini,
you're
the
going
same
to declare
presenter,
war
was
and
there
try
to
and
continue her
force other people to come to your cause, show me some freaking evidence.
sense of admire for what
Like they're running on this narrative that hey, there's going to be people that are Iran's going to have nuclear weapons. Okay, show us how you know this. But they haven't shown anything. They literally have not shown any evidence whatsoever. Do I think it's important that we keep Iran from having nuclear weapons? Absolutely. But just show the evidence. They don't have anything.
The capital was targeted. It could be also near Mehrabad airport, the airport that is usually used for local flights, was said to be targeted.
They've done a lot
We
for
saw
Gaza.
heavy
You
smoke coming
who's done a
out,
lot for
pouring
Gaza?
into the air from
Iran?
that location.
Al Jazeera's Dorsa Jabari says Iranian civilians are being caught up in the Israeli attacks.
Iran has no bomb shelters. It is not prepared for what is happening right now. This was an unthinkable situation for most Iranians. They haven't seen bombs dropping on Tehran since the Iran-Iraq war, and that ended 37 years ago. So there's an entire generation of Iranians that have never seen this kind of conflict, and they're absolutely petrified, and understandably so. It came as very much a surprise to the entire nation of nearly 90 million people.
Iran nuclear development has been.
Yeah,
but there's a difference between nuclear development and nuclear weapons.
The Iranians have seen their South
Right, like Japan has nuclear facilities.
The military infrastructure.
Canada has nuclear facilities.
Oil depots. Various
It doesn't mean that we're
launch
developing a
pads
nuclear
and
weapon.
storage
Show us some
facilities, part of their
evidence
missile
that
program. And this continues.
they were
Israel
going
has said that this
to
is going
start
to continue
enriching their
until
uranium
the
and producing
Israeli
nuclear
Prime
weapons.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu achieves his
Show us the
objective,
evidence.
which is
If you
to,
know what's happening, it should be easy to
basically
show,
eliminate Iran's
right?
nuclear
Like,
program and also its missile program. Now, these are two very huge tasks. He may be able to eliminate certain facilities or actually degrade them to the point where they're not functioning anytime soon in the
USA will
future.
eventually
But
be involved.
the
If
main
not for Israel, it
plant,
would be
the
for
Fordow
Saudi.
nuclear
Saudi is threatened by
facility just near outside
Iranian
of Qom
nukes.
is
It's Sunni versus Shia.
about 80 meters deep inside
I don't know, man. Like
the mountain area
Iran's
in that
never
region. And without the US
attacked anyone
bunker-buster bombs,
recently
it
in
would be
history.
impossible for Israel to eliminate.
They didn't
this
start the
nuclear facility. But
Iran-Iraq
then
war.
also, you have to think, even if they do
I don't believe that
physically
they've attacked
eliminate
anyone else
Iran's
in-
nuclear program for the moment, the knowledge is
I don't
there.
know.
Even
Dating
though
back
they've
as far as I know, like
assassinated at least
maybe back like the
9
Persian
nuclear
Empire or
scientists
something
so
like
far.
that. But
There's a whole new generation of people waiting to take their jobs. So it's a
They
very
used
much
Yemen to attack Saudi.
a war that clearly there would not be a winner.
Still ahead here on Al Jazeera. Head of the UN's nuclear watchdog says there is a possibility
Does Saudi
of
not have
contamination
their
within
own,
Iran's main facility in
like
Natanz
military?
after
Like they're
Israeli
such a
strikes.
rich country. Do they not have like a military that could beat Iran? No doubt that they're a richer country, right?
Here's your headlines for the Americas. There's been some deadly flooding in West Virginia state, and there's more rain falling over top of this area in the U.S. on Tuesday. Just copious
Look at
amounts
that,
of rain.
beautiful
All of this
Chicago,
drops down to the
31
U.S. Gulf Coast.
Wait, what?
Keep in mind, the
Oh,
darker the color, the more intense
31
that rain is falling from
31
Kentucky
freedom
right down
units
to
Celsius.
Louisiana. Otherwise, it's about the heat for the U.S. Southwest from New Mexico Arizona and Nevada states, we've got heat alerts in play here as those temperatures are at 40 degrees or pretty close to it. Somewhat weather for the Canadian prairies, more so for northern areas.
It seems like our friend from earlier that was getting upset
You'll catch a few
is
drops
gone.
on Tuesday. And then we've got this swirling around the eastern Pacific, likely to turn into a tropical storm. It's whipping rain around Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador. So copious amounts of rain will be in the forecast here on Tuesday. Top end of South America, more so for Colombia. It's a
need to
problem
fix my
spot for the
chat for
rain,
YouTube,
drifting all the way
apparently.
down to southeast Brazil. But we see those storms march out of Paraguay into Uruguay, southeast Brazil, and that activity will eventually scoot out over the South Atlantic. But it's a wet day in Porto Alegre with a high
I don't
of
know where I could
23
move it, though.
degrees on Tuesday.
Like, it's fine when it's here.
China's leaders promised economic prosperity in exchange for tight control over the country's population. But is that a trade-off that the Chinese people accept?
He really sees himself as a leader who is chosen by destiny to make China strong.
Ken Roth speaks with journalist and author Emily Feng.
They do feel like they've done so much to economically develop these regions. But
I
of
was
course, they're
just
missing
going to
the whole
ask somebody to
picture,
take a
which is that
screenshot of my
Supreme
channel on
people's human
YouTube.
rights.
Reframe.
Like, I
on
can't do
Al
that
Jazeera.
myself. I'm, you know.
China strong.
Ken Roth speaks with journalist and author Emily Feng.
They do feel like
Sorry, while I flip around, I just want to, like, I was just going to ask somebody to take a screenshot of my channel. I want to see how this looks.
There again, you're watching Al Jazeera. His reminder of our top stories this hour. US President Donald Trump is leaving the G7 summit in Canada a day earlier than scheduled as conflict between Israel and Iran escalates. The French leader Emmanuel Macron says Trump told fellow leaders an offer was made to reach a ceasefire. In Iran, air defense systems have been activated across several cities, including the capital, Tehran. Defense countermeasures were also launched in Natanz, which is a location with key nuclear installations. And early on Tuesday, air raid sirens were triggered in Tel Aviv, but later cancelled. In recent days, several Iranian missiles have hit residential areas and energy infrastructure. China's embassy in Israel has urged Chinese citizens to leave the country as soon as possible.
So far,
when the
nothing.
security situation has deteriorated.
I feel like
The Russian President Vladimir
nothing's
Putin
happening
and
today.
Turkish President
Nothing's going to
Recep
happen.
Tayyip Erdogan are calling for a diplomatic solution to the conflict between Iran and
let's see,
Israel.
get some live
During a phone
updates
call,
here.
Both leaders agreed that diplomacy must bring an end to the fighting
Still
as
nothing
soon
on
as
the
possible.
explosions.
Erdogan also accused Israel of threatening security in the Middle East and said its actions have put the entire region at risk. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says assassinating Iran's supreme leader.
Oh,
would
we
not
have an
escalate
update on
conflict,
the
but
ships
calm it.
in.
During an interview with American network ABC News.
We have an update on the ships. It appears that they collided. Two ships in Strait of Oman. We were told that there's three, but apparently it's two ships that collided, and they're on fire. So it wasn't from missiles from Iran.
On where it is already.
It's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict. We've had half a century of conflict spread by this regime that terrorizes everyone in the Middle East, has bombed the Aramco oil fields in Saudi Arabia, is spreading terrorism and subversion and sabotage everywhere. That's the forever war is what Iran wants.
Rosso Milani is the executive director of the Center for Strategic and Diplomatic Studies. At the
I'm
University
reading
of
your.
South Florida.
I'm
He spoke to us about how the Iranian people
I'm reading
are feeling
your
about the
article
conflict
here.
and
Divismo.
possible regime change.
Whoops,
There
I've got
is
you guys
one
on.
segment of the Iranian society, I don't know how large it is, one segment of the Iranian society that is so disgusted with the Islamic Republic that
I'm
they
just.
don't
I'll
mind seeing
put this up
Israeli
here.
punishment.
Hopefully, you guys can.
But at the same time, as the attacks spread out and as civilian population areas are impacted, I just received an email from a university professor.
So apparently, they've got
telling me
near
that he
weapons
hasn't
grade
had
uranium.
access to water for the past 16 or 18 hours, and that he has to go to his friend's house to take a shower. Well, as this the scope of the Israeli
So the 60% enriched material is a short technical step away from weapons grade levels of 90%.
Behind the flag in order to end the war. Now that does not mean that anybody who rallies behind the flag supports the Islamic Republic. There is a distinction between attacking a regime and attacking the country. And there are a lot of people who feel
So it's got almost enough enriched uranium for several nuclear bombs.
That is an attack on Iran as a sovereign country. And therefore, even if they are disgusted with the Islamic Republic, as a lot of people are, they think they need to come to the defense of the motherland.
Let me be very clear. Israel does not have the power to launch a regime change in Iran by itself. That is an illusion. They just don't have the capability, they don't have the power to do so, unless the United States, directly or indirectly, agrees with it. But the ramifications of regime change are going to be absolutely profound, much more destabilizing than what we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan. All I have to say,
So the boats
all I have to say,
were not struck by missiles. It was them colliding with each other,
and in Iraq,
presumably at night, and not understanding how to use the radar systems.
with a T, $2.5 trillion. What happened in Afghanistan? After getting engaged in America's
Richard, what the fuck is a Zionist regime targeting non-military? What? Lazarus, they reportedly were targeting military targets, so like missile launchers and stuff like that. And Iran has been targeting residential areas a lot of the time. They hit a hospital, so one of their missiles hit a hospital. They've got like video of them knocking out their fighters and stuff like that too. Well, yeah, they hit a TV station. That's a military target.
that is exposed from imposed
Like-
from outside. It could bring, perhaps, in the best case scenario, short-term stability and long.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not on Israel's side here.
Colin Clark is the director
But
of
it's not like they're
research at
carpet
Silverman
bombing the
Centre.
place.
He says he sees the fighting continuing for the next few days.
Both sides are attempting.
The IDF is a. I understand that the missile. I mean the missile missile interceptors have to be placed in strategic areas that also include in residential areas as well, right? So if Iran wants to knock them out, they have to attack residential areas to try and
So I think
knock
we're
out the
likely to see
systems.
Continued fighting and escalation, at least for the near term. Beyond that, President Trump has expressed some optimism that the Iranians are willing and ready to come to the negotiating table, but I have my own doubts about that based on what I've seen. So it's still too early for a formal battle damage assessment, but symbolically, both sides are, absorbing blows, pretty significant blows.
The IDF
Seeing
headquartered in that area. The Israel used their people as shields.
energy infrastructure in Haifa, and the Israelis now with air superiority and air dominance have had their pick of going after various surface-to-air missiles and Iranian anti-missile defense systems. So this is a real knockdown, drag-out conflict.
Out and say Iran's going after the people is a wild statement. I mean, they've definitely
sustain this level of intensity, this operational tempo. Because
been
the blows
attacking
have been so severe.
multiple
Although the
different
Iranians
areas.
have said and
And you can definitely make the claim that they're trying to knock out their defense systems, but I mean, I don't know how accurate their missiles are. But a lot of the missiles seem to be hitting like the side of residential buildings. Did I just lose my crack my voice there? I think I just hit puberty.
I'm hoping that we don't see a broader conflagration through the region, and one of the reasons to be optimistic is that the axis of resistance has been significantly weakened already.
The head of the UN nuclear watchdog is warning of possible chemical contamination
Israel.
and radiation inside Iran's Natanz nuclear facility. International Atomic Energy Agency is holding an urgent meeting in Vienna to discuss the matter. The watchdog says that possible
Iran has publicly stated death to Israel. They have been very vocal about wanting to wipe out Israel for sure.
He says there's no elevated radiation detected off-site.
I mean, I'm not siding with. I think both regimes are pretty evil, both Israel and Iran. Like I don't like how the Iranian regime is treats its people, killing women because their hair is showing. Like I think the Iranian regime is evil in itself, but that doesn't mean that Israel is not guilty as well.
Consistent with the objective of the IAEA and its statute, I call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint.
Yeah, I've got to turn the auto mod off, but you know.
The American firm Maxar Technologies has released satellite images of Natanz. The first picture is from January the 2nd. From Saturday, several buildings on site are visibly destroyed. Iran has demanded strong condemnation of Israel's attacks on the facilities, calling the aggression a breach of international law and a nuclear threat to the people of Iran.
We urged in this meeting
Trying to find some information about the G7 now as well.
not to allow their initial failure to prevent aggression to be followed by subsequent failure and to take a strong and effective remedial action. The board must condemn Israeli aggression in its strongest term and hold it accountable.
Barbara Slavin is a distinguished fellow at the Stimson Center in Washington, D.C. and a lecturer of international affairs at George Washington University. She says Israel cannot destroy the Iranian nuclear program without U.S. involvement.
I see Donald Trump has launched Trump Mobile. You guys going to go out and buy your Trump Mobile phones?
Achieving what was their announced goal, which was to destroy the Iranian nuclear program. And they frankly cannot do that without United States assistance. So what we're seeing now is a kind of push and pull by the Israelis, trying to get the United States to step in. Meantime, there are reports that the Iranians are urging an urgent return to diplomacy. So we will see. I don't think the president wants the United States to get involved, but the Israelis seem quite determined to continue their strikes on Iran, and Iran is retaliating. And I don't see anyone at this point putting a stop to this. The proposal that the United States made to the Iranians before this war started was maximalist. It demanded that the Iranians give up uranium enrichment entirely. And the question is, would Iran be willing to do that, or at least pause the program for a significant amount of time in order to stop the fighting? What's clear is that Iran wants the Israelis to stop hitting it. I mean, there were just pictures of the Israelis hitting the Iranian television antennas in central Tehran. They've issued
An Israeli shopkeeper doesn't mean anything to Iran. I mean, they've.
Locales in Tehran, including a district with some 300.
Well, they said that they want to wipe Israel off the map, Lazarus. I don't know how you can take that anyway else. Like,
and succeeding to some extent in terrifying
the threat wasn't just to Zionists, man. Like if you're a neutral observer, the threat was definitely to Israel as a whole, not just.
Doesn't seem inclined to stop the Israelis at this point. So perhaps there is some message that Iran can send indirectly to the White House through Oman or Qatar or the Saudis or others with some new proposal that might entice Trump.
Commodity markets have been
Yeah, Lazarus, what would you like to see here?
Between Iran and Israel.
Technically, in World War I was a treaty that granted land to the Bedouins who fought and died for Brits. And the Arabian Front, Brits lied, and that never happened.
Split between the territorial waters
They lost control of their sovereignty.
At times of diplomatic tension, Iran has in the past.
What would you do in this situation, Lazarus? What should be done in
Islam is the chief investment officer
in the Middle East?
He says the longer the conflict goes on, the wider the impact we could see in the.
But a gentleman that was here earlier that was
a lot of
very just below the bar of calling for the complete destruction of Israel earlier.
What that would entail for the Europe, because there could be another crisis because of that, because Iran plays a very, very imperative and important role with that one. But the important aspect out of everything is that particular Hormuz pathway is not only for oil, all the rest of the trade.
There's no justification for any form of genocide. I agree. Like the stuff that's going on in Gaza is horrendous.
We're gonna go back to the previous chapter where these particular
And nobody
shipping
can give me a good
containers
enough
from
reason,
across the
a
Atlantic,
good
from
reason
across
at
the
all
globe,
to
coming from
justify what's
China,
happened in
they will
Gaza.
have to reroute. That means shipment delays.
Like,
of
it is
up to
massive
3
overkill
months, or at least 2 months.
for what's
Yesterday,
happened
we were having a survey with a lot of
to Israel.
in Europe.
Like,
And the
absolutely
main
massive
concern
overkill.
among those particular entrepreneurs were that
Do I
if
think
those
Hamas needs to
particular
be
parties
eliminated?
worked,
Yeah, for
we
sure.
are
Do I
gonna
think
have
Israel
another
needs to stop
major
encroaching on territory that's not theirs
because
in the West
we
Bank
are
and stuff?
not
Yes,
gonna
for
be able to
sure.
get anything
Like I've
across
tried to
from
say
China
earlier,
or anywhere
it's
around
not
that
just
part of
one
the world.
side that is
I
causing the
think right now,
problems.
if you look at
It's
the volatility index, if you look at the other
both
liquid
sides.
assets,
But
we do not see much of that
Israel is at
strength
fault in some
those
ways as well.
particular ones. We don't see much panic in the market as well, because everyone is thinking that, okay, this could be one of those tit for tat, and perhaps there could be some sort of a negotiation tactics.
The reason is they
along
want
the
that
way.
land
The
and they
market
want to send a
uses
strong
is
message.
what
I mean, this
things
whole
get very
bullshit about
serious, and I think that is what most
the
of the
U.S.
investors
and Israel
are
wanting
very much,
wanting them to move out of the
blindsided
territory so they can
and not
redevelop
looking at
it,
that particular aspect of it.
and
Well, here's how Iran
the
and Israel
Palestinians are
compare
just
in
supposed to
their
believe that
attacks
they're
and
just going to be
defense
allowed to just
capabilities. With a
walk
higher
back into
population
brand
size,
new
Iran
homes
has a
and stuff
greater
like
number
that.
of active personnel. That
After
includes
for
both
the
the
last
army and the
however many
Revolutionary
years
Guard.
it's been,
Israel, however, has around 100,000
Israel's
more
been like
reservists.
encroaching
possesses 340
into
combat
areas of
These include several advanced US-made F-35
the
fighter
West
jets.
Bank and
Iran
kicking
mostly operates an old fleet
Palestinians
of
out of their
Russian
home and
jets.
allowing
Amongst Israel's
Jewish families to
anti-missile
move in.
systems at work, there's the Iron Dome. That's designed to take down short-range rockets, usually coming from Gaza. There's also the David Sling and
Give
the Arrow
Palestinians the
systems.
rights as human
They
beings.
are
Were they
domestically
not
manufactured
offered
equipment
a
designed to take
two-state
down medium
solution
to
years
long-range
ago?
ballistic and cruise
And they
missiles.
said,
In Iran,
like,
the
was that not an
IGS,
offer
the
years and years
IRGC
ago,
says
and
they've
it was
designed
turned
their
down
own
or
air
something?
defense
And they were like,
system
no,
called the
screw you. We
Kavar
want
373,
we want
which
all
has
of our land
enhanced
back.
detection and
And if I was
tracking of
Palestinian, I'd be
aircraft
mad
and
as hell
long-range
as well. If
missiles.
somebody came in and said,
Iran also
hey,
has two other systems, including a
we're taking
Russian-made
half your
one.
land and we're
And
giving
neither
it
of these two
to
systems
these
are
guys,
capable
I'd be
of tracking
pissed.
stealth fighter jets. Daniel Levy is president of the U.S.
You'd be
Military
surprised
Project
when
Group
acting
for
like them.
Israeli negotiating.
I'm
He
not.
says Israel's actions go beyond
I've had
all
this
legal
debate with other people, and I agree. Like, if their only way to fight back is through like guerrilla or terrorist groups, that's the only option that they have. People might not like it, but when you give somebody no other way of fighting back, they're going to fight dirty. You know, you're going to have people that are fighting dirty or fighting through guerrilla warfare. When the Brits started fighting Americans hundreds of years ago, they were pissed off because the Americans wouldn't line up like a formal regiment and just sit there and kneel down and fire in front of each other, you know? And they said that Americans fought dirty. Like, why would you fight that way?
You make civilian infrastructure targets.
Guerrilla warfare is very effective.
The media, you know this sadly all too well.
You've seen it work well in other countries. You've seen it work in, you've seen it work in Vietnam. You're seeing it work in Gaza, but it's just causing the Israelis to carpet bomb them. Like, that's their response to the guerrilla warfare, and it's.
Could make that argument, but I think something else is going on here. It clearly
Hamas wouldn't exist if Israel wasn't an apartheid state. I mean, you can say that because hindsight is 2020, right? Like, when Israel was created, the rest of the Muslim nations were adamant that they needed to go. So you don't know that. Like, there was a 6-day war because of all this, and it's been nonstop at each other's throats ever since.
Might we also
right?
ask a different question, which is Israel getting frustrated that in the absence of the US coming in, it is not achieving more in terms of blunting the Iranian nuclear program?
Like, the other countries had declared that they were going to like wipe Israel off the map. They were pissed. Who says that they wouldn't still be pissed?
So driven by Netanyahu's domestic political considerations. Does he just want some spectacular imagery to broadcast back home? And is he perhaps beginning to be concerned that there might be an effort to de-escalate, So he either needs to double down on the provocations or to give himself
Checking
some
Twitter
more
again here.
mission-accomplished imagery before being told stop.
Still ahead here on Al Jazeera. We're at the Paris Air Show where 4 Israeli fighters
Euronews is reporting that the IDF military campaign may last for weeks. So we'll see.
Opening up the conversation.
To be clear, attacks against free speech are not unique to either Democrat.
Imagine Trump sections on Mexico. I mean, you don't even. You can look over at Ireland, man.
On a day-to-day basis, is an existential.
You can look over at Ireland.
With fresh perspectives.
You know, the Irish got pissed off, and the IRA was formed, man. And they had to fight dirty, like it was, and that was dirty.
Key issues of our times on Al Jazeera.
Latroni, what's up, man? Just scanning news again here. Let's see what's playing on the other stations here. You're English. Oh, this is that's done. DW News is weird. Sometimes they just completely go away from news and start talking about other random shit. This looks like it's done. What is going on
There's that
with
song about the
France
2 pairs
24?
of sneakers that are laced together and over, I call it an electric line. I think you say a telephone line.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit where that image comes from? It's one that's been going around for
Stuff that I do not care about.
Says Paul Wellstone's words convinced her to try again. And the rest is history. She won in 2004, took office in 2005, and rose to minority leader and then speaker in 2019. Ortman earned the respect of her GOP counterparts, including the speaker who assumed her office this year.
Here's
The
Fox
adversaries
News right
became a
here.
negotiating team, and when they finished the job last week,
This is Fox News
9
right here.
captured a glimpse of what would be their final conversation.
Fair.
I was headed out, and
Fair
she was
and
standing
balanced
right
coverage.
by the chamber. And
I'm
I
going
started to
through
walk by, and
Twitter,
literally
and
walked
I've
past
got
her.
people
I
on
was
both
like,
sides
Sorry,
on my
but
Twitter.
media can wait. And I came back, and I just said, "We got it done."
When Hordman was away from the capital, she loved baking, cross-country skiing, gardening, and spending time with her family. Friends and family are planning a funeral service. Nothing finalized on that just yet.
This is the Minnesota shooting.
And just hours ago, a statement from Sophie and Colin
we
Hordman,
covered a lot of this,
Melissa
so-
and Mark's children, saying in part, quote, "Hope and resilience are the enemy of
Let me see
fear.
if I can
Our
find
parents
something else
live
that
their
is,
lives with
new.
immense dedication to their fellow humans. This tragedy must become a moment for us to come together. Hold your loved ones a little closer." And in the aftermath of these shootings, what should you do if someone claiming to be a police officer knocks on your door? A lot of people are asking that question after how that went
You
down.
really have to worry
after
about
the
this
deadly
crap?
shootings
Like,
over the
where do you
weekend.
live?
Fox 9's Mike Manzoni joins us now. And Mike, police say there are a few things you should be looking for.
Yeah, Randy, investigators say these
Like-
images show murder.
Hey, here we are. Let's just you know, instill fear in the population, man. Like crazy, man.
What looked
You
like-
have to worry about fake police officers coming to your house now?
Investigators say he knocked on one would-be victim's door claiming to have a warrant. In that case, the person was not home to local police.
You look through the people and you see this mask.
You can call 911 and verify if the person at your door is a police officer. If they are a working police officer, they will be connected to a dispatch center that can validate that.
The vehicle he had was not a marked police car. So if there is not a vehicle that you recognize as a marked police car that typically serves your community, that's certainly a warning sign. If you have not called the police, that's another reason to be suspicious. And then if you cannot clearly tell who is at the door, you cannot see it, or there's anything else that makes you think something is wrong with this, you can obviously call 911.
And another difference between the suspect's clothing and a real officer's uniform, Chief O'Hara pointed out. You'll notice he isn't wearing a badge or any kind of police patch, but most of us probably would not notice that, at least not if we looked quickly, Randy.
That is so true. Thanks, Mike. DFL Senator Nicole Mitchell was scheduled to be in court today for the beginning of her trial on burglary.
All right, so that was the coverage there from Fox.
All right, let's. We're gonna. I want to see what they. See if anything happened at the G7. We were cooked. Who? The Chicago Bears? What are you talking about? Oh, we have breaking news. Hold on. Hold on. We have breaking news. Apparently, Trump wants to meet with Iranian officials immediately. That's according to CNN as well, so. That's according to CNN, and I've got a... Okay, it must be this that I'm hearing. No, it's not. There, that's what I was hearing. According to CNN, Trump reportedly urged Vice President J.D. Vance and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to try meeting with Iranian officials as soon as possible. So they've rushed off from Canada to meet with Israel. Let's hold on here. We were this is live from Kananaskis, Canada. Okay, that doesn't show shit. Let's see what Mr. Elbows Up has to say. Talking about America's cook.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Welcome to Kananaskis and the
If you want me to translate that French for you, he said good morning.
2025 G7 Leaders Summit.
Thanks,
I'm pleased all
Devismo. It's
leaders
been fun.
are here, honored by your presence. In my home province, Alberta, in the heart of the Canadian.
I will be honest, on nights where I don't stream, this is the reason why. I'm just sitting here watching this crap. It's like I come home and I sit down, then I realize, oh, damn, I've been watching YouTube videos for 2 hours. I should have been streaming.
I'd note that we are also meeting on Treaty 7 territory. These are the traditional lands of the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Stoney Nakoda Nations, and the Tsuut'ina First Nations.
He's got such a weird updog. Well, it's because he's not French. Like would have a very English accent when he speaks French, and he's not completely fluent in French. So I mean, but he's good enough, and the people in Quebec don't mind him at all. Like they like him. The fact that he's trying to speak French is fine with him.
And we're gathering at one of those turning points in history. I think we all recognize that turning point where the world looks to this table for leadership. 50 years ago in France, a group of leading industrial nations got together in the face of global economic and financial crisis. The end of the international monetary system is known. Stagflation threatening. Challenges in the Middle East, geopolitical challenges in the Middle East, and it was the frank, informal discussions around that table in Rambouillet that led to a long period of decisions and prosperity at that time. Alors, nous avons la chance d'avoir le doyen du G7 avec Monsieur le Président maintenant. And then following the fall of the Berlin Wall, the G7 gathered to integrate those countries that had been behind the Iron Curtain of communism and to accelerate the flow of capital and trade to the developing world. 23 years ago,
is Trump asleep here?
The G7 met here in Kananaskis. We were just talking about it.
He might be
and
asleep.
That was when the world was still reeling from the aftershocks of 9/11, another turning point in history.
Okay, for those of you that are new to Mark Carney is absolutely brilliant with the way he talks. to basically butter other people up. Him mentioning 9/11 is literally like the way he's talking to Trump to try and
and amongst the many decisions taken were
he's buttering up to Trump rather than being like in his face and argumentative with him, because immediately Trump would back away and say, fine, fuck you, 200% tariffs.
Control of the spread of weapons of mass
He's
destruction.
very,
a subject
very
that we'll be
good
coming
at
back to. So as
the
I
way
said,
he
we're
talks.
meeting at one of those hinge moments, those turning points in history. The world's more divided and dangerous.
Yeah, could you imagine
Hostile
Trump's
states
head
and
just
terrorists
hitting
have
hitting the
expanded their
table?
capabilities and their reach, threatening global security in our local communities. Global commerce, energy systems, even intelligence are all being rewired. En tant que membre du G7, nous avons la possibilité de façonner le monde de demain. Le monde plus sûr, plus prospère, plus juste et plus libre. Mais le G7 doit s'adapter.
Okay, the Europeans sitting around the table, even the ones that don't speak French, are like, what the hell are you trying to say, dude?
Pour arriver à ses fins. Nostalgia isn't a strategy. We have to change with the times and to build a better world. And some of you, such as you, Mr. President, have anticipated these massive changes.
Do you see how he's buttering up to Trump? Like, he's doing this deliberately to be a friend, so to speak. I don't think Carney likes Trump at all, but he's doing a very good job of making Trump believe that Carney is on his side. I truly believe this is how you deal with someone like Trump. Whereas if you like get in his face and like, fine, fuck you, we're gonna do this type of thing, and Trump just replies with fine, 200% tariffs, it doesn't get anywhere.
Measures to address them. All of us around this table are reinforcing our militaries and security services for the new world. But we all know that there can be no security without economic prosperity, and no prosperity without resilience. And in a world where shocks flow across the borders, that resilience comes from cooperation. Cooperation that starts around this table. Cooperation that can lead to a new era of prosperity.
The thing is, though, Devismo, is Carney is paying respects to America and Trump, but the question is, does he actually mean the respect he's giving to Trump, or is he just making Trump believe that he's finally getting the respect he deserves?
Security and critical minerals, artificial intelligence, quantum, combating human smuggling.
Yeah, Canada's the host nation for the nation for the G7, and because he's Canadian. What do you mean? He's Canadian. That's why he's talking.
National repression. So we will have open, frank discussions over the course of the next 2 days. We might not agree on absolutely every issue, but where we will cooperate, we will make an enormous difference for our citizens and for the world, and bring the next era of prosperity, I hope, to the benefit of those we serve. Avec tout cela, merci beaucoup aux membres de media. Thank you, colleagues. We have some work to do, which will begin in a moment. Thank you very much.
Let me begin also by thanking Prime Minister Carney and...
So, yeah, anyways, we'll have to see what kind of a deal. Mark Carney's only been prime minister for like a couple of months, but he's come in with all these promises of developing our energy sector, because Canada should be like a leader in the world for energy, is like liquid natural gas, oil, minerals. Like, we have everything here, like literally everything. And he's promising to like just massively develop this stuff with these huge projects. I mean, he's only been in office 2 months. People are like, why the fuck haven't they been built yet then? It's been 2 fucking months. So we have to wait and see if he follows through on his promises. If he doesn't, then, but if he does, then he's probably going to go down as one of the best prime ministers ever in the history of Canada. Why is he announcing military spending? Because we have an agreement with NATO to reach to be spending 2% of our GDP, and we haven't been, Lazarus.
The Canadian presidency
Part of our agreement
for
with
the
NATO.
very warm welcome, and let me join all those who express their solidarity with Canada fighting the devastating wildfires. Kananask is indeed a stunning place, a place with a history. In 2002, the G7 met here as the G8. Russia was still at the table and was seemingly seeking closer ties with the West. What we saw then as a chance for peace turned out, as we all know, to be a vast illusion. 2 decades later, the world stands at an inflection point. We're confronted with wars we thought were
apparently
consigned
that guy's
to
stream is
history.
better.
And the global landscape is increasingly shaped by global competition. This is why this summit will be defined by geoeconomics and geopolitics at the same time. The world's largest democracies and largest industrial economies are gathered here today, willing to talk and talk openly together, ready to act decisively together. And I would like to focus tonight on 4 key priorities that I see for Europe.
So here's the reason why the G7 is important for Canada. Europe really, really desperately wants to get away from getting energy from Russia. And they get a lot of their liquid natural gas from Russia. And Canada has a shit ton of liquid natural gas that they're not even exporting right now. So one of the things that Carney has promised is that they're going to develop that, get it to market, and they want to make deals with Europe in order to sell it to Europe.
The first is...
Well, dude, you should either subscribe, since you've got a Twitch Prime there. I can see it by your thing. Or you can go over to YouTube and watch it there. But since you're getting ads, you didn't hear that.
We're here to address the profound uncertainty and volatility of the global economy, which has already weathered 2 decades of shocks. We all recall the financial crisis, be it the global one or the one in the Eurozone. We recall the post-pandemic inflation and, of course, the Russia-induced energy crisis. Today, trade tensions persist. The risks are no longer abstract. They are material and mounting. When companies are unsure what conditions they'll face tomorrow, they delay investment today. When households expect price hikes, they stop spending. So we need a frank discussion among the G7 partners.
So the price hike that she's talking about are probably the tariffs. And this is why using tariffs is a dangerous game. China's proven this. When the U.S. tariffed China, they just shifted who they were buying their goods from. So what was the agricultural soybeans, was it, in the U.S.? They just said, fine, screw you, we're just going to buy soybeans from Brazil. And it crushed the soybean. Dude, like, what the hell, man?
Restoring a sense of stability
I guess I will.
and predictability among ourselves. That
Like
is the
spamming to
first
know
priority.
people.
We are so deeply connected, which means also that risks must be managed together, because tariffs, for example, don't just impact exporters. They are like taxes paid by families and businesses in importing countries. So let us keep trade between us fair, predictable, and open. All of us need to avoid...
So when the tariffs, Americans announced tariffs against Canada, immediately Canada and the EU dramatically opened up their free trade agreement.
Protectionism.
That's the dangerous game that you play when you start tariffing other countries.
Message that the G7 can send to the markets and to the world. And
Canada's
together
trade
on
with Europe has increased by 24% in just like the last 4 months.
Real and the structural challenges that demand our entire attention. And this brings me to my second point, economic security. It is a challenge we all have a crucial stake in, because all G7 countries are facing aggressive trade practices from non-market economies.
Just an update from relatively reliable news source or Twitter account, Emmanuel Fabian. Less than 10 ballistic missiles were actually launched from Iran at Israel in 3 attacks just after midnight between 3:30 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. according to the IDF assessments. There were no reports of impacts in urban areas or injury. Probably either shot down or whatever.
From industrial overcapacity to weaponizing economic dependencies,
What do you mean USA did not start the tariffing? What are you talking about?
these practices must be addressed.
This is where Devismo is going to tell us that Canada was already tariffing U.S. dairy when so is the U.S. The U.S. was also tariffing our dairy. But he won't mention that. He's just going to talk about how Canada was unjustly tariffing their dairy. Watch.
And because they affect all of us, we must respond together.
Here it comes.
And bring an end to the era of globalism without guardrails. So, we must diversify and strengthen our supply chains and raw materials. To this end, we will discuss closer cooperation on critical minerals among trusted partners. We must tackle distortions in other key sectors, steel, for example, or pharmaceutical products, and we must counter together non-market policies and practices. This will also be an important discussion of tomorrow. My third point, moving from the geoeconomics to the geopolitics, we will start with the topic of
Devismo, I know that's the running narrative in the U.S., but in fact that is actually false. You can actually read the old Cusco or whatever the hell the agreement was called. Both the U.S. and Canada had tariffs on each other's dairy. Canada tariffs U.S. dairy because of the way it's made and the stuff the crap that they put into it. And we basically have higher standards for like how we want our milk. And the type of milk that we just won't allow the shit milk that is produced in the US with all the additives and stuff like that that's in it. And Canada basically said if you take out those additives and produce it like every other country, I believe the EU has the same sort of agreement with the US. They don't want their shit milk or dairy products going to the EU. So they allow a limited amount, and then at a certain point, they allow a limited amount as long as it's produced under the same standards that we have for our dairy. And then at a certain point, which has never been reached, by the way, it's never even been close to being reached, then they start receiving tariffs. But it's not from like jug number 1. And as long as they produce dairy the way that we expect our dairy to be produced, then they can sell it in our country up to a certain point, which, again, that point has never, ever even been close to being reached. Then it starts getting tariff, but not before. I'm not specifically talking about Canada, which was one of many countries.
Of Ukraine. President Zelensky will be joining us tomorrow, actually the day after tomorrow. He has shown the willingness to
drink this shit milk and develop a pair of boobs. No, thank you.
Agree to an
with what's happened recently in the U.S. as far as like like shit being discovered in your milk. And what was the other one? Was it in like your beef or eggs or something like that, where it was like, they had all these issues, and it's because they don't properly what's the word? Assess the product. You have these issues in the U.S.
Unconditional ceasefire. President Putin, on the other hand, has escalated.
And you wonder with all this shit that they're adding to their food, why their lifespan in the U.S. is so much lower than other countries.
Attacks on Ukraine. To achieve peace through strength, we must put more pressure on Russia to secure a real ceasefire, to bring Russia to the negotiating table, and to end this war. Sanctions are critical to that end. As a result of the G7 and EU sanctions combined, for example, Russian oil and gas revenues have fallen by almost 80% since the beginning of the war. So
Where's
the sanctions
Russia getting
are working.
their money from? Like, when is their
And
economy
we will do
collapsing?
more. Last week, we put forward a proposal for an 18th sanctions package.
This is what Canada's salivating over, though, is because they're wanting to limit the amount of energy that they're getting from Russia, and Canada's got all the liquid natural gas in the world. And because of the tariffs that Donald Trump has put on, EU will buy from Canada rather than buy from the US.
I will invite all G7 partners to join us in this endeavor.
A huge amount.
And Europe is committed to putting Ukraine in a position of strength. So far, as we all know, the European Union and its member states have mobilized almost 150 billion euros for Ukraine. And as G7, we must plan now for more support for 2026 and beyond. My fourth point, we will have a discussion on the Middle East. We're following.
Check this out. This is old news, but we were talking about this earlier. August 19, 2013, the CIA publicly admitted for the first time its involvement in the 1953 coup against Iran's elected prime minister. And look at the shitstorm it caused. That happened.
With deep concern, the situation following Israel's strikes on Iran and the Iranian response. I spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu today. I reiterated Europe's commitment to peace and stability in the Middle East. In this context, Israel.
Here's some important news for you. Canada's even taking over over basketball. Look at this. For the first time in NBA history, Canadian players have topped the scoring in the first 4 finals games. Canada is literally taking over sports already.
Has the right to defend itself.
Sports.
Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
Kendrick over Drake, though? Who gives a fuck, dude? Like, it's rap.
A diplomatic solution remains the best way in the long run to address concerns about Iran's nuclear program. And Europe remains committed to finding a lasting solution through a negotiated deal. For this, we are ready to work with partners in the region and beyond. We will also stay very vigilant what the implications for the international energy markets is concerned. As I discussed with President Trump yesterday, we are ready to coordinate among the like-minded partners to safeguard market stability, specifically the energy market stability. And finally, the recent events have underlined the increasing interlinkages between the conflicts in Europe on one hand and the Middle East on the other hand. Today, the same type of Iranian-designed and made drones and ballistic missiles are indiscriminately hitting cities in Ukraine and in Israel. As such, these threats.
Here's another point. Like, they're selling weapons to Russia to attack it, to attack the Ukraine.
Threats need to be addressed together. My final point is on maintaining the strength of the G7. Almost 50 years on, the G7 has proven its worth as a global leadership forum. Its relevance over the next 50 years will depend on our ability to both stay united and remain attractive. This year, we are joined by Brazil, India, South Africa, South Korea, Australia, and
Brazil, sorry, there's at least 3 BRICS members there. Like, are they trying to pawn them
and
off of
remain
BRICS?
attractive. This year,
Brazil,
we are joined
India.
by Brazil, India, South Africa, South
Africa,
Korea,
that's 3.
Australia, and Mexico. Europe
So,
already has strong ties
3.
with each of them. We are, and we will remain, firm believers in democracy.
Are they trying to
in
peel some
openness
BRICS countries
and
away?
outreach. To conclude, let me go back to 2002 for a second. Yes, the world was different. The G7, then G8, was different. And the European Union itself was different. Back then, we were expanding from within, but less focused on our geopolitical clout.
What's my take on Ukraine? Russia attacked Ukraine for no justified reason, and I honestly think that they should fucking allow Ukraine into NATO and just say, if you keep attacking, it's on. Fuck you. Like, let's go. Let's see. This is nuclear war. NATO's marked.
How close is maybe a nuclear war or maybe a world war?
No, we are not close.
Could the reason by Ukraine was pandering to NATO and Russia didn't want NATO on their doorstep? I mean, why can Ukraine not make up their own decisions to who they join? It's not Russia's fucking choice. Like, how is that Russia's choice? Ukraine is an independent nation. Like, why should Russia have any say?
And obviously, allies with the NATO.
They feel threatened, then maybe they should stop being such a threatening nation.
For really navigating this crisis, everybody is focused on de-escalating it. The US, of course, is working on that with other allies.
It's the same reason Israel is attacking Iran. Russia feels threatened by NATO. I've said all night, Lazarus, that I want to see some evidence for Iran having these weapons of mass destruction. I've said it since the beginning of the stream. Show us some fucking evidence.
NATO not being involved as an alliance because it is really focusing on the Euro-Atlantic, but obviously NATO allies very much involved to make sure that...
Yeah, exactly, Devismo. That's a good point, actually. If they take Ukraine, then NATO is on their doorstep.
The conflict is de-escalated as soon as possible.
I have, of course, the same fundamental view. And having said that, it would be a very, very bad.
Well, Finland's already part of NATO, so I don't think it's it's not Finland. Finland joined NATO. Was it a year or two ago? It's these countries here. Hold on. It's these countries here: Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Because these were former Soviet republics as well. And I can't remember which one it was, but one of them was the first country to break away from the USSR and was essentially the one that started the whole breakup of the USSR because I think it was perestroika or whatever that Gorbachev brought in that allowed trading with other countries, and the country was like, well, why are we joining, or why are we still with the USSR? Like, we can do this all by ourselves. And they left the USSR, and then suddenly other countries started to break off. Like within a month, like 5 republics or something like that left. So these are the countries that are actually worried that if Ukraine gets taken over, Belarus is already basically under Soviet power or Russian power. So these 3 countries here are the ones that are worried that they're going to be next. So they're and this is kind of the same thing as like Hitler. Here, we'll go back. We'll go back. When Hitler, the old Czechoslovakia, you can guess where Czechoslovakia was. It was where Czechia and Slovakia is. But Hitler had already taken over Austria, and then he, his reasoning was that these are Germans, and then he took over the Sudetenland because there's a lot of ethnic Germans that are there, and then he just said fuck it, and he took over all of Czechoslovakia, and that's when that's when everyone was like, you know, what the fuck's going on, right? And I believe they allowed Hitler to have Czechoslovakia. And then it was when they invaded Poland, that's when the war was on. Immediately the UK, Canada, Australia, whatever, immediately declare France, they all declared war on Germany immediately that day. But yeah, Finland and Sweden are already part of, is it Sweden? Yeah, Finland and Sweden joined like 2 years ago or something. So you can see, like, Finland's got a long border with Russia. So they were pissed off about that, but Finland was like, screw you, we're not holding off. I honestly think they should accept the Ukraine into Russia and give Putin a choice. Back the fuck out, or it's game on. But I don't think they'll do that. I don't think they'll risk Putin being crazy enough to say, okay, fine, I've got nukes, let's go.
Development if Iran were to develop full-scale nuclear weapons. That would threaten the region, but it would also be a big threat for many other countries. So, but the best way to solve that is through the negotiation table.
Écoute.
Oh,
It's a pleasure to be at Chatham House, which is still one of the world's leading think tanks on international affairs. So it's a real honor to be here. It has been producing influential ideas for more than a...
Here's what I'm seeing more and more, though. With this war shit going on, there's a lot of Trump supporters that are actually pissed off because they voted for no wars. They voted for, you know, cheap gas, no tax, you know, not no taxes, but less taxes. Maha is, I believe, Make America Healthy Again. But then they brought in like a lunatic that is head of their health shit now, the Kennedy guy, who literally has no scientific background whatsoever, has no idea what he's talking about. That's actually crazy just in itself. But a lot of Americans are going to be absolutely pissed with Trump if they go to war here. And midterms are coming up in like a year. So they will be furious with that. Still, look, it's bright day here now. Bright, beautiful day. Maybe not, it's overcast in Tel Aviv, but it looks like it's a nice sunny day in Israel or in Jerusalem.
Century. And this is a
stack the FDA with anti-vaxxers. Basically, yeah. Trump supporters want America first, don't give a shit about the Middle East. Fair. But, you know, like, Trump is going to allow himself to be dragged into a war. We were talking yesterday about how Netanyahu was deliberately throwing out the idea that Trump was the target of assassination attempts twice. And whether you love Trump or hate him, you know that immediately he's going to puff up his chest and be like, oh, they were they? Well, screw them then. You know, like, he's not going to throw out, you know, 150% tariffs on these people. He wants to show them who's boss. Netanyahu's not stupid. He knows how to play Trump as well. Like, he's puffing up his, you know, he's expecting that Trump's going to be puffing up his chest. We'll see if that actually happens. It looks like they're actually wanting to go back to the Trump is trying to urge them to sit down and actually have talks. So we'll see how that goes. What is this? Oh, we're talking about Gaza here. Let's see what's going on here.
Michael Apple, Al
This is the
Jazeera.
bottom of your screen.
Well, separate to the ICJ case, the International Criminal Court's chief prosecutor, Karim Khan, announced in May that he was applying for arrest warrants for top
Lazarus,
Israeli and
I don't give
Hamas
two
leaders.
shits about WoW.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant are
Could not
wanted
care.
for war crimes and crimes against humanity in their war on Gaza. Khan also applied for warrants for Hamas's political and military leaders Ismail Haniyeh, Mohammed Deif and Yahya Sinwar. Those allegations stem from
Wait,
the
Sue,
October
who's
7th
ICC?
attack that killed hundreds
ICC
of Israeli
arrest warrants.
civilians.
Israeli
Sinwar,
something,
Hamas's
something.
new leader, could be the only one of the three still alive after Israel claims to have killed Deif in Gaza in mid-July. But Hamas has never confirmed this. Israel
Lazarus, I could give a flying F about
also assassinated
wow, right
Hania
now.
in the Iranian capital Tehran
really don't
at the
care.
end of July. The ICC's pre-trial chamber is yet to approve the warrants. Lindiwe Zulu is a member of the National Executive Committee of South Africa's ANC party.
We do not need to be anywhere near a war, and especially in a place where there is genocide being created. Let us go back
There's
to
way
South
better games to be
Africa's
playing right
own
now than that
struggle.
shit.
The main people who supported the liberation struggle of South Africa were in each and every continent of the world. They were nowhere near what was happening in South Africa, but they took a firm decision because they understood and appreciated what the African National Congress
Because I'm enjoying
was
doing
calling
this,
for
Lazarus. I'm
freedom
actually really enjoying
in South
doing
Africa,
this new
as
stuff.
well as the
This
people of South Africa.
This is literally what I sit and do all day if I'm not working and I'm like not playing or streaming games. I'm literally doing this. What I'm doing right now is literally what I'm doing. I go so far down the rabbit hole on YouTube, it is actually laughable. There's many nights when I come home from work and I'll just start with one video and suddenly it's like, crap, I've been watching videos for 5 or 6 hours.
So even
just like,
in
you know
this
what? I'm
case,
just gonna
we
stream
do
this.
not believe we need to be close to where the war is happening in order for us to raise our voices and call on the international community to join the progressive
way more
forces
interesting to me
and
than WoW.
demand for an end of the war, but first and foremost, an end through ceasefire and through discussion. So we do not need to be close to it. Everybody in the world can see it. Everyone
even
in
ever
each
see
and
you
every
stream,
corner
Lazarus.
when
What are you
they
talking
turn
about?
on their TVs, their radios, when they see people on the streets like they saw us in South Africa in the past weekend.
Why did you
Where
stop?
we mobilized people to stand up in support of the Palestinian.
Corgi, I think this is the perfect. I'm actually really enjoying it, Corgi. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually really enjoying it. I don't want to just talk news. I'd like to talk about other stuff as well. But right now, news is kind of like
and to call to an end to genocide.
you're not a
A group
streamer,
of artists
especially if you're not streaming. You're not a streamer.
in London has been so moved by the work of Palestinian reporters during this conflict, including our own Hind Kudari, has created a series of murals to honour them.
My name's Callum Hall and I'm the founder of Creative Debuts. Creative Debuts is an art platform focused on the disruption.
Like I said, dude, it takes a lot of work. You got to be willing to put in the the YouTubing. You're not willing to do that.
And democratization of the art world. The Heroes of Palestine murals in general have been very disruptive. Obviously, we had the intention to have them as uncontroversial as possible. We thought painting doctors and journalists should be accepted and should be welcomed and celebrated in any country. You see these crazy numbers about the death, the destruction, the displaced, the disease outbreak, and what we wanted to do is center back on individuals, humanize what's happening. We wanted people to be able to go to individuals for sources of information, hence why we've painted.
What else is? Actually, we'll watch that. I'll find
Journalists, they should be celebrated in every possible way. They are literally putting their lives on the line. They are documenting the genocide against all forces that are against them. We wanted to make sure we are depicting real life, but we also wanted to celebrate the defiance, the bravery, the inspiration that these characters have. What's been really important with the murals is collaborating with the kind individuals and people that have donated their walls. And obviously with the mural that we have here, it's our biggest, it's its most impactful, and none of it would be possible without Alia.
Without them, we wouldn't have a clue of what was actually happening. And I thought our community would really appreciate it. We want to show them support because it's so hard for them. They're not able to stay with their families. And we want to show them that they are actually our heroes. The response has been nothing but love. And I think the best response was when we had the kids from the local area seeing it for the first time, the excitement that they had, the smiles on their faces, it was priceless.
A lot of the people that we've painted have been thrown into this incredibly horrific, traumatic situation, and they are documenting it. So we fall in love with them. We are in this journey through them, and it's been, yeah, they're
I've got
just
a
so
couple of
brave
videos I'm
and
gonna
such an
post up for
inspiration
you
for
guys.
all of
Give me a
us.
sec. We're gonna. Okay, well, we're gonna watch this one first. So this is how Iran is breaking down the Israeli air defense. But
The
we were talking about
skies
this
over
earlier.
both Iran and Israel may seem ignited by missiles, but there are already signs Iran's shooting fight.
How many white people support Hamas? What are you talking about? We're not supporting Hamas, dude. Like, what kind of a dumb statement is that? We're not supporting Hamas. We're supporting the idea that Israel doesn't have to kill tens of thousands of people, including women and children. Like, literally, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you one of these idiots that will sit there and look at people, like, marching down the street and say, oh, they're supporting a terrorist organization when that is literally not what they're doing? Like, I don't know if you're just deliberately trying to troll here, dude, but you got to be smarter than that. Stop listening to fucking Fox News that is just calling these people Hamas supporters when that's not what they're doing. They're wanting Israel to stop fucking, like, ruthlessly bombing people in Palestine or in Gaza for no reason whatsoever and killing all these fucking kids. Kids that are 4 years old and they don't even know what fucking religion is yet.
Is slowing down. It is believed to have had at least 2,000 ballistic missiles, but
That is just
Israel's been
fucking-
targeting its stockpiles and launchers. So,
He's
by
smarter
Sunday,
than that.
day 3 of the conflict, Iran was already firing fewer at Israel. While Tehran has the largest number of ballistic missiles in the Middle East, it must still conserve. And some of what it's firing is landing.
I mean, there's kids in the Middle East that can't even ask why anymore. Like, we should be asking why, not them. Like, they've literally done nothing wrong. They're kids playing in the street and they're just getting fucking ruthlessly bombed.
Israel's much vaunted Iron Dome system, highly effective against the slower and smaller rockets of Hamas and Hezbollah, is of limited use against Iran's ballistic missiles, which shoot.
Okay, Dragoon, give me an example of how people are being gullible. These people that are, you don't honestly think that these people that are these white people that you're talking about that are marching down the streets are supporting Hamas, do you? I don't know of a single Hamas supporter at all. I do know a lot of people that are pissed off at Israel for ruthlessly bombing people down the street. So what gullible white people are you talking about?
More than 1,000 kilometers up before dropping to their target at supersonic speed or faster.
I mean, unless you're going to try and claim that Israel isn't just ruthlessly pounding Gaza into the ground. I can show you pictures of video of what Gaza looks like. It looks pretty, it doesn't look like it's strategic attacks. It looks like it's just carpet bombing the entire fucking place to wipe out the entire population.
Instead,
That's what it
Israel
looks like.
uses its Arrow system, designed with the Americans to intercept missiles outside
Okay, so explain to me who the gullible whites are. What are they gullible for?
the atmosphere.
How are these gullible white people supporting Hamas? I've never ever heard of anyone actually supporting Hamas. I've never heard of it. Maybe it's just people in my country. I don't know. But I don't know anyone that's actually marching through the streets in support of Hamas. We have massive marches and protests here.
It's more than 90% effective, but each shoot down can cost $2 million, and those interceptors are also in limited supply. This means strategically, Iran is choosing its targets carefully, and Israel may be choosing which missiles to intercept and which not to. Israel says it wants to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. Now, to do that, it's been striking here, the above-ground fuel enrichment facility at Natanz. But fully destroying the one below ground is much harder. Then there's Iran's deeply buried enrichment facility, Fordo. For now, it is impossible for Israel to destroy it unless they can get inside. From the skies above, the only non-nuclear weapon which could destroy Fordo is a 30,000-pound munition called the Massive Ordnance Penetrator. Only
What
the
is
U.S.
this?
has that bomb
Oh.
and the B-2 bomber aircraft needed to deliver it. So far, the Americans say they don't want to be involved in any bombing runs inside Iran. Iran, though, says it's moving the nuclear fuel there out. Were it to lose Fordo, it would likely mean an end to Iran's nuclear ambitions for years to come. Meanwhile, Iran appears to have lost control over some of its own skies. Israel has destroyed the anti-aircraft defenses inside Iran and has been flying its own fighter planes in without getting shot down. This is what's called air superiority.
Yeah, why? I don't like Hamas, Dragoon, but give me your reasons as to why you have issues with Hamas. We were talking about this earlier. Like, literally, how else do you expect people of Gaza to fight back or Palestinians to fight back? They have nothing. Their only methods to fighting back is through something like Hamas. Right? Like, that's how the small guys have to fight back. They have to use guerrilla warfare and stuff like that. So I don't know what else you want to do, because Israel's basically just marched in, taken territory, kicked people out of their homes, put Jewish families into the homes of Palestinians, and like, how do you want them to fight back? They don't have any other way of fighting back. It's not like Israel is innocent here.
Let's bring in Janice Stein, founding director of the Munk School of Global Affairs. Janice, Iran has also claimed that it is using a very powerful guided ballistic missile. That would be a munition we've never seen the country use before. What do you make of those?
Okay, how are these? Hold on. What was the term that you used? I gotta go back. These gullible whites. How are these gullible whites treating you? How do you figure that they're gullible? You think they're gullible because, like, this stuff's not actually happening? Do you think they're gullible just because they have a difference of opinion from you?
Those claims.
I'm not wholly persuaded about that, Adrian, because we are not seeing a significant change in the rate at which...
Just because somebody has a difference of opinion doesn't mean that you're gullible. Billions of dollars that will save them all. You know what? They're nice. Our citizens will pay the bill.
These missiles are being intercepted. We should.
Those two ladies are Mossad. There is no chance that this person is a Mossad agent.
If this was a hypersonic guided maneuverable solid fuel missile, and Iran has claimed all of that.
Okay.
I can't take her seriously just because of the glasses. I'm not going to
Interestingly,
lie.
so we were watching Israel targeting Iran's nuclear project. Is it your sense that that will make the regime in Iran slow down?
I asked you several times, how are these white people gullible? You have still failed to answer the question. How are these white people gullible? And if you're going to just say they're gullible because they have a difference of opinion from you, that doesn't mean they're gullible. They just have a difference of opinion. So explain to me how these people are gullible.
On nuclear development, or could it just mobilize it?
Morocco, I plan on going to Morocco possibly next year.
To try to move faster. Say, see, we're being attacked, we have to go faster.
There's no question it could go either way. It is entirely possible that Iran will rush to break out. It has moved some of that enriched fuel, it claims, to a secret location, and it could race to build a bomb and announce
I'm from Canada,
that it
dude.
has done that, but it will not have the opportunity to test that weapon or to match.
Most white people are gullible. I mean, there's lots of subjects you can say white people are gullible about in the U.S. I could run a list off for you if you'd like. But there's going to be people in this chat that get extremely pissed off.
Marry it with a delivery system.
So we know that
I'd be like literally arguing with people that don't know what the capital of Australia is. Like it's.
Israel has targeted also nuclear scientists. Is there not a whole cohort of nuclear science students sort of waiting in the wings? I mean,
Even Tucker Carlson, who I generally think Tucker Carlson is a piece of shit, but he's also been more open about his opinion since he's gotten fired from Fox News.
Necessarily hurt Iran's nuclear program.
You are right.
No,
These
I was making a joke that I would be arguing with people that are dumb enough that they don't even know what the capital of Australia is or something. Like, there's a lot of white people in America that are fucking terribly gullible. They believe the world is flat. They're anti-vaxxers. They believe in what what's his name, Kennedy. They believe what Kennedy's doing. Like, it's on and on and on. They believe everything that their new government tells them without even doing any research at all. They read something on Facebook and take it as fact. Like, they're gullible to the core. It's just unbelievable how many people see something or hear something and they're like, "Oh, I heard something and they just take it as fact." They listen to Kennedy and they're like, "Oh, what Kennedy's saying must be fucking true." Or they hear some bullshit viewed on Facebook and they just like, "Hey, this looks legit. It must be true." But they don't actually look it up to see
clearly
if it's true or
the
not. They're
leaders
gullible.
of the program. But this is not novel technology, Adrian, and there's a very rich, sophisticated...
I'm still waiting to hear how white people are gullible about what's happening to these tens of thousands of women and children in Gaza.
...scientific community in Iran. So I would not place a great deal of weight on that.
I guess what we know about wars is that they're really easy to start, less so, how they end, how you even know in a way that they're over.
Where's
I'm
Gaza?
curious for Israel, what on earth is success or
Are you asking where Canada is? What are you asking? Where's what, Calf the Beast? He's associating Hamas with Al Qaeda? I mean, they're two totally different organizations. Hold on. I said white people who support Hamas. I didn't say white people who support Palestinian rights or Palestinian. Okay, who are these white people that support Hamas? Like, where are these people? I've never even heard of this before. All I hear is when I watch your news in the U.S. talk about these Hamas protesters that are down in the U.S. protesting through the streets, and they immediately call them Hamas protesters when they're not or they're Hamas supporters when they're not Hamas supporters. Am I not pronouncing it as Hamas, not hummus? Or does that sound the same to you? Hummus is good food, though. You like hummus. I like hummus.
end game here?
A successful end would be that Iran no longer be permitted to engage in enrichment on Iranian soil. That's what they've asked for. The Ayatollah Khamenei has...
But anyways, Dragoon, I'm like, where are these Hamas supporters that you're talking about? Are you talking about the people that are marching through the streets? Those people are not Hamas supporters. So if that's what you're talking about, maybe you're not. But if that's not what you're talking about, then I don't know who you're talking about, because the only people that I see that people are calling Hamas supporters are the people that are marching through the streets, but they're not marching through the streets in support of Hamas, however you want to pronounce it. They're marching through the streets because they're supporting the Palestinian people. But racist pieces of shit will take a look at it and say, oh, these guys are anti-Israel, which is not the case. You're pro-Hamas? I'm pro-Hummers. I'm pro-Hummers if we're going to talk about it.
Dug in repeatedly and said that Iran has that right under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and he will not concede. That's the standoff that we're facing, and it is up to the media.
I had shawarma earlier, Lazarus. That was my dinner, actually, before I started streaming. So anyways, if that's what you're talking about, Dragoon, these people that are protesting through the streets, if not, then I have no idea who you're talking about, because I don't know. I've never seen anything on news about people being pro-Hummers. Okay. I've never seen that on the news. I have no idea, but I do see quite frequently on American news, particularly right-wing news, calling these people that are demonstrating through the streets as Hamas supporters when they are not Hamas supporters. They're protesting what's going on in Gaza and the tens of thousands of people, particularly innocent little children and women that are being murdered for no reason.
Mediators now to craft a solution that
Just
lets
let me know
both
where
of
these
them
Hamas
off the hook.
These
Yeah, some dangerous days ahead. All
white,
right, Janice
these
Stein, as
gullible
always,
white
thank
people
you.
are.
So welcome.
Okay, I see. There's okay. This was them. We talked about this earlier. Why don't they just target Khomeini and end the war?
Us on the broadcast for more on all of that. Let me begin by asking you for your reaction on that news just coming in, the Israeli Prime Minister's statement as far as the Iranian Supreme Leader is concerned. Now, according to him, assassinating Iran's Supreme Leader is not going to escalate the conflict, it's going to end the conflict. What do you make of that statement?
That's a very predictable statement coming from.
So yeah, we were talking about this earlier. What would happen if they just assassinated this leader or this head cleric, Khomeini? And people were suggesting that just his number two would just step into the role.
From Benjamin Netanyahu, who naively and mistakenly believes, like many of his supporters in the West, that you can solve the very complicated problems of the Middle East by using raw military power. Israel has been assassinating its enemies from really the time that its state was created. There is a very long list of people that the state of Israel has assassinated, both Palestinians who have been secular nationalists and those who have been religious nationalists.
Wait, what? I'm gonna get a banned from Twitch, or the chatters? Chatters aren't gonna get banned. I'm not banning them.
List is very long.
People are more than welcome to have their own opinion, but if you're gonna have an opinion and want to state it here, you can expect that I'm going to like possibly debate it with you. That's all. I don't think anyone said anything in my chat that Twitch is going to ban people for. Like, if somebody wants to say that people are gullible white people, or they want to, or they're pro-Israel or whatever, I don't think that they're not going to get banned for that. I'm certainly not going to ban them
Is
from my channel
Israel
for saying
safer today because of this policy?
I've been very vocal that I believe there is blame to go around. Not just Iran, not just Israel, but other countries as well. Like, there is definitely blame to go around for what's happened in the Middle East over the last, 80 years.
Of targeted assassinations, or is it weaker today? So this rhetoric is, I think, unhelpful. I think it's deeply misguided, and it's very much expected. Let's not forget that Benjamin Netanyahu has an
saying anything negative about Israel get people banned on Twitch
for him.
Why is the is the guy that runs Twitch, is he like from Israel or something? Like, why can you not have an opinion and like not get banned? As long as you're not having like a, like you're making death threats or something like that, you should have the opinion. If you're on the Israeli side, fine. If you're on the Iranian side, fine. You should be able to voice your opinion. This is like a stream to chat and voice each other's opinions, in a mature way.
For his policies in Gaza. He is an indicted.
The Israeli-Palestinian conflict will not be solved without a radical international intervention, completely redrawing the borders. I can agree with you there. I'll agree with you there. I think you're going to have to eventually see international peacekeepers there, whether they're from the UN or whatever, to allow Gaza to rebuild.
War criminal. So one would expect this type of.
Oh no, not a Twitch ban. Whatever will we do? Well, if I get banned, I'll just stream on YouTube. I'm streaming there now. Hello to the viewers on YouTube or Kick, or I'm streaming on other platforms right now as well. By the way, there will be ads in like 10 minutes. You want to watch on YouTube? The link's down below. It's ad-free as long as you got an ad blocker. Go ahead.
Hysterical rhetoric from someone who has that type of reputation among the international human rights community.
The Israeli-Palestinian conflict will not, they target the religious leaders. It will not end the war. That will be a 9/11-like event for the Middle East. You can swack generals all day, long and not get support outside country. But if you kill the religious leader, it's different. See, there's Lazarus over on YouTube. Yeah, I honestly think if Israel actually assassinated this Khomeini guy, he's just gonna have a number 2. Like, I want the Iranian people to be able to be set free, but unfortunately, the U.S. and other countries have a really bad history of instilling governments that are actually worse than the governments that they had a coup on. So they don't want to have another Chile or Iran, for example. They don't want to have another situation like that. They need the residents of Iran to rise up and overthrow the government, and that's a really tough thing to do because they got nobody to back them. They can't fight an army.
Community.
All right. I also want to get in your assessment of the statements coming in.
Apparently they are getting together for negotiations. Craft the beast, or Calf the beast.
Warning to Iran in a way once again. He's talked about how the country should re-enter negotiations.
Both sides have the right to the land and make it impossible to give preference without alienating.
At this point, we've also...
I think I'd have to revisit my history, but I think it was like 1947, 1948 when they decided to divvy up the land. And then I think it wasn't until like the 60s, 68 or something like that, where Israel declared independence. And then the 6-Day War started and Israel basically kicked ass. And it's been like a terrible situation there ever since. Looking back at the situation now, I'm sure that the governments like England and the US or whatever that basically did this, they'd probably look at it and say, you know what, that was the wrong way to handle it. We've learned our lesson. This is what we probably should have done instead, and just done something else. But they have a bad history of installing governments that are just terrible. Like, look at Pinochet in Chile. Like, they overthrew a democratically elected government in Chile, brought in Pinochet, and he just butchered his population. And people were running for their lives basically. And why did they do it? Because the former guy wasn't pro-American and Pinochet was. And
been speaking to experts who said the only man who can actually end this conflict is the US president. And now we have that latest statement coming in from the American leader.
Oh no, I fully get that, dude. Like, this is, I've mentioned multiple times on stream that Israel has definitely encroached on the territory like that they've taken over. Like, there's no question. This was the UN plan to split it up, and like Israel is basically taken over. This is Gaza here, and this is the West Bank. This area up here, right? Like, and Israel has literally gone into the West Bank area, thrown people out of their houses, and moved Jewish families in to basically push people out of this territory. And when you see like Trump and Netanyahu talk about how they want to redevelop this area, like Gaza and stuff like that, redevelop it and then allow the Palestinians to come in after they've been pushed out of all of their territory, do you honestly think that they would trust Trump and Netanyahu at their word that they're going to redevelop it and they're going to have all these nice homes to come back to? Like, that is not happening. There's no reason that they would trust that. But good get on the picture there.
Earlier also said that sometimes countries need to fight it out before something can happen. I just want to get in your assessment of Trump's positioning right now.
I think Trump's statement confirmed
Iran's not a fascist regime like people make it out to be. People are asking for modernization there, sure, but more in line with Saudi Arabia. No, I think people are actually asking for them to modernize and go back to the way they were back in like the 60s. Lazarus, like a free democratic country. Like, I think that's like, you ever watch videos and YouTube clips of what Iran was like back in the 60s? Like, they were a very progressive, you know, great country. And now, like, they've got this very, a ruthless regime is there where women are getting killed because they show too much hair. Like, they want that regime to be removed and people in Iran to be able to live a free life. So
that he is in favor of this war.
No, not when the king was ruling. The Shah, which is I think who you mean, the Shah was who, like, they had a democratically elected government in Iran who was not pro-America. The U.S., the CIA went in there and they had a coup against Iran, and they brought in the Shah, who you might be referring to as the king. The Shah was terrible, killed tens, hundreds of thousands of Iranians. He was ruthless. So the Iranians actually rose up, and that's what brought in their first, Sharia law cleric dude, or whatever his name is, Khomeini. I can't even remember exactly how his name is. The Iranians were so ruthlessly, like, butchered by this Shah guy that the Americans put in, that they overthrew the government and brought in this guy, and it's just been like a ruthless form of Islam. It's not even, if you talk to a lot of Muslims, they're not brutal people, but this regime is. That's what happened in the area.
The fact that he's refused.
The map is way oversimplifying it. Jordan and Egypt occupied that area for a good chunk of time span, and there's no official Palestine until true. During the 6-Day War and stuff like that, pieces of the land, specifically Gaza, traded hands and stuff like that. But when the war ended, I believe the territory was just given back to the Palestinians and stuff like that. Choices, Eleanor, like giving more choice for those type of changes, Eleanor. I like giving more choice for that. I mean, okay, but let the Iranians have that choice. I honestly don't think Iranians as a whole. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm biased, but I honestly believe there's enough Iranians that are still alive today from before. I think there's a lot of Iranians that do not want anything to do with the type of government that is in Saudi Arabia. Like, where women are now just being given the right to drive. I think if Iranians actually had a choice, they would be able to have their own democratically elected government, not some prince, whatever the heck his name is. I think they'd want their own democratically elected government, and they would probably choose to go back to a more moderate form of, of society, or a little bit more progressive. Not, They don't want bikinis and shit because that's a big no-no. No, but I mean, why is it a big no-no? It's because it's a big no-no because that's what their clerics are telling them. In accordance to modern Islamic countries. Why? I mean, were they not a Muslim country before? Like, what religion were they before? What the name? Like it. What was his name? Ayatollah Khomeini. Like, what like they weren't. I mean, they were wearing mini skirts and stuff like that before. Lazarus, I understand you're giving me firsthand experience, but what changed in Muslim society? Because back in the 60s, women in Iran, I'm assuming it was a Muslim country then, they were allowed to wear miniskirts. What changed? Yeah, but who wants it more stricter? The people that are just controlling the country, or Morocco is a model of progression? Do they have Muslim women in bikinis there? Because I'm on my way. Like, did the Iranians want more of a strict form of Islam in Iran, or did they bring in a government that enforced a more strict version of Islam, and the population was forced to go along with it? Like, which was it? Because seemingly the people that were around at the time didn't have a problem wearing bikinis until these people came in and said, hey, you've got to stop wearing bikinis. Hey, you've got to start covering your hair. And then they started hanging people that weren't following along, right? Like, so I wouldn't just jump to conclusions and say, hey, they don't want to have bikinis. Maybe, sure, there's people that are like that, but
refusing to sign on to the G7 statement calling for de-escalation effectively means that he wants this war to continue. From the perspective of the U.S. foreign policy establishment, there's a lot of enthusiasm over what Israel is doing to Iran, because it's naively believed that Israel is redrawing the political map of the Middle East, and when this is all said and done, things will be better. I think, objectively speaking, it's the exact opposite. And Donald Trump is very much caught up in this framing. All of his advisors actually believe that good things can come out of this war with Iran. In terms of returning to negotiations, it's important to point out a basic fact.
Sorry, hold on. Sorry, what was your previous post? I just see that Morocco has... Let me scroll back here. I may have missed it. At this point, Palestinians control so little of the land that however unethical it would be, if the Palestinian people were relocated for free, paid for by an international coalition to neighboring countries, Jordan, Egypt, etc., it would be a hardship short term, but it better for... Yeah, but Jordan and Egypt don't seem willing to take them on. And why, like, personally, why should they have to be resettled from where they're from? This was where they were from before Israel was given any land. Why should they have to be relocated? Like, why should they have to go anywhere? Where's that? Do I still have that picture? I do still have that picture. Here's Israel and Palestine. Like, let me just draw a line. How about this? This is where Israel was formerly allowed to have, okay, in the 1947 agreement. Why don't we just tell Israel, hey, get the fuck back into your territory? Why? Oops. Like, we're looking at this. Why do we have to tell the Israels that are constantly being pushed out of their territory, hey, sorry, yeah, okay, now you actually have to leave, and you have to go to these countries that don't really want you, and you have to leave this area that you've lived in for centuries. I'm not watching that on stream right now. So why are we not going to Israel and saying, listen, this was the agreement, this is your land that we told you could have, get the F back into your territory? What's wrong with that? Why does it have to be the Palestinians that have to move? They've been there for hundreds of years. You know, why should they have to lose everything?
That Iran and the United States...
We're still trying to get through this video about...
the sixth round of negotiations
over
Iran's nuclear program were to have taken place yesterday. And it's precisely and exactly to scuttle the prospects of diplomacy that Benjamin Netanyahu launched this attack, which is why Israel has assassinated Iran's lead negotiator at the diplomatic talks in Oman, Ali Shamkhani. That's where we are with respect to the United States. In many ways, the United States is claiming that they haven't been directly involved in this war. I think the truth is very different. The United States is deeply implicated in this conflict. And the other point that I think it's important for your viewers to realize, since we're talking about the G7 world powers, most of them Western powers, it's pretty clear that these powers have learned absolutely nothing from the 2003 invasion and occupations of Iraq and Afghanistan.
I hear you. I'm looking for I'm looking at it from a world peace and global health standpoint. Europeans pushed the Native Americans out of their lands, but at this point it would be horrible for both natives and whites and for the aggressors if a new war rose over it. New war is not going to rise over it. Like, that's just not going to happen. Like, I think you could honestly probably just go in and say, listen, we are no longer supporting you, Israel, if you don't get the fuck back into your country. Plain and simple. You know, or maybe cut a piece off here and say, all right, this is Palestine. Israel, you can have the rest, but this here is Palestine. So Palestine's also got access to water. They can make their own ports, etc., etc. Right? But telling people, hey, you got to move out of here when they've been there for hundreds of years, like that would be like us going to the going to Native Americans and saying, hey, listen, the white boys are here now. You need to march back across the whatever the strait is. I'm going to get the name wrong. I name of the strait between Alaska and the Bering Sea. You've got to march your ass back over the Bering Sea and go live back over in Asia because that's where you're from. Like, you got to go somewhere else. We've taken over this territory. It doesn't seem very
a place where I want to share the plan to build a better NATO. This plan will be
cut off all financial aid to Israel and then see what happens. I mean, we've given all this financial aid to Israel, and this is what's happened. Do I think Israel should be able to defend themselves? Sure. Yes. But at this point here, where they were giving all this territory, the Jewish settlers were far less than 50% of the population. The Palestinians still had more people in this area, being the whole area, than the Jewish people did. And yet the Jewish people got the larger portion of land. No, I'm Canadian. If you're talking to me. Like, I think that, like, listen, dude, you're throwing your weight around here too much. We've allowed you to throw your weight around, and you've gone from this to this, and now like 120,000 Palestinians have died over the last however long this has been going on for, including like 60,000 women and children. Cut them off.
At the heart of our summit in The Hague. I want to thank the United Kingdom for more than 7 decades of continuous commitment to NATO. It makes vital.
I mean, forget the 3.8 billion. Like, just say to them, listen, get back into your territory or we cut you off. You're on your own. We will still continue to support you, but you get back into your territory. Otherwise, we cut you off. And good luck.
Vital contributions to our shared security. The British Army leads NATO's multinational force in Estonia. RAF jets are patrolling over Poland's skies as part of NATO's air policing mission. NATO's Maritime Command in Northwood directs our naval operations, and Royal Navy ships protect the seas. With a NATO-first policy at its core, I also warmly welcome the UK's new strategic defence review. It will strengthen.
Sorry, what was the question again? I have to go to scroll way up. You're gonna have to retype out the question then, dude. Were we talking about the Palestinian land?
And modernize Britain's armed forces and enhance NATO's collective defence. Commitment has a cost. And I welcome that the UK government will spend significantly more on defence in the future. I know we can count on the United Kingdom as we start the next chapter for NATO. In just 2 weeks, I will chair the NATO summit of allied leaders in The Hague. And this summit will...
Lazarus, it's not going to settle anything. Because as soon as people are like, hey, these people have been here for this long, then the other side comes back and says, well, the Jewish people have been here for longer.
Transform our alliance. We will build a better NATO. One that is stronger, fairer,
I tell
and
you
more
what, Lazarus. You stream tonight and you show the video.
Lethal. So that we can continue to keep our people safe and our adversaries at bay. Because of Russia, war has returned to Europe. We also face the threat of terrorism and fierce global competition. Russia has teamed up with China, North Korea, and Iran. They are expanding their militaries and their capabilities.
So just 9 seconds ago, one of the big Twitter guys from the Middle East, he says that breaking the Israeli army has opened an investigation into the lack of warnings prior to recent Iranian attacks.
Putin's war machine is speeding up, not slowing down.
Okay, here's Dragoon's thing. In a nutshell, I was saying historic transgressions and injustices can't always be used to dictate present and future decisions. I use the American example. European colonists pushed natives off their land, which is widely considered immoral. But if natives took up arms and battled the descendants of the aggressors, it would be horrible for everyone involved. No winner type situation. I mean, the percent of natives that actually live in North America compared to, you know, European descendants is minimal, dude. It's a very small amount. I'm gonna be honest as well. Like, I have also been very clear that land is conquered all the time. It has been throughout the history of the world. You can even look at North America before white people showed up. Land was constantly being conquered amongst tribes. Like, it's, you know, but we aren't killing natives in the present day. I understand that. We've actually you know, got relative peace with indigenous peoples. Or I'll be politically correct, right? But they don't have that in the Middle East right now, and they're still in the process of the conquering part that we did centuries ago. You know, and this is not the first time that a population has been conquered. We don't like it, but this is not the first, and nor will it be the last time that territory has been conquered. You're going to see this again before your life is up, that a major piece of land is conquered by another territory. This is an ever evolving situation across the world. Even in the last 100 years, look at the changes to Asia. You know, like, look at the changes to Europe with the USSR falling. Like, there's been constant change in borders and who controls territory, which populations control territory, who's moving. You can look at where are we here? You can look at areas like Croatia and Slovenia. Like, that area was pretty. We'll bring up the this area. Croatia and Slovenia was fairly, actually, this was all part of Yugoslavia. Down here, and Yugoslavia broke up into a whole bunch of little republics, but before they broke up, there was relative peace that was there. And then Slovenia and Croatia had this brutal effing war where there was like Slovenians that lived over in Croatia and Croatians that lived in Slovenia. This was, I believe, back in the 90s, I'd have to, if I remember correctly. And you had people completely displaced. This is nothing new. You can look all over the map at borders that have changed, people that have been displaced. Germany attacking Czechoslovakia. Too dizzy. I'm talking about back in the USSR. Like they weren't, when it was just Yugoslavia, they weren't really warring with each other. Not like the Croatian Slovenian war where there was legit genocide. Like it was an outright like slaughter. Right? Like wars and taking control of territory is never going to stop. Right? And there's a long history. Like you can go back to like the Roman Empire and them fighting with the German tribes, and like this used to all be part of the Roman Empire. Or before Italy was a country, it was all broken up into little states, same as England. It was broken up into little tiny kingdoms, and it was finally like they had wars and borders removed, and eventually one king, I can't even remember the name of the king, but there was one king that finally merged all of England and turned it into one country. Greece used to have their empire, the Persian Empire. We'll go further to the east. You had the Mongolian Empire, the shit that was happening in China, and with the Chinese Revolution and communism, and pushing their border and pushing their enemy back onto the island of Taiwan. You can look at North Korea, South Korea. You can look at the Japanese Empire. They basically controlled this whole area. What's your point? It's human nature. It is. Like when you talk, like, do people like to see what's going on in Gaza? No, of course not. I would like to see the people of Palestine have their own state, but to say that it's not happening, or it shouldn't, it's never happening. It happens all the time. I mean, just in the last couple, 10 years, we've watched Russia. Sorry, where are we here? We've watched Russia take over this chunk of Ukraine right here. Plus, they've taken over a chunk along the border as well. Nukes had an oddly positive side effect of there being no direct wars between major powers, since they're scared. Like, they're actually terrified. I mean, what was the line from Ronald Reagan? Peace through superior firepower? True. But the problem is eventually you're going to have one nut job who's going to have those nukes, and they're going to be like, you know what? We're going to drop a bomb. We've had enough, And you think that there might be one guy who's crazy enough to do it. He might live in Moscow. What happens if Ukraine becomes part of or what happens if Europe declares war on Russia? Does Russia resort to using the bomb? Nuclear weapons? His name is Vlad Putin. Pakistan has access to nukes. India has access to nukes. Pakistan, yesterday, I saw a report that they had declared that if Iran is nuked by Israel, Pakistan was going to nuke Israel. Like, that's where we're at. Now, could Pakistan get a nuke to Israel? I don't know. They will execute the Samson option. I believe you're referring to, is that where they secretly attacked the U.S. and declare that it's someone else that did it? Is that, I believe that's, I think that's what you're talking about, right? Is that what it is? Or should I Google it? Is Israel's deterrent strategy of a massive retaliation with nuclear weapons as a last resort against a country whose military has invaded and or destroyed much of Israel? I mean, you'd have to, would Russia do the same thing? I don't know what I was talking about then, because for some reason I thought that you were talking about, there was rumors of like Israel tricking US into getting into a war. I don't understand that Russia would invade Ukraine after the Minsk agreement and genocided the Russian population of Donbas. I mean, who in their right mind would stop another nation from genociding their people? I think that they attack all their enemies. Yeah, it just makes it sound like their option is Israel's deterrent strategy of massive retaliation with nuclear weapons as a last resort against any country whose military has invaded or destroyed much of Israel. So, for example, if Iran were to, march through Iraq, through Syria, and then like try and invade Israel and actually get into Israel, then their option of nukes would possibly be used. I don't think that's going to happen. Like, Iran is not going to march troops all this way. I think Israel would stop them before that happened. I think Iran is at such a ridiculously they are way underpowered against Israel. Thought Israel didn't have nukes? There's rumors that they have nukes. Anyways, I'm going to turn this back on, guys, and then I'm going to go take a bloody piss.
Spectacular in Israeli terms, trying to shock. With what intention? Is this part of the Esraeli attempt to escalate?
Those of you that are watching, and I know you all are,
in order to
do I need to
try and
adjust the
goad
chat on the
Iran
stream?
into doing
So
things
it's
which
easier
might
to see?
achieve the Israeli outcome of pulling the Americans in?
Too quiet?
Might we also ask a different question,
There you go.
which is Israel getting frustrated that in the absence
Did I
of the
adjust the
US
chat?
coming in,
Make it
it is
like
not
shorter?
achieving more in terms of blunting the Iranian nuclear program. It is not achieving more in terms of blunting Iran's ability to send missiles into Israel. And given that this is so driven by Netanyahu's domestic political considerations, does he just want some spectacular to broadcast back home? And is he perhaps beginning to be concerned?
Hold on. If Mexico allowed Russia to set up bases in Mexico and also genocide the U.S. citizens in Mexico, would it be hard to understand that the U.S. would invade Mexico? That's the exact thing that happened in Ukraine. Bases in Mexico and also genocide U.S. citizens. Well, nobody's genocided the Russian citizens that were in Ukraine, though. Like, that was never happening. Right? Like, there was no genocide of Russians. No, I don't think so. I think this is like, where are you getting this from? America has already shown that they're not going to allow missiles on their doorstep pointing at their country. It's called the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? Medically killed by Ukrainian government? By the Ukrainian government? I gotta look this up. So I've got Putin claimed Russian speakers were being killed in Ukraine. So this is Putin telling you this information, first of all. They said that it was said that there was Nazis and stuff that were there. Like, is there any actual evidence? This is all according to Russia, right? Like, how far are we willing to trust Russia here? Be honest. The Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which has been monitoring the conflict in Ukraine from 2014 to March 2022, has stated it has never found any evidence to support Russia's allegations. I'm just reading that. This is from a neutral. This is a European organization. It's not Ukrainian or Russian, who was studying the allegations that Russia had, and they had never found any evidence to support this. So aside from Putin saying, Russians were being slaughtered by the Ukrainian government, I mean, yeah, I mean, the organizations that were looking into it were stating that they never found any evidence to support Russia's allegations. Okay, here's another one. The International Association of Genocide Scholars, which is an international nonpartisan organization that seeks to further research and teachings about the nature, causes, and consequences of genocide. They issued a statement in February of 2022 on behalf of more than 300 genocide experts, condemning Russia's misuse of the term genocide to justify its own violence. So they're basically saying that Russia is full of shit. Neither of these organizations, neither the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which is a European organization, or their International Association of Genocide Scholars, which I already told you what they do. They condemned Russia's misuse of the term genocide to justify their own violence. So I don't know where you're getting your information from. Okay, so this is a very typical, like, okay, who are they owned by then, Mike? You're just throwing stuff against the wall now? Who are they owned by? Like, show some evidence. You can't just throw shit on the wall and say this has happened. Okay, show me some evidence. All those organizations owned by someone profiting from the war. Okay, who? What are you talking about? What was the there was a Neil deGrasse clip that I saw earlier where he was talking about people that believe conspiracy theories, and that even when you throw overwhelming evidence against them, they will look for anything to support their claim, or their next piece of information will be that it's government controlled and there's a whole conspiracy around it. Like, they'll throw that against you so that they've got no defense for what they're saying. The truth here, NPC. What is an NPC programming kicks in and you lose your mind? I'm losing my mind? You're spouting something off with no evidence whatsoever. Like, what are you talking about? You're the one that said that there was genocide. I looked it up and looked at different organizations that actually, like, I actually fact checked what you were saying, which is what I'm actually asking you to do. I'm asking you to show us facts, and you're not willing to do that. You're just turning around and saying all those organizations are owned by someone profiting from the war. Okay, well, show me facts to back up that statement then. You see what I'm saying here? Like, Show us something. But as of right now, I'm not finding any evidence to support your claim. Like, at all. Ask anyone in the intelligence community what happened to the Russian people in Ukraine. Denying that they were put... Show me... Dude, just show me any evidence. You get the evidence right here. That's not much evidence, though, Devils. To be fair, that's not very much evidence. You need more evidence than that. You're barely scraping by with any evidence there. Okay. If you're just feeding the trolls at this point, Alara, well, I mean, I have no problem having a discussion with people, but if you're going to come out with these big claims, it should be very easy for you to provide some evidence to support your claim. You know, you're claiming that the Russians were being, that there's genocide being committed against Russians in eastern Ukraine before Russia invaded. And I'm simply asking you to provide some factual evidence. From my standpoint, it looks like Putin just declared, hey, you guys have Nazis in your country and you guys are killing ethnic Russians, whatever that is. And we're invading you, when he's not even showing any proof of that. Do you want me to tie? Dude, you don't have to tie my shoes. I'm trying to tie my shoes by looking up the information for you, and I can't find any to back up your claim. Like I'm literally trying to tie your shoes for you by backing up your claim for you, and I can't. You're answering the... Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Grab your bag. Devil Sir Mafia thought he was being smart, and everybody's making fun of his small penis. Anyways, I said like 20 minutes ago I was gonna go take a piss. What are we watching here? You guys want to watch?
Syria.
While I go.
So it is complicated. But for now, the war will most likely continue in the sky with Israel, as we heard in the report.
I can't run an ad break again right now. I'll be right back, though.
Very advanced air power capabilities using US-made F-35s, modified F-35s, against the somewhat antiquated Iranian air defenses. However, Iran has a strength in terms of its missile program, which has been going on for decades now. And despite the sanctions, the Iranians have managed to produce quite a lot of variants, including the Fatah 1, which is believed to be a hypersonic missile.
Okay, well, we're going to get into the capabilities, Marina, in a moment or two. Just first, Mamoun. As Marina just mentioned, these are not adjacent countries. All this hardware and ordnance is flying over both ways, over Syria and Iraq, and not far from Jordanian airspace. How worrying is that?
We're very worried because all the conflict of missile on top of Jordanian sky or Jordanian airspace, but Jordan informed everybody that it will not allow any flying object, airplane or any other type, to penetrate its airspace. So if any of these objects flew over Jordan, Jordan would shoot them down, according to the capability, of course. But this is what Jordan policy is, to prevent anyone to penetrate its sovereignty and to shoot down anything.
And that just demonstrates the kind of tensions that we're talking about. Justin, Israel has aerial superiority over Iran. There is no doubt about that. Is the Iranian Air Force totally ineffectual, do you think?
I think at this stage, it would be close to suicidal for the Iranian Air Force to attempt any sort of conventional defensive counter-air campaign or even isolated operations. The level of technical overmatch, while and also being outnumbered, and the degree to which Israel would have the situational awareness advantage for its own aircraft, even over Tehran, for example, itself, means that I think it is very unlikely we'll see the Iranian Air Force take off. More worrying for Israel would probably be the danger that
we making fun of this guy now, guys?
Is that
where we are in the stream?
A pop-up threat over the coming days as their crews can reorientate towards the new threat context that they're facing, because it's very difficult for Israel to take out all of Iran's surface-to-air missile systems, even though they very badly degraded the air defense network. It's also worth noting that the one exception to the
protein
so
bar,
far, almost
just a snack to keep me going,
air and missile exchanges is actually that Israel did mount some very successful special forces and intelligence operations against Iranian air defenses on the first night with teams inside Iran. So there has been some special forces activity, but of course the primary ground-based clash that we might have expected previously from such a conflict between Israel and Iran would have been via proxies from Lebanon, specifically Hezbollah, as well as Gaza. And of course, the context of the past year and a half means that Iran is in a far weaker position than it has been for decades in that regard.
All right, we'll examine too the role of intelligence here on both sides, and certainly that the element of surprise that Israel managed to spring. So, Marina, back to something you were just about to talk about, the
we have a bit of an update here.
Capability of the Iranians. How big is their?
Two different reporters are announcing that Israel, northern and southern Israel, are under threat of Iranian missiles. And that Israel has asked residents to stay near shelters. So we may have to go back to the skyline. There we go. Where's the... May have to find a different skyline view here. So we'll watch this one. Apparently, we may actually have, kind of surprising for them to do it during the day. How many calories? I think it's like 120 or something. $190? I'm gonna get fat. 190. We're okay. Give us the breaking news. That's what it is. Apparently. And this happened yesterday as well, like very late. Israel suddenly said to stay near the shelters. I find this kind of odd, though, since it appears that U.S. is trying to get the I'm just trying to bring up my different maps. It seems kind of odd that with the U.S. trying to broker negotiations, that they would now continue attacking. I wonder if maybe they would wait. Too much if you don't do breakfast is okay. Dude, I work out. I walk like 14,000 steps a day. I'm doing fine. Losing weight consistently. Doing all right. Let's see here. Let me we're gonna go back to the all the news, because I want to get some of these up here to see what's going on here. But this is over some of the skyline. This is over the main part of the skyline of Tel Aviv. So we're gonna have to wait and see if anything happens. But nobody is suggesting. IDF has identified incoming missiles probably headed toward the Negev region in southern Israel. There are apparently missiles in the air. No, walking outside. Like I just go out for a very long walk. My goal is to get down to around 220 pounds. I was at about 278 or something like that. I was on borderline 280, and I'm down to 253 right now. I'm tall though. I'm like 6'2", or 188 centimeters for our advanced viewers in the stream. But I want to get hey Mablung, I want to get back down to about 220 and then at that point I'm going to maybe try to see if I can push to 205. 205 I would be pretty lean though. During peak WoW Classic, that wasn't actually too long ago. To be honest, 278 was not too long ago. Probably about a month or two ago, or 2 months ago. Yeah. And then I was like, okay, enough is enough. I'm getting winded, like bending over to breathe here. So, anyways, we're looking at this guy's adjusted his camera, so I'm wondering if he's looking for missiles. I wonder if he's looking for missiles. He's definitely looking for something, this dude here. That's the bottom of your screen. Whoa, what was that just went whipping by? Did you see that just went whipping by? What are these streaks in the air, too? Like, these are like jet plumes or whatever they're called? Great. Also, walking, best way to burn fat to increase stamina by trying incline walking or running. Well, there's lots of hills around where I live too, right? So UFO exhaust. Like look at those. Those are something. Those aren't just regular clouds. Those are definitely something. Let me it's just come on. Oh wait, what's that sound? I didn't have the sound on. There was definitely a loud thump there. Yeah, right there. Look at this. Look at this. That looks like something's just struck over here. That's smoke going off. No, there looks like there's a plume of smoke, like something just hit down. I thought I saw something go flying by. This guy's like really zooming in here, man. Well, they've got different types of missiles, Mike. They've been deploying this strategy of like launching a whole bunch of like shitty missiles to like confuse the air defense system of Israel, and then they'll send in like one or two of their supersonic missiles that the system can't defend against because they're busy with all the other little missiles. So they've been able to get through. That was definitely like a large explosion there. I'm trying to find a live update for what's going on there. But so far I don't have anything. That you can see the smoke that's risen up from that. Something's going on. Does Iran not have a single airplane? They do, but Israel's Air Force is far superior. Like there'd be absolutely no point in sending planes over. They just get shot down immediately. I think not only are the Israeli jets, Israelis got F-35s and stuff like that. I don't think Iran's got anything close to that. That American fighters are already over Iran. There's there are reports that they're helping to defend with the incoming missiles and stuff like that, and they've sent over one of their nuclear aircraft carriers over as well, like one of the really old ones, but it's close by, so they've sent it into the Eastern Mediterranean to help defend, I guess, Israel. But the Nimitz, yeah. Well, that's interesting. We turned it in just as there was the large thump. Well, I don't know that the B-2s are over there. I don't think the B-2 bombers are over there. I think I think the Americans are. Oh yeah, okay. Okay. I've got it on Twitter now as well. Hold on, I'm gonna put this up here. Oh, hold on. I can hear. Whoops. Maybe that's just a car going by. But in these videos up here, you can actually see the jet trails. And these videos up here, you could actually see, like here, you can see the missiles flying by. Yeah, so missiles are definitely in the air. And it looks like one's landed here. But I don't hear any alarms. Like I don't hear any alarms. We got the sound on. I just put the sound on for the other cameras as well, like in Haifa and stuff like that. No sirens going off. Iran was shooting down the F-35 jets. I would be surprised if they were able to do that. Really? You have a link to that, wise guy? You would be the first to supply that source. I haven't heard that, dude. I haven't heard that. I've definitely not heard that. What the hell is this? Is that even a link? Am I gonna get like some porn site or something like that? What site is this? Military Watch Magazine. Iran shoots down third F. Like, where is this from? I feel like this is a magazine that I could have written up. Military Watch Magazine. Iranian state media on June 14th reported the shoot down of a third Israeli F-35 fifth generation fighter in the country's airspace. But we don't have any pictures. Well, there's definitely like an article about the Iranian government stating that they shot down, but I mean, again, show some evidence of it. Just saying that this could be just show their like try and brag about something that's not actually happened. I don't know if this is real or not. This does not look like a legit website. Let me see if I can see any no updates. Okay, we have in the sorry, I'll change this as well. The top left video, guys, the bottom it's adjusting its camera looking around, so I don't know if it's seen something, but ask Grok. Here's an interesting, 2 Russian government aircraft have just landed in Pyongyang, North Korea. Probably just Russian tourists going for a visit. Breaking, President Trump denied reports that he rushed back to Washington from a G7 summit to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, posting that his departure has nothing to do with a ceasefire, much bigger than that, without elaborating. What do you think could be much bigger than that? Here's more, Yeah, I don't hear. Oh, here we go. Here's some sound. Deliver KFC, yes. From Russia, though? From Russia? I don't know. Much bigger than that, whether purposely or not, Emmanuel always gets the wrong. Stay tuned. Well, we'll see what Trump is up to, I'm sure. Iran versus Israel, no one else involved. Who wins? Israel. They just have way more they have way more military capabilities. Iran's nuclear sites have not suffered damage since Friday, says the Energy Chief Guardian. It was the first day that Israel carried out a shock attack and paralyzed Iran's air defenses. Israel failed to achieve its goal with its attack on Iran and managed to damage only one nuclear facility, the surface of Natanz, which is a scratch. Who is this guy? Seemed like he's... Iran restarted its air defenses and began dismantling internal Mossad network that actually carried out the largest attack for Israel. So apparently Iran's captured a lot of these Mossad agents and have actually started like killing them. Israel now mainly attacks with F-35s from Iraqi airspace and only hits tin shacks located in the surface of huge underground storage facilities. Okay, this guy seems a little bit biased, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, sirens are definitely going apparently in areas. It is rumored that Israel does have nukes, but I believe it's unconfirmed, but I believe they do have nukes. Sorry, hold on. Let me look at this link too, Dizzy. Yeah, I just went over that on the stream. That is so funny how, like, how unprofessional, like, what is the word I'm looking for? All right, so did we only hear one? You wonder if Dennis Rodman is still hanging out in North Korea? I think he's back now. I think he's back now.
Assume that Iran is isolated, because that same logic was being at the beginning of the war in Ukraine.
So he did say that he was not brokering a peace deal, but he was telling everyone to evacuate Tehran. So I wonder if there's something, I don't know, something big's happening though. Her accent is hot. Where's she from? Okay, so this guy's reporting at least 1, possibly 3 impacts in the Tel Aviv region has been reported. I didn't hear anything on the cameras. Well, we heard this one actually. We heard this one where the plume of smoke is. So there's definitely been one. Or maybe you want them to think something big was going to happen and get a deal done. I mean, we've had all sorts of reports tonight. We had one guy reporting that Donald Trump was going to use one of his executive orders to declare war, which I don't think he can actually do. And then we had people in chat saying that he could actually declare war and he'd have 60 days basically to do whatever he wanted until it went through Congress. I don't know how true that is. Yeah, he's left Canada. How unfortunate. Earlier we had reports of 2 ships. There was reports that 3 missiles had been launched from Iran, and then shortly later there were reports that there was 3 ships that were on fire in the Strait of Oman, and it turned out that it was only 2 ships and they'd collided. Had nothing to do with Iran. Apparently, Russia has also been attacking Kiev even more lately, because it would probably make sense because there's a lot of distraction right now. Nobody's paying attention to the Ukrainian war anymore. Like I said earlier, there's new blood now. People are following new blood. 7 minutes ago, breaking an Iranian missile hit Tel Aviv. So that's what we're looking at here. I've got it on a different window, but it's basically the same buildings. Clash Report is reporting that missiles have hit Tel Aviv. Hey, Mavo, what's up, man? Another Michael Horowitz is reporting that initial assessments suggest the latest barrage included 20 to 30 missiles, according to the Israeli TV. Again, take that for what it's worth. Israeli TV might be pumping up the numbers to make it sound like they've successfully shot down more than they actually have. So far, people are only saying that 1 is hit, but Iran will accept eventually, I'm sure, but Calf the Beast says. If they accept anything one-sided after this, the population will revolt for not doing anything and taking things lying down. I think a lot of people are hoping that the population does revolt. That missile hit Tel Aviv 8 hours ago. Yes. Yes, it happened. It happened in the past 8 hours ago. They're not going to take things lying down, but not the way you think Iranians want justice. Well, what are they expecting their government to do, Lazarus? They're significantly outmatched here. Like, how are they going to pay for it? They're significantly outmatched in virtually every way. Chat wants Aladar IRL streams in Israel for live news. No. No, I will not be going there anytime soon. I did want to go do a trip through like Egypt, Jordan, and Israel all at the same time, just to kind of see like the pyramids, Lost City of Petra, maybe go to Jerusalem. Like, I'm not religious or anything, but I think it would be kind of cool to see. And Israel has to pay for it and give compensation. I don't know if that's happening. Throw a vest and helmet on and hit the tarmac, dude. What who do you think I am, Hasanabi? Go down to the riots and, you know, make sure I've got a video camera with me so everyone can see that I'm videotaping myself in the riots. I've missed most of the Eve stuff due to work, but he started his own news network now. Yes, the Ann network. Aladar News Network. Is that what we're calling it? I was joking about it being the Aladar Neutral News Network, and then we just shortened it to Ann. That's not what we're going with, right? The Ann News Network. That would actually be pretty funny. You know what I do want to come up with, though, is I want to come up with one of those like news intro things that you see on, you know, here, like let me find one for you. See if I can find one really quickly. Oh, that's not what I'm looking. Not even close. Like, I don't know, just random, like something like this. Something like that, but it goes on for like, I don't know, 5 minutes or something like that. And I know there's templates that you can create and stuff like that, but you know, I'd like something that was actually like, you know, went on for a little while and that looked kind of professional. One of you guys can be nice and create that for me, right? Be serious about it. The Aladar News Network, and yeah, drama alert style, but not. I don't want to be talking like Keemstar during the show. This is the Ann Network. No, just you are watching Ann. Ann News Network. Aladar News Network. We can't use that. Like I would immediately be like, no, we got to do something else. So someone don't spend all the time to make it and just call it Ann. Like, Kush, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Do I need to put major drama alert in my titles to get more views? Is that what, do I need to do that? Cheesy, do you actually know how to make that? I would almost be willing to pay someone to make that, actually. Like if it was a really good one, it just kind of went on repeat, like it was like a, I don't know, like a 1 minute thing that just kind of, I just put on a loop. At a really good one. Okay, I need like a really good one. If we're gonna do this regularly, I need like a really good opening scene thing. Okay, maybe all the missiles have landed now. Do I need to put major drama alert in my titles? Is that what we need to do? I've actually been very happy with the reception for this. A lot of people are watching. Like what? Why go back to WoW? We'll see how this goes. I'm enjoying doing this. The only news outlet you trust. That's because Aladar will actually fact check shit. Your favorite Aladar stream of all time? Which one was that? Was that me dying in my 30-kilometer walk? Hey, what? There was just a big blue thing here. Maybe that was just the camera. The Hot Tub News Network. No. I could just sit here in a hot tub and give the news. Ducks and geese with sub names on them. That was actually pretty funny. Had some, I don't know, some fun moments on the channel for sure. The hot chip challenge one was pretty. I remember just like gasping for air, and every time I breathed in, like my throat was dying. And I was trying to PvP at the same time. That was peak Aladar, I think. Peak Aladar. I don't even think I was trying to stream full time at that point, was I? Was that during COVID or something? I can't remember. All right, so we go back to watching a video. It looks like the missile strikes have or let's just reload here. Starmer to announce new sanctions. Starmer's now announcing new sanctions, I guess, because of the strikes. An overnight Russia strike on Kiev, the Ukrainian capital, killed 14 people and wounded another 40 people. General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Ukraine said in an update Thursday. See, Russia's trying to take advantage of the fact that there's new blood, new things to look at, right? Discovered that if you took a breath through your nose, it wasn't that bad. Oh, dude, it was. I remember going like that, and I was like, "Oh my god, hurt." We need to make a opening where it's like a serious opening, and it's, you know how it's got like, it'll show like clips of like people doing stuff like interviews or what have you, in the opening cinematic. I need to get one of those made, but where it shows me trying to act like an actual like real reporter, like sitting down at the desk and taking a bunch of papers and like doing this on the desk or something like that, or maybe standing somewhere with a mic. First time stop by your stream in several years. What's your latest on Classic WoW? Still playing or no longer? I haven't played WoW in like 6 months. So yeah, no, I'm done with WoW at the moment. Clean from the addiction, yes. I've canceled all my accounts. I at one point had 6 accounts. During peak Aladar, when we were on what was the server we went to? I'm talking about the one where we just started up Tyrants. I can't remember the name of the server now. No, not DV Delight. Before that, the one where we started up Tyrants. Heartseeker, yeah. I had 4 accounts going when I was on Heartseeker. And I'm not kidding you, one was simply just to spy on people. like the Alliance, find out where they were. You were watching my streams before Classic WoW even released. The anticipation was huge. Those were really fun times, man. That was like peak. We could have a Tyrants Reborn. Oh, what? fucking bird just flew by the camera, and I'm like, what the hell? Oh, what is that, a missile? We had ones that, like the camera on the top left at night. When it was nighttime out, little bugs kept flying by, and we kept thinking they were missiles. We thought, here it goes, World War III is underway. You found me from an S-Fon raid before Classic launch. Yeah, those were fun times, man. Especially with the WoW community back then and how close we all were and stuff. It was a fun time. There was a big, I think that's like I don't know, reflection or flare on the lens or something like that. Okay, I thought it was a missile then. I was like, wait, what was that? What was that? But the Tyrants, the whole Tyrants thing from Heartseeker all the way, honestly, through until the end of TBC, basically. I don't know, we even started Wrath. Like, our guild was the 16th guild to clear Naxx on Fairlena, like the biggest Horde server in NA. Like, I was really impressed with that. I'm not going to lie. Like, I was so impressed with the fact that we were able to do that. 16th guild to come out of Naxx. 6 years? Holy crap. What have you been doing with your life, dude? Stop kidding. There was someone in my stream, was it last night or the night before? He was one of my original viewers. He used to follow me around in WoD. As a rogue with a kite. Everywhere I went, he'd just show up and he'd be flying a kite. He used to stream snipe me, and he wouldn't, like, he was playing the same faction as I was. He would just sit there in the camera as a rogue with his kite. But he was actually in my stream yesterday. Oh, hold on a second here. Here's a little bit of an update, but about some old news. The senior Iranian general who was appointed to the role after his predecessor was killed in Israel's opening strike on Iran was eliminated in an airstrike yesterday. So the guy that replaced the general that was killed in the opening airstrike, he has also now been eliminated. The IDF says Shadmani was Iran's de facto most senior military commander. Commander both the revenue guards and the Iranian armed forces. Well, they're just going to keep killing their military leaders. Life on hardcore mode. They are living life on the hardcore mode. Oh, there's a camera panning around. Oh, he's seems to have stopped. I think that was probably it for the missiles. Although we said that a few hours ago, and then suddenly Israel just launched a few. So they're probably doing it at random times of the day so they don't get too obvious as to when their times are going to be. it's their fault for not being born in America, man. Their fault, right? Does exclamation YouTube still work? I should actually check to see if these things all work. Yeah. There you go. Feel free to go join me on YouTube. Then you won't get any ads. Subscribe to the channel if you want. We greatly appreciate it. And hello to you people on YouTube. I see you. Remember when influencers used to ask people to like, comment, and subscribe, asking way too much? Yes. What even is the average height of an American nowadays? About 5'6". Asking for subscribe. I don't care if people subscribe like actually paid to watch the channel, but you know, actually following or subscribing to the actual channel for free, it doesn't cost you anything. Have you enjoyed a long beefy hot dog lately? I have not, but he's actually upped his prices. It's now $6 Canadian. And I'm like focused on, I'm really focused on trying to lose weight, although I haven't been the last few days because I've been busy doing stuff for work and also doing this. Today I was like, hey, I'm not working today. This is the first day where I'm actually going to be able to start my stream in the middle of the day and actually cover this stuff live. I was like, there's no way I'm not doing this. So I didn't do any exercise today. In Canada, they measure weight as height. No, it just, the way we measure things, Mavo, just confuses the hell out of them. What shift? My shift hasn't changed, although next week is supposed to. So I'm supposed to start working later at night, but I think I'd still have to. Oh, it's around here somewhere, but I've actually got a. I think I have to leave for work at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's maybe not quite. So what I might do is I might like, you know, have breakfast and all that stuff in the morning, and then kind of bail like an hour before I have to leave for work so that I can like have a shower and eat a meal before I leave. Like after a stream, I'll stream before I go to work instead of after. Well, people are driving around. Now there's a lot of smoke coming up from where that missile is, or where that missile or rocket. I'm assuming it wasn't a rocket that hit. I think they probably would have been able to knock that out. I don't even know if a rocket can travel 30 or 3,000 kilometers. I don't know what the range typically is on a rocket, but. So now Al Jazeera English is saying that a blast of shaken Tehran. So this is, I guess this is what they hit. And this is the smoke that we see rising up over here. And let's see, enters its 5th day with Iran vowing its biggest and most devastating strike yet after Israel bombed its state TV mid-broadcast. Was pretty wild, actually. Pretty wild. Oh, Israeli military says it has assassinated the head of the IRGC's, can't pronounce the name, central headquarters, Ali Shedmani. Is that the guy that we were... I think that's the same guy. The general of that replaced the other general, I think that's the same guy. What ship? Oh, I've already answered that. A lot of people like when it's a fan. It's a car accident effect. You can't take your eyes off of it. Everybody was thinking that Trump was leaving to deal with this issue in the Middle East, and it sounds like he's saying it's got nothing to do with that. So I don't know what it could be anyways. Yeah, yeah, I would have been shrieking, Cheesy. I would have been like just shrieking. Yeah, it is the same guy. So this report by Al Jazeera English is this dude here. I mean, apparently it's much bigger than the deal between Israel and Iran. What's much bigger? Is it to re-announce his Trump mobile phone? Apparently they're going to have a gold phone that you can buy with Trump mobile. Yeah, it's now T-Mobile is actually, yeah, it's a Mar-a-Lago expansion. Here it is.
It's about time we disrupt this out and making phones in America. It's about time we bring products back to our great country, and it's about time we disrupt this space. And between really the three gentlemen here, again, hundreds of years in the mobile space, they know the world out, and making
Trump mobile. They're saying that they're going to have a $500 phone. And it's going to be, they're saying that it's going to be manufactured in the U.S. They may, like, assemble it in the U.S. There's no way the whole phone was being manufactured in the U.S. That is no chance that is happening. Significant decline among seals in Scotland's west coast. I'm sure Scottish people are very saddened by that. Their fishing industry will probably pick up, though. IDF Homefront commands the civilians in areas where sirens sounded can leave bomb shelters. Okay, so it looks like they're claiming that this attack is over. Oh, it looks like Iran had bunker busting missiles. Very interesting. Oh, do the phones look like trash? Great. Another company that Trump can run into the ground, declare bankruptcy on. These are where those ships collided, just over here, in the Strait of Oman. This is the woman who's got more fucking balls than I do. This is she's pointing at the missiles that's coming in. Literally pointing up, saying it's coming. That's the missile strike. This is the video that I was looking at earlier, but it doesn't actually show the missile strike. X is the #1 news app in the App Store in El Salvador. This is the picture of the TV radio propaganda place in Tehran that they hit with a missile. So that woman that you saw like run for cover, this is the building she was working in. So see if there's a let me see if I can find some more videos for you guys to watch. I'm gonna here. This is old news now, so we're not going to bother watching that. There's the live coverage of the missile attack that happened about 45 minutes. Let me see if I can find fresh videos for. Oh, Al Jazeera is actually live. They're covering it. Hold on, let's go to Al Jazeera.
In Europe, because we are not going to be able to get anything
Upright
across
for you guys.
From China or anywhere around that part of the world. I think right now, if you look at the volatility index, if you look at the other riskier assets, we do not see much of that strength in those particular ones. We don't see much panic in the market as well, because everyone is thinking that, okay, this could be one of those tit for tat, and perhaps there could be some sort of a negotiation tactics along the way. But if the US gets involved, things could get very serious. And I think that is what most of the investors are very much blindsided currently looking and not looking at that particular aspect of it.
Israeli forces have killed 31 Palestinians across Gaza since dawn on Tuesday, many of whom were seeking food parcels. At least 21 Palestinians have been killed and dozens injured near a distribution site in Khan Yunis.
We were talking about this earlier.
5 more have been killed, including 3 children in a strike targeting displaced people in Al Mawasi. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is backed by the US and Israel, has been accused of weaponizing food against Palestinians. Russia has launched a combined missile and drone attack on the Ukrainian capital. At least 14 were killed and 44 others injured in Russian strikes overnight, which targeted multiple districts.
Find
of Kyiv.
news.
Dozens of sites were hit, including residential buildings, schools, and critical infrastructure. Firefighters are still fighting the flames, and rescue teams are searching for survivors
12
under
hours
the
ago.
rubble.
Like, that's too late.
Now, just to bring you a reminder of our top stories this hour, the US President Donald Trump has left the G7 summit in Canada a day earlier than scheduled as conflict between Israel and Iran escalates. The French leader Emmanuel Macron has said that Trump told fellow leaders an offer was made to reach a ceasefire. Trump has since posted on his Truth Social account that that is not the case. In Iran, air defense systems have been activated across several cities, including the capital, Tehran. 2 large explosions have been reported in the northwestern Iranian city of Tabriz. And just within the last hour, Israel says it has killed the Iranian Armed Forces Chief of Staff, Ali Shadmani.
We just went over that. They killed the general who replaced the last general that they
triggered
killed.
in Tel Aviv with reports of 2 large explosions in the past hour.
You only watch Al
Eyewitnesses
Jazeera?
told Reuters
It's
news agency
pretty
there was a
been
massive
pretty decent
explosion
actually.
in Herzliya, north
They don't
of
really seem
Tel
to have
Aviv.
like an
Here you can
agenda,
see
which
some of the aftermath.
I used to think that they did.
That's it from me, Laura Kyle. All the latest developments can be found on our website. And Sammy is here with more news for you after Africa Direct.
Trying to find like legit news stories here. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of videos that are obviously very politically motivated, either far left, far right. So we watch Newsmax. How about no? Dune still down? Yes. Dune doesn't go back up until Aladar is ready to play, and Aladar is busy with the Aladar News Network right now. A lot of these live news coverage things are actually just showing the same thing that I'm showing on one of my streams. Let's what is this dude doing? Going for a little flight? Like, what are you doing, dude?
You good to rock on?
We're not gonna watch that. Let's watch the video of the.
Because we want to go back to this breaking news now, where
This is the video.
Iranian media.
Check out the balls on this lady, like iron balls. You can actually, Cheesy pointed this out to me. You can actually see the missile here in this picture first, like go down and land on the building that she's in, and then it explodes and you see her running. Watch
Media
this.
saying that Iranian state radio and television building has been targeted. This is the moment. Because we want to go back to this breaking news now, where Iranian media saying that Iranian state radio and television building has been targeted. This is the moment. Just
It's like
take
she
a
ran
watch and
towards the
listen. This is the
explosion.
moment that
Like,
Israeli airstrikes hit the Iranian state radio and television building. This has just been in the last few minutes. In fact, it happened as we were speaking to Tohed Asadi. Let's just take a listen.
Like,
آنچه که
how many times are
ملاحظه
we gonna watch
کردید
this?
صدایی که شنیدید
Just a video of it just playing the same thing over and over again? It literally is. They've just put this on replay for 11
So
minutes.
this was happening live on Iranian state TV as the Israeli airstrike happened. It was also when we were talking to our reporter Tohed Asadi. Tohed, can you tell us what more you're hearing from your end?
Well, this is a very developing story. Just a few minutes ago, as we were live, and first of all, I have to apologize for this connection issues because we've got this internet connection issue from the time the Israeli strikes began. From the last time we spoke, we heard massive sounds of explosion in the capital. This is not something new. We have been hearing massive sounds of explosion over the past 2, 3, 4 days, I might say, across the capital from different parts. And now the news is coming out after the Israeli statement about the possibility of a strike on District 3 of Tehran, the Iranian capital. Now we hear reports about the attack on IRIB's buildings. IRIB is the Iranian state TV.
This TV station is supposed to be like their propaganda machine. So how, and this was like live on TV as well. So how do you think that looks to people in Iran? They're spewing out all this propaganda about how Iran's going to rise up and we will kill the infidels.
TV, or in Persian they call it Seda Sima, which was attacked by the Israeli strikes. And this is going to be a huge development, seeing that there are a lot of people working there, and now it runs the risk of many civilian casualties. And this is not for the first time that we're talking about
Propaganda
civilian
gone wrong
casualties
here.
as a result of these strikes. From the very beginning of these strikes, when we were at the scene of one of the buildings targeted, we saw that a building belonging to the university professors was targeted, in which Iranian nuclear scientist Dr. Tehranchi was killed alongside with many civilians. And today we had a chance to be at one of the scenes that Israelis targeted indeed. And this was a quiet civilian area with residential buildings. And we had a chance to talk to people. As I told you last.
I mean, they've literally taken the same clip. It's like 15 seconds long and just like, we run it over and over again for over 11 minutes here. That is literally all this video is. The entire video is just...
We don't have any specific detail on the number of people killed
replaying
as
it
a
over and
result
over
of this
again.
very latest attack on the IRIB or the state TV's building, the scope of which remains to be seen. We don't have detailed information on that, but
I want to go back.
Iranian media saying that Iranian state radio and television building has been targeted. This is the most.
I would actually love to see a translation of exactly what she was saying at the time. It would be kind of funny about if she was going to say something like, you know, the infidels will pay, Iran will rise up, we will crush Israel, blah blah blah, and then, you know, like bombs are being dropped on them.
Moment. Just take a watch and a listen. This is the moment that Israeli airstrikes hit the Iranian state radio and television building. This has just been in the last few minutes. In fact, it happened as...
Is it Farsi they speak in Iran? Lazarus, you probably know. What do they speak in Iran? Is it Farsi? Oh, can you actually translate it for us, Lazarus? I don't even know what country your parents are from, but it is Farsi that she's speaking. Okay. I'm tired of listening to that explosion over and over again. Let's see what else is on. It looks. They're in a break. This has nothing to do with anything. That has nothing to do with anything.
Security and then a closing press conference with
Here's
Mark Carney.
the G7,
However,
Trump
we did
leaving
reach out
early.
to the Canadian delegation, reach out to the host nation, asking them where that leaves those joint statements, those 6 joint statements that are supposed to come out tomorrow. Now that Donald Trump has returned to Washington, they are telling us they will communicate on the matter on Tuesday.
14 people reported to have been killed in Kyiv after Russian strikes on the Ukrainian capital. Dozens more said to have been wounded. Residential buildings and educational centres hit, according to Ukrainian ministers. Other strikes reported in the region of Odessa. Well, the latest intense attacks come as Volodymyr Zelensky is at the G7 summit, calling on world leaders for support. We can cross now live to Kyiv to speak to our correspondent there, Gulliver Cragg. Gulliver, you are in fact at the scene of those latest strikes. What's the latest?
It's really weird. I don't see any, like, usually a lot of these sites will have like news clips
behind me this
they post.
9-story apartment building. It's got
There's
a big
not really
gap in
anything.
the middle of it. That gap was not there yesterday evening. It was caused.
Oh, you're from
according to the
Pakistan,
Kyiv
okay.
City authorities and
So much
police when I was
hostility
spoken
in
to
the
here,
world.
by a direct hit
Yeah,
from
but
a
there's,
ballistic missile. So heavy machinery.
usually there's
is
some
at work
interesting, like,
lifting
videos
the
that I
rubble.
can-
There's a big pile of rubble at the bottom of that gap. I'm not sure if you can see it. It's partially hidden by the coffee kiosk there, and there are rescue workers also searching for bodies. Unfortunately,
there's
this
some
is
really
the
good
place where
clips,
most of the
but-
people who were killed, and most of the wounded.
I
It's
think we've
highly
pretty much
likely
gone
that
over
the
most
toll
of the.
will rise as this rescue operation goes on. And this, according to the Ukrainian authorities, is one of only one of some 27 sites in Kyiv that were targeted. A couple of others are also residential, including a university students' lodgings building, and as you said, educational establishments, also sites that are described as commercial or infrastructure targets. Many of them, I believe, near the Giuliani airport, which is the smaller of Kyiv's 2 airports, and the one that is closer to the city centre. Of course, neither of
Something
those
else,
airports
something
have
that's
been
different.
functioning since the full-scale Russian invasion in February 2022. And as you said, Zaporizhia and Odessa were also targeted in this very, very large-scale overnight strike. In terms of the drones, on Kyiv alone, it lasted 8 hours of successive waves of very loud drone attacks that I heard, and I
8
heard the air
hours?
defenses
Oh, this is in,
working. And then in the middle of that, there was about a 50-minute
Ukraine.
stretch where the drones were backed up.
I think
by
Putin
ballistic
is
and
very mad about
Massive
the whole
intensive night
drone
of drones and
attack
other missile strikes then
that happened.
across
What was that,
Ukraine, and it comes, of
couple of
course,
weeks ago?
as Volodymyr Zelensky was expected to meet with Donald Trump this Tuesday in Canada at that G7 summit, but that's now been cancelled.
It's been cancelled.
Yes,
They're
this
just
is a
continuing
blow
on
to
without
Volodymyr
him.
Zelensky. At a briefing on Friday, he was saying he was very hopeful that the meeting would take
Oh,
place,
meeting with
and stressing how much US
Trump.
support, at least on some level, is still very important.
Is that what
for
it was called?
Ukraine.
Operation
Donald Trump has
Spiderweb?
repeatedly
It was
promised
hilarious,
to,
actually.
put more pressure on Vladimir Putin if he doesn't show willing to accept some kind of a ceasefire.
TBC
The
prep?
latest
Absolutely
deadline,
not.
When he's given 2 weeks passed a few days ago, and
Absolutely
that G7,
not. I have
Donald
no
Trump said that
interest
he's
in
not
playing
actually willing to
TBC.
put any more sanctions on Vladimir Putin. But Volodymyr Zelensky, I think, believes that any kind of sign from the US president would have been good, because it might have given the Europeans confidence that the Americans would have their backs if they went ahead with plans to provide security guarantees to Ukraine. Volodymyr Zelensky says the Europeans are waiting for a sign from the Americans, and unfortunately, with
Under the
Donald
United
Trump
Nations.
leaving that G7 summit without meeting Volodymyr Zelensky, the sign is perhaps exactly the opposite of the sign that the Ukrainians would be hoping to receive, especially as the US president had harsh words for Emmanuel Macron, who is probably Ukraine's staunchest supporter in terms of rhetoric, not always matched by military support, but one of the strongest advocates for putting boots on the ground, Western powers putting boots on the ground in Ukraine and providing security.
I wonder if,
if that relationship between the US and France is deteriorating, that's
Do
also
you
a
think
bad
that
sign for
the
Ukraine.
reason
And as
Trump
Volodymyr
left had
Zelensky very
something
candidly
more
said
to
on
do with the
Friday,
Ukraine
the war
and
between Israel and Iran is also bad for Ukraine.
Russian
It's
war?
putting
Because
oil
remember
prices
when
up,
Russia was, or when Trump was running for president, he was like, "Oh, I'm going to stop the war on the very first day," and he hasn't been able to. Do you think maybe that's actually more important to him, because he was always like, "Oh, I'm going to stop
attracting
this war"?
attention and arms from this country.
Oliver Cragg at that site of one of the latest measures such as limiting cars and increasing pedestrian zones are starting to show signs of success. The city of
Okay, hold on. Let's watch
Charter,
this.
a country can use self-defense where it has been attacked by another country already, or it's about to be attacked in some kind of imminent strike. Now, in this case, of course,
We were talking about this
Iran
earlier
has
about, does Israel have justification for saying it was self-defense? There's been no evidence of that whatsoever. Just them saying it, right? Like, show us some evidence to show that you were under threat.
not launched any kind of nuclear strike on Israel. It doesn't even possess a nuclear weapon yet. And so on no plausible understanding of the right of self-defense over the last 70 plus years since 1945, can Israel's current strikes on Iran be seen as a lawful exercise of self-defense.
So Israel claims that its attack was necessary, though, to prevent Iran acquiring nuclear weapons and using them in the future. So how imminent does an attack have to be? What level of threat must there be in
How is it self-defense on paper? Let's say they had them, because Iran has stated many times that they want to wipe Israel off the map. Like, who shot first? That's not the point. Okay. I know you're always just going to support the Muslim side, Lazarus. I'm telling you, as somebody who's not religious, I understand if Israel actually had evidence that Iran was trying to make a nuclear weapon, I would fully support the fact that they struck first. But my point is, show us that evidence, and they have not done that. I am thinking about it logically. I don't have a piece in this game, dude. Like, I'm the one that is thinking logically. Okay? Like, if Israel had proof that Iran had a nuclear weapon, I can understand, or they were trying to doing the final steps of making a nuclear weapon, I understand why they would strike. I am saying I want to see proof. If they did, they're done. Lazarus, the people that are running Iran, I don't think they give a shit, dude. They would happily sacrifice themselves if it meant that they could kill the infidels. Dude, they're whack jobs. These are not normal, like, people. They're fucking crazies, for Christ's sakes, running this country. They've announced many times that they want to wipe Israel off the map. If they got their hands on a few bombs, like atom bombs, there's a very good chance that they would try to use them. Like, think about it logically, dude.
In order for an attack, be it preemptive or not, to be protected under international law?
So it usually means that you've got some kind of actionable intelligence that a strike is about to happen. Now, that could be...
I'm not disagreeing with you that it's talk. That's why I'm saying they need to provide evidence. They can't just say they have weapons of mass destruction. We've gone through this before with Iraq, and it wasn't there. You can't just attack people and not show evidence as to why you're attacking them. You can't just say, well, they have weapons of mass destruction again. We fell for that during the Iraq War.
Because it's a very immediate threat, or because it could be it's the last opportunity to avert a threat before it is realized in a kind of material way. Now, these cases of self-defense against imminent attacks are actually pretty rare in practice. And governments have generally been very skeptical of any claims, for example, to preventively disarm a country of its ability to acquire weapons. Remember back in 2003 when a bunch of countries invaded Iraq on the pretext of disarming it of weapons of mass destruction. The vast majority of countries rejected those claims as not being consistent with international law. Israel's tried this a few other times before. In 1981, it bombed an Iraqi reactor under construction. In 2007, it bombed a Syrian reactor. And those claims have never been accepted by most countries in the world as legitimate exercises of self-defense.
So what does the self-defense Ben, mean for a country that is launching an attack on another nation? Does it give them protection from international repercussions?
That's what I mean. Like you can't just say that. You have to show some evidence, and they're not doing any of that.
Well, if you're being attacked, then you're not and you respond in self-defense, then you're not violating your own obligation under international law not to use force against another country. So Article 2.4 of the United Nations Charter bans military force against any other country unless you're exercising self-defense or you've got the approval of the Security Council, which is obviously not the case here. What that means is if there are other risks to your security, they have to be managed in a peaceful way through diplomacy or sanctions or action by the Security Council or the International Atomic Energy Agency, all of which have been in play in the current context. Remember, the United States was brokering negotiations with Iran to prevent its nuclear weapons capability. And so to just unilaterally decide to bomb a country because you feel that at some point in future you might be threatened, I mean, remember here, there is no nuclear weapon in Iran. There's no specific concrete threat by Iran to use any such nuclear weapon. There's a lot of trash talk, a lot of inflammatory and even genocidal talk, to be sure, by Iranian leaders. But that's not the same thing as Iran being about to launch a nuclear strike with a bomb it doesn't have at present on Israel.
That's what I mean. Like you just show some evidence, like do something. Let's see here. The hell are we watching? The most boring sport in the world for? What are we talking about here? What is this? W News France, they're talking about the most boring sport in the world. Charges announced. I think we're running out of shit to talk about here. I'm desperately trying to find like videos or just not seeing anything. We covered the news too well, I think. I think we covered the news too well. There's there doesn't really spy. Yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed. I think I'll keep doing these. I'm actually enjoying this. I mean, look how long I'm streaming for. Like, it's 2 days in a row. This one's over 8 hours. I can't remember how long yesterday's stream was for. What was yesterday's? Never mind. Yesterday's stream was only 4.5 hours. But this stream is now almost 8 hours. Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, if you guys haven't followed yet, please do. I would. On Twitch, YouTube, Kick if you're watching over there. Who was that? Dostovsky. A hard one to pronounce. I still can't. There's another person stream that I've got open, and they've just had basically the cameras up on their stream like the last 5 hours. Okay, let's watch.
The world is holding its collective breath today as Donald Trump makes an urgent trip back home from the G7 early to deal with the escalating tensions between Iran and Israel. Until now, Donald Trump has largely stayed out of the conflict, only urging both sides to make...
I honestly can't believe he arrived to Canada in a Make America Great Again ball cap.
...a deal. But this move may indicate an escalation of US involvement in the war, particularly as it comes as Trump sent out this message on Truth Social, saying, "Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame. And waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran." But escalating tensions in the region with no end in sight has forced Trump to make a move, cutting his G7 appearance short and rushing back to the US to meet with the National Security Committee for talks on how to best proceed.
I have to be back. Very important. I want to just thank our great host. He did a fantastic job. Thank you. In Canada. But you probably see what I see. And I have to be back as soon as I can. We're going to have dinner with these wonderful leaders, and then I get on the plane. I have to be back early for obvious reasons. I loved it. I tell you, I loved it. And I think we got a lot done. Really a lot done. In fact, UK, we signed a big trade deal today, and we're working on others. But we had just a really great relationship with everybody, and it's really nice. I wish I could stay for tomorrow, but they understand. This is big stuff.
Online commentators were startled with the abrupt change, with this person saying, "Breaking. Donald Trump is abruptly leaving the G7 summit ahead of schedule, skipping tomorrow's agenda to return to Washington, D.C. This isn't just a scheduling change. It's a flashing red siren. With tensions between Israel and Iran nearing a boiling point, this sudden move signals one thing. The United States may be on the verge of entering the conflict. Forget diplomacy. War posture is setting in. This may be the most dangerous 24 hours of Trump's presidency and possibly the world's.
Would the US
but other commentators are calling for calm, with this person saying, "I didn't think I would have to clarify this, but this post is in no way indicates that the US are about to strike Iran. Israel just said they are going to strike Tehran again, so Trump said, get out. Just observe. Wait and see what happens. The hysteria is out of control." But it seems that the people on the ground in Tehran have heeded Trump's warnings and are getting out. And the nervousness surrounding Trump's movements has only been heightened after China put out a call for their citizens to leave Israel immediately through land border crossings. Pete Hegseth also added to the tension by releasing a statement that confirmed American capabilities were deployed to the region to keep US forces safe. He then went on to double down on this, saying American safety remains Donald Trump's #1 priority.
So you're going to be in the Situation Room pretty soon with the president. Is he still aiming for a nuclear deal with the Iranians?
Of course. The president's, as he said today, his position has not changed. What you're watching in real time is peace through strength and America first. Our job is to be strong. We are postured defensively in the region to be strong in pursuit of a peace deal. And we certainly hope that's what happens here. And America First means we're going to defend American personnel and American interests. So when you see jets and you see air defense assets and counter UAS assets, that's because my job as the Secretary of Defense is to ensure that our people are safe and that we're strong so that we can set the conditions for a deal. And President Trump's made it clear it's on the table. The question is whether Iran will take it.
This commentator applauded Hegseth's move, saying it would be insanely dumb not to have pre-positioned assets. This was the right move.
All right, hold on.
Retired U.S. Army Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
was in Canada with the president, got word that he's cutting his trip short there.
General, what assets does the United States have in the Middle East right now?
So these are.
Well, thank you, Laura.
We were talking about this earlier as well.
Right
what
now,
assets does America actually have there?
Groups that are inbound to the Mediterranean.
A couple of them now.
We've got the Nimitz, and then we got the Carl Vinson that's on site as well. There are 2 destroyers, my understanding, within range to be able to support Israel right now. Of course, we also got 46,000 troops scattered on 9 different installations all over the Middle East. The Al Udeid Air Base is probably the most significant. There's quite a number of F-16s, F-35s that can fly out of there. And there's also aerial refuel. We've been talking about using B-2 bombers out of Diego Garcia to perhaps deliver this GBU-57. It's probably so far away, 3,500 miles, that it would need some aerial refueling assets. So we've got those assets available in the theater. We've got everything we. I think that the Israelis
nice to meet you,
will
Cheesy.
get lots
what?
of support if President Trump wants to provide it from these carrier battle groups and the assets that are already in the area.
Well, you have the assets, and let's talk capability here, because one of Iran's nuclear sites
USA is going to war
in a mountainside. The U.S. does have the capacity of reaching it with bunker busters. Describe how that would work.
Well, this is probably the most capable conventional munition in the world, the GBU-57. It can penetrate up to 200 feet of hardened facilities. The problem in Fordo is that some of the facilities, I understand, and some of the centrifuges may be as deep as 300 feet. But nevertheless, this is a massive bomb. It delivers about 5,000 pounds of explosives, a 30,000 pound. And there's only one asset really in the world, the B-2 bomber, that can deliver this. And as I mentioned, it's about 3,500 miles away. But this is incredible munition. I had them in Afghanistan. We used it a couple of times. It's very, very effective. But the question is, can it penetrate deep enough to really get at all the centrifuges? I submit that we would probably have to have at least a half dozen of these things that we'd have to put on site at Fordo to really have the effect that we want.
Meanwhile, Israel is saying that it's flying unimpeded over the skies of Iran, that Iran's military has been degraded by the strikes. We know about the U.S. capabilities. What are the capabilities of Israel's military and also Iran's now?
We were asking these questions earlier.
Israel's got the upper hand, without a doubt. They've got total air superiority over Tehran right now, over all of Iran. They've demonstrated that. They've also have intelligence dominance, which is absolutely critical in this fight. So, I mean, there's no way that the Iranian military can match the Israeli military. In fact, they do have some assets, some F-14s, MiG-29s and whatnot, but the only thing they're really able to use right now is the Shahab-3 and the guided missiles. They've got perhaps 2,000 or so guided munitions, ballistic missiles that they can fire at Israel, but a lot of the launching sites have been taken out by the Israelis, again, due to their air superiority. So it's really not a fair fight at this point. Israel's got the upper hand, and they are seeking to take advantage of that.
Israel's winning.
Do they actually need the United States' help then?
They do if they want to take out Fordo. If they want to have, because the United States is the only country in the world that can provide that deep penetrating GBU-57 capability. And the B-2 bomber that can deliver that capability. So yes, they would need the United States to do that. If they didn't have the United States, the only other way they could do that, they'd have to do some kind of a ground attack, believe it or not. I mean, some kind of a special operations where they'd have to secure the area
Israel, I mean the
and
US?
send guys with bombs into these tunnels to blow everything up in there. That can be done. I would not underestimate the Israelis and their capability to do that. Now, of course, invading another country, putting boots on the ground in Iran would be a major escalation in the war and would probably outrage the entire Arab community. But they could potentially do that.
Retired Brigadier General Steve Anderson, for the Commander-in-Chief,
invading
has got quite the
Israel.
decision. Thank you so much.
From the G7 and returning to Washington tonight, further amplifying the notion that the U.S. may be getting involved in the fight. We don't know for sure yet. In addition to all of that, there was this today from Israel's prime minister saying he would not rule out a strike on Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei.
So are you going to target the supreme leader?
Did that.
Look, we're doing what we need to do. I'm not going to get into the details, but we've targeted their top nuclear scientists. It's basically Hitler's nuclear team.
But U.S. officials tell us that the president flatly rejected a plan, an opportunity that the Israelis had to take out the supreme leader. Do you understand his concern? My understanding is his concern is that this would escalate the conflict beyond where it is already.
It's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict.
That conflict so far has taken at least 24 lives in Israel, 224 in Iran, according to authorities in each country. But it's that evacuation warning from the president tonight and what it could mean, which starts us off. CNN Chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins is in Canada, has some new reporting on it. She joins us from Calgary, Alberta.
Caitlin Collins is here, and I'm not where she's at. Long bus driver. Hey, thanks for the follow, dude. Caitlin Collins is in my country, and I'm not
What is
there.
the White House saying about President Trump's declaration that everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran, and then the word that he's coming back to the White House?
Yeah, Anderson, it's hard to see how those are not tied together because the White House specifically cited what is happening in the Middle East for why President Trump is cutting his trip here in Canada short. I flew with President Trump on Air Force One yesterday. He arrived late last night in Calgary to head to this summit with world leaders. He had an entire day of meetings scheduled for tomorrow, including a meeting, I should note, with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as well, and on that list of everything that these leaders were going to talk about. But the White House has decided to cut this trip short so the president can return to Washington tonight, citing exactly what is happening inside the Middle East. We've talked to officials about the president's post on Truth Social earlier that everyone who lives in Tehran should evacuate. Obviously, that is millions of people, Anderson.
If only it was that easy, Mike.
From the president of the United States. One official said it just reflected the reality of the situation of trying to get Iran to the table as they are trying to sort this out. With the president still voicing confidence that some kind of deal with Iran could be made after obviously those talks kind of fell apart.
Caitlin Collins also have her own show. Like, what is she doing traveling
last week? And so, Anderson, we're still talking to people and trying to figure out what this means and why there is this newfound sense of urgency to the president returning to Washington to go and meet with his team. We did see several of his national security members who were there in Washington earlier. That includes the vice president, the Joint Chiefs chairman, who were meeting at the White House, in addition to announcements from the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth about some aircraft carrier movement as they're basically posturing to make sure they're protecting the U.S. forces who are in the region right now. I will note one person who's
guys,
here
there's an
on
ad
the
break
trip
starting.
with
I can't
President Trump
stop
is the
it. So
Secretary
if
of
you
State,
want to
Marco Rubio. I'm told he's been briefing him throughout the day on the
watch my
latest and the
YouTube
updates
channel,
that
by
we've
all
been
means,
seeing.
go ahead and do that.
And the president has also had several conversations with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And so everyone is watching, obviously, what is happening in the Middle East and also why the president's cutting his trip short, his trip here early.
Click on the link, go watch on YouTube,
making such a
then you won't
difference,
get an
and what
ad.
that means about what's next.
Yeah. Caitlin, we'll see you at the top of the hour on The Source. Coming up next right now, CNN Chief International Correspondent Clarissa Ward in Israel. She's at Tel Aviv's largest hospital. Clarissa, how are Israel's defenses, first of all, holding up against the latest Iranian retaliation?
Well, there had been the expectation that tonight was going to see some heavy activity because we had heard from Iranian state media that there were waves and waves of drones and missiles heading this way. Earlier,
Never happened.
The alert did go off. The sirens went off very shortly afterwards. Everyone here at this hospital where we are gathered in a secured shelter area inside. But those missiles did not really seem to materialize. There were reports of potentially a couple of intercepts, but no impacts that we have heard of so far. And it has actually been pretty quiet up until this point. I will say, though, just based on the patterns that we've been observing over the last couple of nights, that the majority of the heavy strikes seem to happen around 4:30 in the morning. That's still a couple of hours away. But obviously, right now, a huge question mark.
It's sanctioned murder. Well, it's generally not two countries that are like equal in power, is it? It's usually one country that is significantly more powerful than the other one invading that country. In the case of Russia and the Ukraine, Russia never envisioned that the whole world was going to come and start arming Ukraine with all these, high-tech weapons.
Is happening in Tehran, what may be happening shortly in Tehran based on President Trump's somewhat ominous post. We are hearing reports of thousands and thousands of people in that city of 10 million taking to the streets and trying to go in their cars and get out of the city. Reports of heavy traffic jams clogging up the streets, but very little clarity as to what exactly is going on, and all of that also being fueled, as you mentioned earlier in the show, by these comments from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, where he really would not rule out the possibility that regime change is, if not the stated objective,
stop paying taxes to get thrown in jail
of these attacks against Iran, Anderson.
That is the thing, the situation that Israel finds itself in. And if there is not regime change, the knowledge of how to manufacture a nuclear device or the nuclear material that they're working with, that remains. And unless the U.S. is involved, it's a real question whether or not they can actually take out both of these Iranian nuclear facilities.
And it's interesting, Anderson, when you talk to people here about the possibility of, okay, look, it looks like Iran has made some signals that maybe they're ready to talk, that maybe they're ready to go back to the negotiating table. The attitude here is that there's no interest in that. There's no time for talking now. The objectives of this operation have to be achieved, but there's still a lot of ambiguity as to what exactly those objectives are. Is the objective simply to dismantle or at least delay Iran's nuclear process? Again, earlier on, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu seemed to indicate that significant progress has already been made in that endeavor.
For them, yes,
but if the objective is to completely
they're going to start charging
people that are in jail rent that
pay
seems
for the
to indicate that regime change is really
employees.
the desired outcome
happen
here. Not clear how that would transpire or what that would look like, but certainly that is raising a lot of anxiety, Anderson, across this entire region.
Yeah, Clarissa Ward, thanks very much. We're going to check back in with you later on in this hour. I want to get perspective now from CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk, former Middle East and North Africa
They would have
coordinator
staff because they
retired U.S. Army Colonel Pete
the criminals that are in jail
Center
would be paying rent, who would be paying for the staff.
State University. Colonel, first of all, what's your read on the president's social media post calling for the evacuation of Tehran? Do you think that is an indication that the United States is going to get directly involved?
Why is the focus so heavily on Tehran and Trump saying to get the hell out? I know there's
really
some Israeli strikes.
The United States would get involved unless it was attacked.
We'll quickly go over it. Basically, all day we've expected something big to happen that never ended up happening. Like there was rumors coming out of Iran that there's going to be a massive strike with missiles. That never came. I think it was like 6 missiles or something like that. So, and like only one hit. So it wasn't big. And then Trump announced that he had to come back to go back to Washington, D.C., like in the middle of the G7 meeting. Never really gave any reason why. So kind of, I don't know, kind of weird.
In the region by Iran, but with the president returning a day early from the G7, there's really no reason for him to do that if he's just monitoring the situation. He can do that up in Calgary. So I think this may be tipping the hand that the United States might weigh in a military sense to complete the job that the Israelis have started.
Brett, do you agree with that this seems to be an indication of something?
I think there's 2 things going on here, Anderson, and both are linked. I think we are moving our military assets into place to be able to do a strike into Iran, particularly to take out that Fordo facility deeply underground, something really only the U.S. can do. But secondly, there's still an off-ramp on diplomacy. This is coercive diplomacy, what you're seeing. Basically, the White House believes they put a deal down to the Iranians about 6 weeks ago that it's a good, fair deal. The Iranians really never responded to that. In fact, they escalated their program in response to that. And basically, I think the view is if Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, calls Steve Witkoff, who is President Trump's envoy, and says, you know what, I re-looked at the deal you put down, I'm ready to take it, that's the off-ramp. If Iran does not do that, I think we're actually, it seems like the U.S. is putting everything in place to get directly involved militarily. One way or the other is very clear here.
Lazarus, if the U.S. Drops that bomb and like basically kills their program, are the Iranians still going to want to see retribution, or is there any chance that the Iranians would rise up and
I think Iran cannot be
overthrow the government
with that enrichment program.
If you're still here, Lazarus.
Natanz is the other one. The Israelis have hit that, and then you have the conversion facility. This is part
of
the fuel cycle at
33
Isfahan,
tankers,
which has also been hit. But
Fordo, and apparently another 4 or 5 today.
And if you don't dismantle Fordo at the end of this, as you said, Anderson, not only does Iran have the know-how,
like
they have an underground
tipping
facility
over a
with
massive
10
number
of very advanced centrifuges
over there.
And then you're kind of in an even worse position. So this is really coming to a head fast. It's unprecedented. If anybody says they know where this is going, they don't know what they're talking about. But I see putting the military pieces in place, that's smart, as you have a diplomatic off-ramp. So, you know, let's hope
you think they'd rally behind
Iran
the flag,
decides to take that off-ramp. Otherwise, I think we're possibly looking to an American strike at Fordo.
Colonel, do you have a sense of how long it takes to get U.S. assets in place? I mean, we're talking about, you know, battleships and other assets.
Well, we're really talking B-2 bombers and other aircraft like the B-1 that can carry the kind of weapons that could penetrate the mountain at Fordow and destroy it. You know, some of those systems are already in place. They're at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. They're at Gutter, and they can fly from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, for that matter. So we have the capability now to strike Fordow. It's just a matter of giving the word.
So to end on that, they're saying that they want to. Let's just repeat that.
Well, we're really talking B-2 bombers, and
you know, let's hope Iran decides to take that off. Otherwise, I think we're
hey, thanks for the
looking
follow
for
listen to the end here, because I've got something else to show you.
Colonel, do you have a sense of how long it takes to get U.S. assets in place? I mean, we're talking about, you know, battleships and other
so they've already
assets.
Announced that they are going to be moving a lot of this stuff over.
Well, we're really talking B-2 bombers and other aircraft like the B-1.
It doesn't sound like there's
kind of weapons that could penetrate
any B-2 bombers over there at the moment
and destroy it. You know, some of those systems are already in place. They're at Diego.
It would not take long for a B-2 bomber to get over there.
Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. They're at Gutter, and they can fly from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, for that matter. So we have the capability now to strike Fordow. It's just a matter of giving the word.
President Trump is now threatening Apple with an industry-altering ultimatum: either build hundreds of millions of iPhones in the United States or pay tariffs of at least 25%.
We're going to war, bitches.
That are made overseas. The president says he's not
Let's
stopping
go.
there, making clear that Apple's rivals and some of the biggest tech companies in the world have also been put on notice.
We're speaking to Tahir Asadi. Let's just take a listen.
Going to war. I don't know what we're going to war for, but we're going to war, chat.
So this was happening live on Iranian state TV as the Israeli airstrike.
I don't know what we're going to war for, but we're going to war, apparently.
Tahir, can you tell us what more you're hearing from your end? I do know you're listening to that. Tim Cook
this is a
met
very
President
developing
Trump
story.
At the White House this week. It clearly did not, stave off whatever he may have been hoping to.
It says
to
Samsung
do so.
and others could be
Is
next
shifting
as he
iPhone
threatens.
production to
What?
the United States even possible
Oh, this is
at this
3
point?
weeks ago. What the F? Why are we watching that old crap? I had something else here. This here, I think, is the video I want to watch. Yeah, this is about Netanyahu's exit strategy.
Assassinating Iran's supreme leader wouldn't.
Is going to war. Apparently, the U.S. is starting to ship over a lot of like ships, or well, not ships, like an aircraft carrier or two. There's a couple of destroyers in the area now. 40,000 troops are apparently on bases in the area, and they've got 30 7, I think, total air bombers or that are flying over there. Sorry, they're not bombers. They're the ones that carry the gas, whatever they're called. So they're bringing stuff over like something's about, air tankers. They're bringing stuff over as though something's about to hit the fan.
To escalate the conflicts, but calm it. He made those remarks during an interview with the American network ABC News.
U.S. officials.
So let's recap. Donald Trump said that there was going to be no wars. He was going to end all the wars. He was going to end all the wars in day one. But now in the last 24 hours, we've had, I think, 37 confirmed reports of air tankers, the big, huge jumbo jets that carry basically everything that they need, fuel, supplies, whatever. They've got at least one aircraft carrier on the way. They've got 40,000 troops that are stationed in the area at bases around the area. And they've got more things on the way. And Trump had to leave an important meeting today at the G7 meeting because something important was about to happen. Remember, we were promised no more wars, right? That's what you all voted for. No more wars. Anyways.
Tell us that the president flatly rejected a plan, an opportunity that the Israelis had to take out the supreme leader. Do you understand his concern? My understanding is his concern is that this would escalate the conflict beyond where it is already.
No, it's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict. We've had half a century of conflict spread by this regime.
I think this is crazy to actually suggest this. Suggesting that if they kill the top cleric, whatever it's called in Iran, that it would end the conflict. You would just absolutely make their population irate. I don't think it would end the conflict. You just have cleric number 2 step up and continue on with their country hating you even more than they already do.
That terrorizes everyone in the Middle East, has bombed the Aramco oil fields in Saudi Arabia, is spreading terrorism and subversion and sabotage everywhere. That's the forever
the Ayatollah of rock and rolla, Chris Jericho.
Let's discuss this further now with our senior political analyst, Marwan Bashara, who's joining us from Paris. So Marwan, Netanyahu making it no secret there that he wants regime change in Iran. And as we heard the journalists there, report suggesting that President Trump is against this, that he was the one who vetoed an Israeli plan to assassinate him.
We were talking earlier. Sorry, I meant to bring this clip up here. Breaking. Trump says he wants a real end to Iran's nuclear program, not a ceasefire. So he wants the program just to end, period. So are they possibly actually bringing over the bomber to actually completely take out the facility? Maybe that is actually what they're doing. Maybe that's actually what they're talking about doing, and they're getting prepared to do that. If he wants to completely end the program, they've actually got to destroy these 2 areas where they're developing nuclear energy and possibly enriching uranium.
Iran's supreme leader. What do you make of this? And
yeah, the nukes. The U.S. has got thousands of nukes.
But what do you think are the chances today of regime change in Iran?
Look, there is no doubt that it's short-sighted, criminal, and stupid.
Yeah, they do. They want other countries that have crazy people not having control of nukes. It's okay if the U.S. has crazy leaders and they're in control of nukes, but they don't want other countries that have crazy leaders to be in control of nukes. Of course, that just makes sense, right?
To go after the head of state, in this case, the supreme leader of another country. This is just, countries stopped doing that a long time ago, because if every country is going to go after other countries' statesmen, then, we're going to end up with a headless world.
What's that song, Mad Mad World?
Not the right thing to do, but it's also quite short-sighted, because any such eventuality would lead to a serious upheaval, and that will have repercussions that are not conventional in any way. And third, which is a bit paradoxical, I think it's kind of laughable that a country will tell another, go ahead and bomb the hell of another country and call it excellent. But you know what? Don't kill the leader. That's kind of nonsensical in a way, because already the United States, it's up deep in its arms in this conflict, supporting Israel basically unconditionally in terms of supplying it with arm and intelligence and praising it for its excellent work bombing, various infrastructure and other locations in Iran. But at the same time, and this is where it's all kind of gets very interesting, Foley, is that Netanyahu sounds desperate in this interview. I mean, I was thinking throughout the day that
he did sound desperate. When we were watching the interview with Netanyahu, he was basically like,
more and more I hear
he was basically like begging Trump to come over, and then coming out with the stuff that Trump was like, he was going to be targeted for an assassination on 2 different occasions, and he didn't. Like, he was totally sucking. It sounded like he was goading Trump into coming in for a to get him and the U.S. to be involved in the war. We could re-watch that interview, but basically the whole interview was Netanyahu talking about how, if we don't stop this now, New York could be next. Trump was supposed to be assassinated on 2 separate occasions. Like, it just sounded like he was saying anything he possibly could to play with Trump's head that, hey, America's got to enter this war. It was like a desperate attempt to get America to join them and help them out.
His tone, talking about it should be America first, not America dead. America dead. Really? Iran in this situation will kill America? He really thinks that Americans are stupid to be making such an argument that America must get involved today or America is dead tomorrow. Because Iran, the demonic, evil devil, is going to get America next after Israel. He just really...
Where did he get the information that they were going to be assassinated? This is the thing. Like, why is he bringing this up now? Like, oh, suddenly, like, you're desperate for America to come into the war, and now suddenly you're dropping this bomb that Trump was supposed to get assassinated twice by Iranians? Like, basically saying anything that he can to get Trump's blood boiling, to want to, step into the war and be like, they said what? Hold on a second. They said what? Let me get on my new Trump mobile phone and we're going to show them who's who.
So hyperbolic.
Right.
So
but let me ask
farcical.
you a bit more about that. You say he sounds desperate. Why? Why now? Why is he taking this path right now? Is this also driven by domestic considerations in Israel?
Well, there's no doubt that Israel cannot withstand a long-term attrition war with Iran. Iran withstood 8 years of war with Iraq. And there were, at the time, for those who remember, the missiles between the cities. Iraq and Iran started bombing each other with missiles until basically in the end, after 8 years of war, as it were, the supreme leader, Khomeini, drank the poison and basically signed an agreement ending the war. I'm not sure the Israelis can take 8 years, 8 months. I'm not sure they can take 8 weeks of this sort of situation because Iran is not Gaza. Which gets me to my answer. I tell you, Foley, and this is probably, take that as the headline of this evening.
We were talking about this earlier. I legitimately wonder how much in arms, like they do have superior firepower now, but how long can they sustain that for without getting help from other countries? Like, is the U.S. still going to be willing to supply them with arms and munitions and stuff like that to carry on this war? Could they actually carry on this war for very long without the help of other people? Iran's proven in the past that they'll carry on a war.
Netanyahu's exit strategy is Trump.
They're nothing without supplying them straight
out
up.
Of the Iran war that could end up to be a debacle for him and for Israel, it's Trump. He has no other exit strategy but Trump.
Okay, so basically you're saying that whatever happens next hinges on the American president himself. but we've heard mixed messages from the Trump administration. What's your assessment of his position right now? He said he doesn't want.
Look at this. This is Israel, like their town, not all of it, but there are parts of their town that we've seen in the videos now. They are starting to look a little bit like Gaza. How long would Israel be willing to continue doing this for? And how long would Iran be able to actually keep pumping missiles in? It is actually kind of a serious question. Like, would Israel be able to keep doing this month after month, year after year? Iran apparently has at least 2,000 of these super-powered supersonic missiles or whatever they are. Would they continue to pound Tel Aviv into the ground? It's an interesting question because without the support of the U.S., you wonder how long Israel could keep this up if they're not getting resupplied by the U.S.
The forever wars in the Middle East. But then at the same time, there are the hawks in his administration, the Republican Party, the so-called neocons, who want to endlessly continue supporting Israel. How?
Here's a question I have for you, Blother, since you brought that up. Blother said the moment Trump says we're getting involved, it's over for Trump. Trump is essentially a sitting duck president. He's not going to be elected for another term, right? And he probably wants to leave his mark. He's got a little bit of an ego. We can all probably admit that. Do you think it's maybe more important for him to go out and say, hey, listen, I got rid of the Iran problem, like problem number one solved, and then be able to solve the problem with Russia and Ukraine? Like, he might be sitting here saying, you know what? I want to be the president that gets rid of this problem once and for all. So he might not care that it would be over for him because he can't get elected for another term anyways.
How does he balance that?
It seems that there are two camps within his administration, within his entourage. There's a camp that's apparently growing stronger, and we haven't been paying attention.
So, okay, Blother's making another point. He says, remember, Israel said if they fall, we all fall. Look up the Samson option. Okay, so the Samson option, for those that aren't familiar with it, is basically if Israel gets invaded by another country, and as a last resort, they will launch their nuclear missiles and basically destroy all their enemies. It essentially is what the Samson option is. So, I mean, I don't want to see that happen for sure, right?
Quite stronger by the day, saying, you know what? No, absolutely not. We're not going to get involved in another Middle Eastern war.
After Trump, there will be another Israeli lapdog to take its place. I think it is really peculiar, sort of, not really. It's been in the U.S.'s best interest to be able to keep paying for Israel so that the U.S. has a strong ally in that region. Like, they've got strong allies all over the world. This is their strong ally in the Middle East, right? So it's in the U.S.'s interest to be able to, like, keep supporting Israel like this. But you've got to wonder if let's say the next election comes up, and let's say the Democrats win for some reason. Maybe people in America are tired of this crap, and they're like, okay, you know what? We're going to flip back to the Democrats now. Would the Democrats then come in and prop up Israel? Because they had before as well. They were doing it when Obama was in office. You know, they were doing it when Biden was in office. Would they continue to do it as well? Or are we starting to see the end of propping up Israel by the Americans? Because a lot of Americans are pissed off.
Not even on behalf of Israel. Not even because Netanyahu asked.
Wait, Israel has who by the balls? How is Israel owning America, though? They fence shit like dumb moral high grounds.
Even if Netanyahu is almost winning, we don't want to get involved in another Middle Eastern war. I was actually even, surprised in a kind of funny way when you follow a bit of Twitter. that you see that that Marjorie Greene, that
Marjorie Taylor Greene, yes.
Yeah, she just answered Netanyahu on Twitter saying, no, it's America first, not America dead, right? So there is a wing in the Republican Party, not especially among Trump's base, that is saying we don't want to get involved even on behalf of Israel, especially on behalf of Israel. But
that's what Trump ran on, right? Was America first. We're not getting involved in this shit. Let's see if he holds his word.
There's the others, a bit neoconservative, a bit warmongering, a bit Israel lobby, that are pushing Trump towards that. If I get his instinct correctly and understand him to be whatever, we're not going to start using words now. I think he's going to go after what's in his interest and how he sees America.
So, Lazarus, are you suggesting that all Democrats are like Trudeau? Like, please don't tell me you're that stupid, right? Like, do you equate to all Democrats being the same as Trudeau? Honestly,
because interest.
Right.
You think Jean Chrétien is the same as Trudeau?
Meaning, I don't think he's going to be easily manipulated by Netanyahu. He's going to probably.
Do you think Obama is the same as Trudeau? You're not honestly comparing Obama to Trudeau, right? The U.S. Dems is like the same as Trudeau. Obama, the guy that like killed like people in Al Qaeda, drop bombs on people. You think Trudeau would do that?
Look for where the things are going.
Dude, I just fucking said that they did. What are you calling me ignorant for? You think Trudeau's doing that? They're not the same, dude. I don't know. I think you need a little bit more experience in life with politics. Because I could run down like the last 40 years of Democrats and Republicans and give you examples of what they've done as far as war crimes. And how Democrats are absolutely nothing like Trudeau. Trudeau is the best. I mean, aside from the fact that his mother never met Castro, sure. He's tall and has dark hair. I guess that's the extent that he looks like Castro.
And take that route.
But so far, I mean, all the routes he's taken haven't.
Dude, Lazarus, do you honestly think that Republicans have not done like shit as well? What is your point? You're the one that brought up that Dems are just grifters. Like, what is it you're actually talking about? Do you want me to run down a list of stuff that the Republicans have done? Governments that the Republicans have toppled in the past and instilled like ruthless dictatorships into countries that have killed tens, hundreds of thousands of people? We can go down that path if you want to compare. If you want to compare what George Bush Jr. did and invaded Iraq under false claims of weapons of mass destruction, right? Like we want to talk about what the right has done. You're maybe not old enough to understand what Steve Harper did to this country compared to Trudeau, but Steve Harper was terrible before Trudeau. And Trudeau had to deal with the COVID issue.
Really successful. I mean,
both sides have skeletons. That's just because they've been in power lately. That doesn't mean that bringing in the conservatives are going to be any better. Like, do you honestly think Pierre Poilievre would be more adept at dealing with the situations today than Mark Carney? Like, seriously? Poilievre is a moron.
I mean, okay, he's only been in power for a few months, but he's failed so far on all the big foreign policy issues and promises that he made, that he said.
Trudeau's legacy is legal weed, affordable childcare, and truth reconciliation with abortion communities. Yeah, there's a little bit more to it than trans and stuff. Like, what's wrong with trans people having rights, Lazarus? Why is it you would possibly have a problem with that? How does it negatively affect you? I wonder why you brought up trans, Lazarus. Why? There's so much more that happened during Trudeau's run as prime minister. But what did you run off? Hold on. I'm trying to find the comment where you talked about Trudeau's legacy. Legacy is trans people. It's the very first person you said. Higher taxes and massive inflation. Well, the massive inflation was due to COVID, first of all. It became his primary agenda. Well, I mean, who was it that just mentioned off all the other stuff that he did? Grease mags. Trudeau's legacy is legal weed. That was pretty big. There's fucking like weed stores everywhere you go now. Affordable childcare. You obviously don't have kids, Lazarus, because I know my friends certainly appreciate that. That's much more of a big deal than the other issues that you brought up. Truth and reconciliation. That's a pretty big one in our country, especially with what they were discovering. You know, like that's a pretty big thing. And what are your negatives that you brought up? What was it? Trans rights, which, okay, did you have a problem with that? Like what is the problem that you have with trans rights? I'm not exactly sure. Higher taxes. Well, he put in the carbon tax, which if you hardly drive, you actually made money off of that. And massive inflation, which was due to COVID. That had nothing to do with Trudeau. Okay, what are you saying? What are you saying then? Because you jumped all over the Democrats and started giving examples without leaving actually the good parts of stuff that he did, which is his actual legacy. So what is it that I'm skipping? That it became his primary agenda. Trans rights were not his primary agenda. Perhaps the agenda that he put through mostly had nothing to do with you. Like, gay rights has been something that's been going on long before Trudeau came to power. Long before Trudeau came to power, my friend. Like, we're talking about, like, back to the 80s. It was not his primary. That was definitely not the main thing that he was doing. General LGBTQ plus what? Yeah, well, Cats Offline's got a point. Like, how are you even arguing trans rights? He's saying that that's his main, that was his main legacy, and it's absolutely not. If I was going to say anything was his main legacy, it would be the reconciliation that he did with Indigenous people. If you were to ask me straight up, that and dealing with COVID. No, that's the image you have of him, Lazarus. That's the image you have of him. I think if you were to talk to regular people, you don't have kids. If you had kids, you would probably think that the childcare was a main issue. You don't have kids. You did not pull the I have gay friends, did you? Oh, you did. Dude, come on, man. You never even knew this about LGBT Trudeau theory? The legalizing weed is for sure a big deal. I'm not even saying this is a fan of Trudeau. Like, I'm just being honest. Like, the whole LGBT stuff, Lazarus, has gone on for much longer than Trudeau's been in power. It's been going on since the 80s, 90s. Like, I remember when I first started working in nightclubs, dude, it was getting big then. That was in the 90s. Okay, and it was massive then. And I'm talking like massive, like pride parade, stuff like that. Like, it was massive. Trudeau came into that like long after. long after, like the tail end of it. And I remember because the first Pride parade that he came to a Pride parade, the very first year he was prime minister, and I was like, oh, look, Justin Trudeau's coming to this year's Pride parade. But it was already a massive thing long before Trudeau got here. His legacy is going to be legalizing weed, the childcare thing, because that was massive, and the reconciliation with Indigenous people of Canada, especially after what happened. His taxes went up. I couldn't afford gas anymore. I can't afford a house. Dude, it's been, Lazarus, it's been like that. Dude, I'm 50. I don't have a place. You think this is new? Like, do you think houses being expensive in Canada is new, dude? I'm 50. I don't own my own place. I have a good paying job, dude. You know, no, it's expensive in Canada. I'll give them that. It's expensive in Canada. But you know when it started getting expensive in Canada? When the Conservatives were last in power. When Stephen Harper was in power, the prices of homes were skyrocketing. Nothing to slow it down at all. The prices of homes have been skyrocketing, dude, for 30 years. It is not a recent thing. Sort of started fighting. That's why Kamala Harris didn't win. You know that the prices of goods have actually started to come down under the Liberals, Lazarus? You know that the last 2 months, prices have actually been decreasing. You can look up something called the Consumer Price Index of Canada. Easy to find. Prices are actually coming down in Canada. Also, inflation in Canada is down below 2%. Yeah, but you're saying Dems, like Liberals. Feel like for America after 9/11 is when everything went to shit. You know what has really been a downfall of America, from an outsider's point of view, is fake news. And I mean actual fake news. I'm not talking about the fake news that Donald Trump calls fake news. I'm talking about people falling for bullshit stories. Their inability to actually do research and look something up. It is absolutely brutal. Lazarus, you know what the Conservative parties, one of their main economic things that they were going to do? Do you know what you would know because you used to work in the industry. A TFSA, Lazarus. You know what a TFSA is, right? For those of you that are not from Canada, TFSA is a tax-free savings account. Basically, most people, Lazarus, don't even have a fucking idea as to what it is. For those of you that are outside of Canada, it's one of Canada's ways that people can deduct money from or save money on their taxes. You can put in like whatever you want in there, basically stocks, bonds, whatever, and if it increases in price, you don't get charged taxes on those increases. It's a tax-free savings account. So as it grows, you don't get taxed on that. When you take it out later in life, then you get taxed at presumably at a much lower rate than what you're currently making. But his idea was that he was going to increase the maximum contribution amount in a tax-free savings account. That was his big idea. And you know how many people actually max out their tax-free savings account in Canada? It's like 2% of the people. So he was offering a tax break to only 2% of the people that actually currently are able to max out their TFSA every year. Like that was his big aha. They let a lot of people in my generation down. For it, are you talking about like for like which version of the Democrats? Are you talking about Democrats or liberals? Like, are we talking Canadian or American? You don't even get taxed on your I think when you, I think eventually when you, actually Lazarus would know. I think he would know. I think when you remove stuff out, I think you do get taxed on it, on any gains that you get. We'll call them liberals then. So you pay no taxes on your gains on your TFSA at all? Your RSPs, I understand you do. So if I get like a bunch of Bitcoin or something like that, and it goes up to like $10 million a piece, I wouldn't be paying taxes on those. I don't even know if you can put Bitcoin at a TFSA, but I'm using that as an example. Yeah, it has. Well, RSP has limited contribution as well. It's not just you can't just put $3 billion into an RSP. So now, can you put your RSP into your TFSA? No? Okay. But I can put like stocks and stuff like that in it, right? What's the contribution maximum? I can't remember what it is. I believe it's a percentage of your salary at offline for both. But you can also bank it as well. So for if like for your RRSPs, I can't remember what they call it in the US. But if you don't max out, the amount that you didn't max out 1 year will actually transfer to the next year. Is it the 401k? Does it work the same way? I'm not positive. So, anyways, let's. What we were watching.
That he would solve quickly. They all seem to have gotten worse. Whether it's the Middle East, whether it's the Russia-Ukraine war. How do you explain this? Is it because there's no strategy really?
Absolutely, absolutely. But he's also now in his usual way saying, ha, 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 ha. You know, that was campaign. I was just saying these things. I didn't really mean them because I was exaggerating. It's like when he, you know, was saying horrible things about women. He said, you know, this is locker room talk, right? It's the same thing. This is locker room talk. You know, I will resolve it in 24 hours. Don't even worry about it. Even before I became president, by just, you know, snapping my finger, it'll all be resolved. Russia will be out of Ukraine and it will end the war in Gaza, right? I mean, that's what he said, because he just talks, right? I mean, at the end of the day, he made false promises. He's not the first candidate to make false promises, but he's especially hyperbolic when it comes to that. And he can easily walk it back and start, you know, preoccupying the world with some other issue. But for the time being, what he's saying is, look, I'm really been trying.
A Roth IRA? Closer to a TFSA, okay. People in politics lie so much? Hey, Big Papa Grizz, what's up,
man? Do my best on Ukraine. It's Putin who's switching, you know, and being stubborn. And on the question of the Middle East and Iran, he did give the green light to Netanyahu. He's the first American president to give an Israeli prime minister the green light to attack a country like Iran. And that has consequences. He's not going to be able to escape that. And I say that not because I'm thinking about our news bulletin tonight or our news agenda for the next week or the next month. I talk that about as a scholar. As a reader.
Thought I'd come and join some political talk. Are you still playing WoW, Big Papa Grizz, or have you moved on? Have you broken free? I wonder if the percent for people who's maxed out the home buyers plan account in Canada. A lot of people will never ever max out their RSPs, TFSA, etc., etc. My point was that the leader of the party that ended up losing, his idea was that he was going to raise the limit, which meant only the more wealthy people who actually are able to max out their limit would actually benefit. And the regular Joe Blow, who often doesn't take any the regular Joe Blow who sometimes doesn't put in RSPs or certainly isn't maxing out or whatever, they wouldn't be able to.
The fact that a bunch of white men in Canada, the fact that Trump
getting
standing
engaged
next
soon.
to Starmer,
Are you sure?
the British Prime Minister, the same two characters.
Are you sure you're getting engaged?
Meaning Prime Minister Britain and American President, who led to regime change in Iran 70 years ago, are talking today about what to do about the Middle East. That will create an incredible pent-up tension and reaction on the long term in the Middle East. Because the idea that people think that they can just, switch things around as if it's Sykes-Picot all over again and we are in 1920s.
Well, congratulations.
That's just pipe dream. There are no victories in the Middle East. That's just poet's talk.
Right.
Who won a war in the Middle East? It's all.
You met a girlfriend. Oh, I lost that bet then. Kidding. You met her playing WoW. You met her in the video game or?
It gets to be one to another, one war
That's
after
what I
another.
need.
Every time Israel said it won a war since 1948, it's been
nice to look at a woman who likes to play a little bit of video games.
Fought 4 wars just the past 20 years. So it's all pipe dreams, really, in the end of the day.
Right.
Because the
Yeah,
nature
give her the
of
ring
Middle East,
from
the nature of asymmetrical
Dead Mines.
warfares don't allow for any such victory. A small country
Give her the ring
like
in
Israel
game.
is not going to
Give her the ring in game. Send it to her in mail, and with a note, "Will you marry me?"
be a dominant power in
Do you think a female gamer would find that romantic?
the Middle East. If Netanyahu doesn't understand that, too bad for the Israeli people. It will never be a dominant force in the Middle East.
It does feel like
Maybe it's just my location in BC and place of work, but almost everyone I know maxes RSP and a home buyer account. Dude, I don't know if I know like many people at all that max. I certainly didn't when I was younger. Like I honestly think there's a lot of people that are kind of hard up right now that they are definitely not maxing that stuff.
a very dangerous moment, no doubt. Marwan, always good to get your thoughts. Thank you so much for your insight.
Then I moved
Marwan
out
Bashar
here.
is
Wait,
our
are you
senior
living in
political analyst.
Australia? What do you mean moved out here? Are you in Australia now? In-game wedding. Yeah, let us know when hold on. Oh, you're in Oregon. I thought you said you met her in Australian Guild. Okay. Anyways. Let's see. Yeah, have an in-game wedding, dude. I'm sure nobody will interrupt it. Just make sure you're playing on the Alliance side, okay?
Joining us today live from Paris.
On a PvP server.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get.
All right. What else? Why have there not been any? Literally, that is. Bread has gone dead. I didn't mean for that to rhyme. At least not at that time. Okay, trying to okay, so apparently there were 2 confirmed hits by Iran. The Amman Logistics Center of the Israeli Army Intelligence of Iran, and the Mossad headquarters. One of them is okay, so what is the okay, so one of them is one is the other, I guess, but Mossad headquarters in one of their towns. Interesting. Went from living in Missouri with Trumpies to living in Oregon in one of the most liberal cities in the States. So Portland? Is that what you're talking about? Portland? Let's see. Is there anything? Let me just quickly scan again, see if there's anything new. Are you actually in Portland? Portland's I like Portland. Portland's a nice town. It's got a lot of good restaurants and bars if you want some decent beer and stuff like that. You don't have to drink that crap Coors Light or Miller Lite or anything like that. Trying to see if there's any other clips we can talk about. I haven't been to Portland in probably 15 years, dude. Not gonna lie. The last time I went down there was like a boys trip with a bunch of my buddies, and we drove down there. We were going to a Seattle Seahawks game on the Sunday. So on the Saturday we drove down to Portland and partied on. Maybe it was Friday actually. We drove down to Portland, partied on Friday, then drove back to Seattle on Saturday, and partied there. And then the next morning we went to the Seattle Seahawks game. One last check on the webcams, maybe. Doesn't look like there's any fire erupting. I've got webcams on multiple monitors here, and I don't see anything. We haven't talked about the riots because, I mean, that's old blood again. Yeah, I'm not really seeing a lot else, guys. I think we had a good run. Tonight, guys. If you're watching on Twitch, please give a follow if you don't mind. And if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, like, follow, and subscribe to the stream. I would really appreciate a thumbs up on the video. If you guys could spend a moment just to go over there and give me a thumbs up, it does help with the algorithm. And we will try to be back tomorrow, dude. I really enjoyed doing this content, so we'll see what's up tomorrow, and try to be more prepared with maybe a few things to talk about. But we were expecting big things from Iran, and big things didn't really happen, so, which is good. Let's be honest. Let's be good. Let's be honest. It's good that we didn't have a bunch of missiles dropped on people. But have a good one, guys. We will see you tomorrow, and good night. Yeah, I'm actually I might be off work for a little bit, actually. So we might be able to do this regularly for the next week or two anyway. So we'll see. Have a good one, guys. Take care. Adios.